Downu! Dobra, widzę, że Kieran wygrywa grę i coś dużo przegapiliśmy rzeczy, widzę, bo... O Jezusie Marysieńka! Komputer... zrobił mi szajs, niestety. Zrobił i to straszny. Zawiesił się w momencie, w którym nie trzeba. Zamknąć to, bo przecież to pobiera zasoby, kurwa, no. Staruszkowatość komputera daje się po prostu we znaki. O, dobrze, że są powtórki. To, no tu widać, że Kieran bardzo ładnie zagrał, że tam zrobił Seekers Blasta, ale dużo to nie dało. Ale no niestety. No i oczywiście tutaj chyba, co on tam zagrał takiego? A, Lumineo! Bobosa Ordera! Więc tutaj Kieran... Czy zdążymy zagrać trzecią rundę, czy nie skończy się to remisem? No, niestety mamy jeszcze 10 minut. No niestety mi się komputer, tak jak sobie wcześniej mega zawiesił.
Well, we'll have to see what those prize cards are, but we're starting off this match. First of all, game 3 here in our and we're starting off nice and strong. I'm excited to see.
No tu mamy niestety bardzo smutną wiadomość dla Kierana. Mamy tu początek z Wirdira.
You all can have the news. Ultra Ball starting off here for Kyle on this side of the field, discarding that Serendipity as well as a Dusknor early on. So let's look at these prize cards. Radiant Greninja here being one of them. That's a key one that we have in there, because we've seen that Radiant Greninja is used for the concealed cards, not only to draw you more cards, but to get those energy in the discard pile as well. Those are two key aspects for your earlier game to line things up, and Kyle is not going to have access to that.
Yeah, thankfully still plays that one copy of the block.
Moment, w którym komputer się zawiesza w momencie, kiedy tego nie chce. No, niestety, jeżeli dojdzie do tak zwanego donga, no to jest to już taki etap, w którym jesteśmy na trochę nie za ciekawej pozycji.
Isn't gonna serve us in that way, shape, and form, but Squawkabilly, you can use it on your first turn here, and that's gonna get you just far enough. Is a liability on the bench, though, of course, being a 2 prize card Pokemon there for Kyle, but we have to set up this initial turn. That's what we're gonna do. Throw those cards away, Rare Candy being one of them going into the discard pile. Kyle's gonna do the shoes! What is it? Oh, is it that small?
No, mamy.
What?
That's pretty good.
This is the most broken pair of shoes in the best way possible.
His decklist comment is only unfair cards, and I guess you can only it's if you
O, no coś.
singularly that it becomes broken.
Nezbol poducha.
Of trekking shoes is the way here from Kyle Lesnowitz. Nesball
A, zaczął.
card here to be able to
Kolejne
line up
programy
these
się
Pokemon.
odpalają.
Not
Ja.
only buffing the damage, but we've been talking about evolutions. There's so many evolving Pokemon here and within the attackers for Kyle. So getting out this Duskull is huge for Kyle to get down on this turn from that shoe. So Squawkabilly worked us into a new hand here. So we're working with some additional cards for the future, but it's just going to be a pass now over to Kieran. Starting off with the Mesa Goza. It's a heads. That's a one-way to start if you're Kieran Fair to kick this off. Weirder V is a bit awkward here as the starting Pokemon, but we can work around it to hopefully.
No i kolejny szczęśliwy heads dla Kierana.
From the evolution Pokemon off the
A czyż pytanie, czy panowie zdążą? 7 minut to jeszcze trochę czasu jest.
That's what we're working with here, but did you get a look at the starting hand, Kyle?
Yeah, he's got his pink card, but that is not where you want to see it at this point. You have Professor's Research, so losing the Legacy energy early would be pretty unfortunate. It might make you have to go a different route and play this energy onto a Pokemon you don't necessarily see in the early game. A Lumineon that could shuffle it back in, or playing the Iron Hands itself and just putting it down. well, I've got this established, or you would just forego it altogether, which seems unfortunate when you have such an opportunity at your hands here with 6 minutes remaining and Squawkabilly sitting on the bench.
Got options, you've got options, but just can't get there. Unfortunately, just gonna be able to put this Lugia V out, stabilize the board a little bit here from Kieran, but working off the back foot. I mean, 7 minutes, less than 7 minutes now on the clock, almost less than 6 minutes for our players.
No.
Legacy Energy can be attached there to, yes.
Czy zdążymy?
Dear V, of course, because all those other cards are hitting the discard pile thanks to that Professor's Research. Fresh 7 cards to the hand at least. Got a lot of energy in there.
I would not say those were fresh.
Yeah, those were old, stale.
Triple, double, turbo.
Oh no.
Kurwa.
And a
Very
very
bad.
ugly hand to see.
Okropna
That is very
ręka
bad
po
indeed.
stronie
So you
Kierana.
need the energy in your deck to be able to use the Archeops, primal to route all those energy. You don't want them in your hands to be able to attack from turn. You want to accelerate them from the deck and then have cards you can actually use in your hand. But Ultra Ball is at least going to utilize 2 of those energies, throwing them in the discard pile just to protect here now for Kieran. Bringing out another Lugia V to stabilize even more. It's just 2 Lugia V, a Weird Ear with a Legacy Energy, and that's all we're working with right now.
Boo, have you ever been at this point in the tournament where you know that the ID or the tie here is okay, but you need the win, and you look at your hand and it's that bad? You're like, all right, I guess I'm gonna take a little more time to look at the deck list here and just come around. That's where Kieran's at. This hand doesn't go anywhere. He needs some help. Kyle needs to put his foot on the gas and go.
Look at that. Well, one way to do
It's
is race it goes hitting a heads. I mean, this is Kieran's stadium, but it serves both players here, and Kyle's going to be able to utilize that. Get any Pokemon out. So we're talking about those evolutions. This is one fantastic way to search them in that origin form. Palkia V-Star coming out to play here. We also have one energy
Co
that
to?
was attached manually on the last turn here for
A co
Kyle, and,
się
plenty in the
psy wygodnie?
discard Squawkabilly, so we're chilling.
Starting to juice up at this point, and the hand is still not the greatest.
No i co tutaj mamy? No.
You see those energies. That's why earlier I wanted to just discard them.
A, już tak się psy uwolniłem.
Spot like this,
No nie.
so if you use your V-Star ability, you're gonna have enough water in hand to attack. But if you draw into a bunch of them, you don't get to play them down. And
yeah.
see him throws away one with Lost Vacuum at this point. Just
Yeah, look at that.
I don't want to see this card.
Co się dzieje na tym
Getting
czacie?
out of
Nic się
hands
nie
at
dzieje.
this point. Both of those cards going into the lost zone thanks to that lost vacuum. The
Ugh.
and energy on Kyle's side is gone. We see all of these Pokemon now hitting the bench. Kyle has played down this hand.
No są duszki.
Thanks to that lost vacuum helping out quite a bit, as well as the energy attachment per turn. Restart's going to get us a fresh 3 cards here. I see an Ultra Ball. I see a couple of
Oj, nie ma Mezagozy. Elo, do widzenia.
in the hand. What's the other one? Is that Blood? Oh no, Blood Moon Arslan is on bench.
I can't tell.
Can't tell, but either way, we're knocked, or we're hitting here with that origin form Palkia V-Star, almost to knock on that Weird Ear V. That's only 220 HP to start with, but is gonna hang on there, get a turbo energy attached to it from Kieran's hand. V-Star's in play now, so we have the Summoning Star ability, but do we even have 2 Archeops in the discard? What did we do?
I think there's one
Yeah.
off the Ultra Ball, but after that there wasn't much else.
Yes.
A little more help is needed, but look at the cheeky play on Kyle's end. As he does not go straight for the knockout with the Palkia and the Dusclops. He holds on to it to try to play around the Legacy Energy and get that additional prize card back.
Yeah, that's beautiful, actually. If you can play around that legacy energy,
No dobra, dobra.
considering you taking an
Co tam
additional
się dzieje? No
prize
niestety
card,
tam mój
protecting that
Kieran jest trochę
here,
w kiepskiej
no longer do
kondycji.
that If you're talking about damage counters working through that, so that's pretty cool.
Więc no tak,
From
no.
Kyle, for sure. The Weird Ear hanging on for its dear life.
No i co tutaj robi Kieran?
Not actually what he wanted.
Czy Kieran odpali Vistara i bez skrobie z
What's
Archopsów?
the hand that we're working with here?
Fish sticks.
Oh,
Just
just a bunch of fish
two
sticks.
Luminion and nothing to go with. Doesn't want to go for the single chop.
Yeah.
Alcia!
Just slow down and bash
Take
him.
it easy. Yeah, bash him. Yes, exactly. Psy Shield Bash. There
Right,
on
there's 2 minutes remaining. I know you want to make the cleanest plays, Kyle, but you have to move quick at this point. You can get your opponent down to yourself down to 2 prize cards remaining before time expires. That's a really good spot.
Well, here we go. It's not
Spokojnie,
just
elo.
that can throw itself into the discard pile, we also have that Dust Globs. It's a little lighter, but it's just enough damage here to take out that Weird Ear V, work around that Legacy energy as well.
No, nie mam.
And,
Co, jeszcze nie mam.
prize cards here, technically on both sides.
Ja kiepskiej kondycji jest. No, widzę, że Kieran dał lugię, myśli, no i kolejna lugię, tak.
But it's still cracking here, and we're seeing another Duskull come down, putting on more pressure from Kyle's side.
Again, this is again another spot where you're gonna attack in
Okay.
damage from the start of the game. Perhaps soften it up to a point where the Dusknor can take a knockout, but you need to end your turn before there's a minute before what 15 seconds.
Exactly.
You need Kieran to draw his card
No i ile zostało czasu?
in order to make this work.
We saw this yesterday. I think it was in the cloth match. Was it the cloth
O
match?
ja...
Okie-dokie.
Czy oba gracze z...
The late turn Iono ended up being the issue, and
Yeah, I know.
gave Jim O'Brien some help.
Exactly. I mean, these players.
Ej!
I'm sure our judges are keeping them up on that time, but we've got 30 seconds here, and Kyle is still shuffling up here. After the time is called, we have 3 additional turns. Whoever's turn it is on that time call.
Czy tak, aż tak się zbrikowała ta lugia? Muszę przyznać, no bo tutaj mamy sytuację...
Time, Rare Candy
Się brikuje! Ela!
evolved this
Nastaw lunę!
now on the bench here. 13 seconds left on the clock. Night
No niestety za chwilę będzie godzina terminacji.
Either Pokemon or energy. It's going to be that energy to charge up that Greninja EX.
And
Oh,
now
yeah, there's
the
no way.
opportunity to retrieve this Pokemon is available. You could attack in, use the Shinobi Blade, and find some cool resources. You're doing similar damage at this point, but the game's
No
slowed
niestety
down.
godzina...
Snail's pace. You have turn 1 now passing over.
That is
Your
turn 1,
One
yep.
turn, Kyle, to close out this game.
One
It is
turn.
it is so difficult if Kieran doesn't give you prize cards and
Yup.
enough for blood.
Exactly. Yeah, this is pretty much on Kieran now to figure this out. Timer was called on Kyle's turn. That's turn 0. Kieran should be turn 1.
Tak, no mamy już turę
About 3
0.
additional turns. Kyle will have an additional one. Kieran will have another one. And so now, as you said, other Kyle, we're working at a snail's pace. We can slow down a bit here, not too much, but to get some more things cracking. We're seeing that Lugia V-Star out now. The damage that was put on there is buffed up a little bit here. We're gonna see its HP go a little higher now, and Kieran's got a couple more cards to work with from the hand as well.
Man, could a Blood Moon have been a Duskull at some point? Should have played a little bit faster at one of these stages. These are the questions that Kyle's going to be thinking about as he moves in.
Gdzie są archopsy? Gdzieś się podziały te wszystkie. Ma capturing aroma, musi mieć przynajmniej jednego...
No way. No, Kieran is not a
Yes,
farmer, that
yes.
is for sure. It's one thing I've never seen from him. Capturing aroma.
Jeszcze nie ma archopsów, kurde.
It's a evolution Pokemon, so that's our second Archeops now coming out.
No dobra.
Yep, we're in the turns here, Kyle. What do you see happening?
The only thing that would work for Kieran is if he still had access to the Legacy Energy. Take a knockout.
Tam są... Wow! Cała ręka poszła!
Get all 5 in the next 2 turns. And you could win the
Co, no tutaj już tura pierwsza. Jeżeli nie zostanie rozstrzygnięte, oboje mają remis.
Yeah, I feel like it's rarer
package. but
to see, but yeah.
This has to just be past the turn.
Yeah, don't put anything else out. You're chilling right now in turns. Is gonna pick up the card here. Read it.
Cool
Make
card.
sure. Yeah, cool card. Haven't seen this one in a while.
I remember.
Yes, right. Well, this is the fresh Lugia V-Star now coming into the active thanks to that jet energy, jetting it up into the front. We're having the
No i niestety Kieran Farf poddaje grę.
That's gonna be our game.
Yep. The
Kieran poddaje grę.
Oh man.
Guess
Tym samym
somebody
też
just-
właśnie Kyle Śliński wygrywa.
When you're playing at the big stage here, and you're trying to
No niestety Lugia się zbrikowała, jak to się mówi. No niestety doszło do
also
zbrikowania deku, przez co Kieran nie mógł. A od kiedy grasz w Pokémon TCG? Od 2,5 roku.
at this point just did not have enough.
Można by tak powiedzieć.
Take a look
Więc
at
mam już
how
trochę
this
stażu.
match went. Maybe the
Ale zbieram się dzieciak. Więc no niestety, no Kieran poddaje grę, bo nie mógł nic zrobić. Już mam trochę stażu. O! Oj! Kurwa, dobrze, że mam klawiaturę mechaniczną. Ja. No niestety role się tu obróciły. Kurde. O, lecimy.
Kyle was finding all of the correct lines in a vacuum that you should do at this stage to close out. Doesn't take the knockout, plays around the gift energy, puts himself in a situation where maybe you could make the comeback. If your opponent is unlucky, is not able to find boss's orders. Thankfully for him though, Mezagosa flips heads.
Yeah,
and
look at
your
that.
opponent finds the minion and has to go fast too. But it just doesn't leave you enough time to
No starał się.
game 3, and we saw Kyle was at a huge advantageous stage at this point.
Tak, no niestety tam Lugia się zbrikowała, tym samym też Kiera nie mógł nic po prostu zrobić.
And Kyle's clearly going to win in 2 to 3 turns and just could not find the answer because he didn't have enough.
Yeah, and that's really what it came down to. It was asking that, oh, if I had
Nie
just
podoba mi się ta
used
koszula w tym
earlier,
duszki.
when I mean everything was working against you, where you know that you can have a play like that in a game 3. We just needed that.
No i chyba ten dojdzie do przednim. Znaczy chyba z czego co można było zauważyć, no tam była już godzina terminacji, więc jest duża szansa, że będzie kilka reklam i będziemy już grali. Ja też ćwiczę Bolta, więc cześć.
It's going to be a tie between those players there. So, but I mean, we still saw 2 very good games. Like, I think both of those players at our table definitely shaped things up pretty great for us on this
No i robimy
match.
skoka.
So, thank you for that, but they're going to have to work a little harder here. What are the match points our players are working for today in our day 2 to get into top cut, Kyle?
Yeah, that is the real question now. Is are players happy at 30? Do you have to be at 31? I mean, it all depends on that tie ratio that we see there. And it seems like a lot of players have figured out avoid the ties at all costs. Play fast, make gentlemen's agreements, move forward to see if you can avoid that spot. So for both these players at 28 match points now, that win potentially into that asymmetric cut
No niestety.
is certainly viable. So a lot to play for, and we could potentially be seeing either of these players once more. I mean, what a great story.
Zobaczymy jaki będzie następny ekscytujący mecz. Oby był jakiś ten drag-up. I czy w ogóle pokażą...
Yeah, both those players, I mean, have so much to prove. You're talking about Kyle there that's had a huge resume of good finishes or into day 2s. I know, big Pokemon fan, all of his groomsmen were Pokemon players.
I share that
pretty
with
cool.
him.
Yeah, so does, okay, share a name, share a location, share the groomsmen thing. Is that your secret brother, Kyle?
He's a teacher too, I believe.
No way!
I come from a line of teachers.
That's
I'm
crazy.
a teacher-esque in my line.
Wow,
So.
there you go. But Kieran, on the other side of the table, I mean, we just saw Kieran the same exact 60 list in Baltimore, sitting at our finals table, took second place there, and is looking for redemption now with this exact same list of Lugia, proving that it is still just as strong, and Kieran has a fighting spirit behind it. So
No, chyba to są. No, tutaj mówią o tym, że Kieran...
for us. And I mean, cool decks to see doing well in Louisville as well. But I mean, speaking of decks, Kyle, we got to look at our meta share, I believe yesterday, of our day 1. Now, of course, we're in day 2, but...
No i tak, Day 1 przypominamy oczywiście jak wyglądał. 14% Raging Boltów, 10,5%, no już nawet można by powiedzieć, że 10,5% Terapagosów, 9,5% Dragapultów, 8 8%, tam 9 już procent Lugi,
Cannot deny it at this point.
8% Reggie Drago i Palkia z duchami stanowiła
Playing your Sados and having a good
no, w
time.
zaokrągleniu 8.
There is some great things that happen when you do that. Typically 3 match points.
Yes.
If you want to ask Caleb Gettimer, he's doing just that at the biggest stage, and he probably hasn't had to think too much. And
Exactly.
That is a
Say
winning
it.
combination.
So I'm saying it's match points and they're swift match points as well, and I mean that's even wilder. I mean, think of the skill level that these players have, and then when they get to, I guess, offload a bit of that mental struggle in these more difficult, intricate decks between each match, then they're like unstoppable at that point. And exactly like you said, Kyle, Caleb Gettimer is proving that right now, bringing Raging Bolt EX to our tables here in Louisville, and doing extremely well with it now. I believe sitting at 30 match points right now.
Yeah, took his first loss in the tournament. It's there are some pretty solid decks that are at the top 2. We see Gabe Smart playing the Galapagos, which is second featured
No.
on this list here, and it is definitely a deck that people were worried about.
Nikt się nie spodziewał
this tournament.
aż tak dużej popularności.
Reach.
Zobaczymy, jak
Deck that's pretty unknown to be able to take big
wyglądają statystyki na Day 2. No to są te Dragapult, no tutaj
stealing games from underneath your opponent's nose is
chyba niestety mam wrażenie, że Reggie Drago
And, I mean,
swoje 5 minut no już
too.
zmarnował.
I love turtles. Exactly. That's a really fun deck. Seeing a stellar type Terra Pokemon is very, very cool. Of course, Dragapult on there. Lugia that we just saw on our stream, Reggie Drago that's been performing well. And that brand new, it's old, but brand new back on the scene Origin form Palkia V-Star. Let's see how these decks are now performing in our Day 2. We're here with you right now in Day 2, 194 players.
No i tak wygląda Day 2. Tutaj co ciekawe mamy aż 15% Raging Boltów, czyli dalej stanowią one dużą popularność. W US mamy 12% tych Terapagosów. Co ciekawe tutaj się podniósł Reggie Drago, bo aż 10%. Jebać Reggie Drago. Najbardziej przereklamowany i zasrany deck świata. Mamy oczywiście tutaj też Lugię, Egzekwo z Charizardem, no i Palkia z duchami, co ciekawe jakoś nie spadła. Gdzie się podziały te Dragapulty? Czy ludzie naprawdę nie umieją grać Dragapultami, czy po prostu ja nie wiem, czy to ja jestem tą osobą, która to ogarnia.
to target down 2 prize Pokemon on the bench at all times. You're not working your way through the Raging Bolt
Co ciekawe też mamy Egzekwo, Lugia i Charizard, no i Palkia z duchami.
or taking out the Galapagos because you have to give up 2 early prize cards. So it's just not
Więc widać, że Dragapultów chyba się ubyło. Pytanie, czy w ogóle były jakieś Dragapulty na streamie? Czy po prostu wygląda tak, że Amerykanie
Doubting it, but now it's climbing up a little bit
There's
to
a
our Day
chance. Like
2.
it's still a fantastic deck, and we've seen when you give it an opportunity to sneak out. I mean, our match that we had yesterday with the 4 prize Briar shenanigans. Like you let Charizard do that, it's pretty good.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The thing about it is like the consistency of it. If
Yeah.
it gets that consistency, the deck is so strong. And that's what I think people have doubted. When you're looking at the matchups, you're like, oh, I'm pretty even into a lot of these, and that's kind of risky. I'd rather take more favorable matches. But when you rely on that just core base of the consistency cards in it, and you kind of believe in yourself going into those matchups, we're seeing a lot of those Charizard EX players succeed. We saw it on our stream yesterday, so we'll have to see where Charizard ends up now that it's kind of climbed up a little bit. The rest of our Day 2 analysis looked pretty steady there. We saw a couple of shifting around. I think Reggie Drago moved up a bit, but aside from that, not much change from Day 1 to Day 2.
Like the spooky boy partner has shifted over to the turtle at this point in the tournament, and we are also going to be shifting over to spooky Pokemon.
I got some spooky Pokemon all over me.
no więcej takich spooky.
Mr.
There you
Gas.
go, yeah.
Oh.
I mean, you're a pumpkin today, huh?
That's true.
Oh yeah, we've been talking about spooky Pokemon all weekend. This is our Halloween-themed regional. Woo! And one of the ways we've been doing that is our spookiest
Oh,
Pokemon
gosh.
bracket.
I like that these
No dobra.
against each other. They are the oddballs. They're not like clearly like ghost dudes, but they're terrifying.
Yes, they are very scary. And different different ways, though. In different ways. We have Blood Moon Ursaluna versus Darkrai. I think I'm gonna be taking Blood Moon Ursaluna
Go for it.
this time around, Kyle.
A, co?
We were talking
Ursaluna
about
i
Blood Moon,
Darkrai,
how
o.
we only see it in a split second at the end of games. It comes out there and it tears you apart. With its giant claws, it's got a cyborg eyeball, and it just destroys you at the end of games. I mean, there's a
Stream
reason
z
you don't see
Reggie
it for a
Drago,
split second, 'cause that's all you
man.
have until you are absolutely torn apart by these giant sharp claws of a Blood Moon Ursaluna, and it's proving that on our stage here just now, as we saw from our players. It's strong, it's scary, can't fight a bear, you just get mauled.
That's fair.
A to jest Antara
Go
Orb.
fight a bear. That sounds like a horrible thing to happen. Oh,
Go for it.
are you ready for Darkrai?
Yeah.
Okay, Darkrai haunted my nightmares for so long. Do you know what
Really?
the bane of my existence was for like 15 years ago, however long it was?
Yeah.
Night
No.
Spear. Night Spear. 90 damage to the active Pokemon. Think about this. 3 energies to deal 90 damage. Ruined my life. And then you deal 30 damage to one bench Pokemon. That was enough to just disrupt an entire format. and
Ciekawe, czy do bana w ogóle dojdzie. Wow.
Boo! That's valid. That's valid. I like it. I like it. Do you know any of the lore behind Darkrai too? It's super scary.
I need to know more lore.
I know. I didn't want to tell you beforehand because I was
Okay,
like,
maybe that's an off-camera conversation.
yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is. But I love that. The history there behind the Darkrai. It does sound scary.
It was
Kyle.
tough. Dark matches. I mean, that thing could come out of nowhere and destroy you. There were decks that just played for Professor Juniper, which is just research at this point, and they would just burn through their entire deck, get one of these bad boys in the active, and 90-30 was just enough to make you cry.
Yeah, but the Blood Moon Ursaluna, it doesn't need the energy. It just pops out
Yeah,
and
but
ruins your
what's that?
day.
That's just a Radiant Charizard. I've already seen that.
Aw, wow. All right, well, it's up to you. Who are you gonna vote for? Who's gonna win in our spookiest Pokemon community bracket? We'll see the results after this quick break.
Cactur becomes active at night, seeking prey that is exhausted from the day's desert heat. If a traveler is going through a desert in the thick of night, Cacturn will follow in a ragtag group. The Pokemon are biding their time, waiting for the traveler to tire and become incapable of moving.
System Natura, 12. Runda Swiss. Elcia. No. No. Nie. No. Znaczy, kapitalizm no nie jest jakimś systemem, który no nie jest idealny, no w sumie nie ma żadnego. Choć powiem szczerze, że protekcjonalizm jest o tyle lepszy. Regio się zrosło. O, pośledzone chłopaczyna nie warto. Co się dzieje, Ela? No dobra.
Hello, Pokemon fans. It's Kyle Sablehouse, the winner.
No, chyba
of
teraz
the
chodzimy
last
w te zgadu
carving
zgadula.
contest back in 2024.
I znowu wraca Kapydi jeszcze ubrane na pani w robaki, w joltiki, kurde, w Lady Biny. Kurde, no te joltiki wyglądają przepięknie na tym stroju. No i chłop ubrany za kartę piwiec, to jest cudnie.
Pumpkin carving is certainly very exciting, but we have the final Swiss round before Top Cut here in the Louisville Regional Championship.
O, dziękuję za followa.
Watson on the desk once again with Chip Ritchie. We're going to break down this next batch of gameplay for you folks today.
Yeah, very much looking forward to this one. It's our last Swiss
No,
round.
widzę,
here.
że
One
tutaj
more
jest...
round until we
O, tutaj jest ubrany już człowiek normalnie, kurde, bo wcześniej właśnie w Day One to kurde był gość ubrany w Gengara i w Mimikyu. I tutaj po prostu już widzisz prezenterów normalnie ubranych jak cywilizowani ludzie.
top level play takes some
Co się dzieje?
down. It is there's a decent chance. I would say most likely going to be a clean cut at 8. But there is a possibility that someone could win in matches and people tie naturally and they don't have a winner in their match. I think there's a chance that there could be up to 17 players in our top cut.
No.
A lot of
Pretty
Swiss
unlikely.
math to do.
Pretty unlikely.
Jest no kurde pięknie.
Look at him cursing it. Pretty unlikely, he says. But we can take a quicker look at the standings just to get a refresher on where some of these players are landing.
No i jak to wygląda ogólnie? Mamy oczywiście Benjamina Herberta. Kieran Farf dalej jest w top 8. Co ciekawe, mamy jeszcze Aleksandro Petro. Tak wygląda top 15. Co ciekawe, mamy kilka nowych nazwisk, tacy jak oczywiście Miley Raider, Caleb Gelderman prowadzi Benjamin Herbert, Gabriel Smart. No, tu mamy chyba Kyla Liśniewicza, więc Kieran Leśniewicz, no dalej są top onda. Co ciekawe, mamy Piper Lepin, która gra Babanetą. Jakby ktoś nie skapnął się, o co tu kaman. Gdzie jest sama Piper w tym wywiadzie przyznała, że właśnie zainspirowała się naszymi polskimi graczami. Polski najwięcej! Polska baneta! No i będzie streamowany Jerko Valenciaga i Michael Letowski. Kyle gra oczywiście z Cameronem Schreieronem, no a Kieran z Kelvinem Connorem. Mamy jeszcze oczywiście Malachi Ryder i Michelle i Michaela Davidsona. Więc Jerko Valencja i Michael Lechowski. No i mamy znowu Lugię, ale tym razem Lugia na Raging Bolta. Kurde, będzie dużo tych Lugi. No idzie te 20 Regi Dragon.
Bravery Charm build. I think this one's going to be a little different, but we'll have to see what sort of spice there is still remaining to be seen from Raging Bolt.
O kurwa, 2 sady po stronie Bolta! O wow!
Got away from Jericho, that by
To jest najgorsze. Najgorsze jak 3 polecą.
Say no longer an item card that he's playing in the list. Not relevant in this matchup, but it's a way that we see a beast.
A 2 sady w prizach!
Damage fixing of the 10x.
A gra palpada?
Damage output can really make all the difference. Nothing too notable, I think, for either players. You got to prize something, of course. So I'm sure Jericho would like to have access to that Luminion boss, but we'll see how things progress as this game is underway.
That is contrasted with Michael prizing to Professor Sada's Vitality.
No to zaczynamy od Raging Bolta, no i mamy tu jeszcze Chino. Zobaczył prizy i się przeraził. Jak to kurwa 2 sady sprajzowałem? Ja cię sunę, 2 sady, to jest takie bolesne, kuźwa. Erten Wesses, Pezan, DPD czy Dance. Ty łapapa. No niestety tutaj Michael został zmuszony do grania jako pierwszy. Skipidi łapapa. A tym razem ustawienie sad trochę inne, ale wciąż boli. 2 sady to jest najbardziej bolesna rzecz dla Bolta niestety. Wiecie, bo potem nie będzie resursa. No chyba, że on gra palpada, to wtedy... Tak.
Yeah, so you mentioned some of the things we saw from Xander Perot's list yesterday, the 4 Bravery Charm, kind of the new thing in his list. Michael's actually not playing any copies of Bravery Charm, unless I've missed them. I've looked over this deck list several times.
Zobaczę, co tu się dzieje.
Bravery Charm listed here. And this is a matchup where Bravery Charm can actually be really nice, putting your Raging Bolt EX out of range of a Blood Moon or Saluna at the end of the game, putting your Ogre Pawns out of range of Lugia V-Star KOing them. So Michael may be missing out on those HP boosting tool cards in this.
No i mamy Squawka.
Michael plays the nest ball, finds Squawk ability EX, and finally shuffling up the deck. I can imagine that an Ogre Pawn will be played, those energies will be attached before a Squawk and Seize to discard the remainder of the hand and draw 6 fresh cards. Looking across the table at Yurko's board, has the Minchino. This is a devastating single prize attacker that can hit gigantic numbers, and Raging Bolt having to sacrifice energy and swing down on this little Pokemon can be very
No, ma drugiego, co ciekawe, Ogerpona. No i tutaj dyskarduję kolejną energię, żeby było na późną sadę.
Yeah, Chinchino can be a great attacker in this matchup, like you mentioned, offsetting the potential prize trade of your opponent. And Yurko is playing just a 1-1 line of this Chinchino. His Pokemon lineup is really similar to what we've seen from Rahul Reddy's popularized list, the 1-1 Chinchino line. He's also got Raikou V in this deck list, but something he is playing is that Wellspring Mask Ogre Pawn EX. I believe it's something he played at his regional championship wins a couple of weekends ago. It's not going to be super relevant in this matchup, but he's taken a page out of Rahul's book with that.
Kurde, ja zawsze mam sadę w ręku.
I love
Patrzcie mnie, jak ja to robię.
here to get more energy out of the deck, another attachment to Ogre Pawn, and now a discard into that pile with Squawk and Seize.
Yeah, that is one energy
Okej, no
retrieval
to-
going down from Michael. Those energy recovery cards
Tu
are
jest jeden
really important.
retrieval?
We'll have to keep our eye on. He is playing a superior energy retrieval. It's something you don't see too often in Raging
Wow,
Bolt
yeah.
lists.
No,
These
grę
days,
ninja.
popular in the past. But we'll
Concealed
see if
card.
keep on turning through the deck here. He is really looking for a Sada. He can't play it this turn, but he just wants to have access to mine it next turn.
No i
And to be honest,
pas!
with this situation, I mean, his setup is excellent on turn 1. He's got 3 energy cards in play, so he may not even need to
No
play Professor Sada
dobra,
next turn in
myślimy.
order to get a
No
2-drop
fajnie,
scale.
że jest Arch.
Can have these
2-2.
explosive turn 1, turn 2, turn 3 back and forth, but with Lugia, you have a much better idea of their cadence. But Iono comes out from Yurko. Both players will shuffle their hands, put them on the bottom of the deck,
Yeah, I
and
think-
then draw new cards.
To było.
Yurko may be a little upset to see that hand go to the bottom. It had 2 Archeops in it, but he had to send it to the bottom with Iono because he has nothing else, and his draw here is really not good. No Lugia V4.
Cóż, no było Iono, ale no niestety jakim kosztem musiało to być? 2 Archopsy.
Out.
Co się dzieje?
And we're going to see the very rare beat from Yerko, 10 damage onto the Raging Bolt. That's not super good, Skarzik.
Yeah, absolutely antithetical to Lugia's game plan. Sending those discard them. Legacy energy is in the hand. There's no main deck energy, so if Iron Hand is going to be employed, that will need to be attached. But as Michael continues to move through his turn, we've got Teal Dance from Teal Mask Ogerpon getting another grass energy for a second Teal Dance, and now a second Raging Bolt just in time, hopefully for Professor Sada to get a double attachment here.
Michael has some interesting options. He does have Nest Ball in hand. He is playing Iron Bundle in his list, so he could have used that to force up the Iron Hands that Yerko put into play. But I honestly kind of like holding off here, just knocking out this Minchino. It is only going to give you one prize card, but this is a Pokemon that can be a big problem because it is a single prize Pokemon that can be a...
Ela! Uspokój się!
Is going to be the Iono from Michael. Refresh. And looking at this list as well, one other thing I do want to point out, Michael here is playing the 101 Dusknoir line, something we've seen pop up here and there in these Raging Bolt lists. Something we could see actually come up to
Ela, przestań!
So now this hand is
Okej, tutaj widzę Sadę już w ręku.
discard a couple energies to cover the HP here on the Minchino.
Yerko is able to draw one.
No niestety mi się poległ, bo wyskoczyła tylko jedna.
I'm not gonna lie, I love the Iono play.
O, widzę, że tu Great Ball jest grany.
He went for it and
No jest.
I think Yerko is probably
Orzełek. Możesz przestać?
Pokemon here.
And it looks like Archeops would be the choice, which is obviously the main thing you want to do as Yerko here. You got to get some Archeops in the discard pile, but then you also really need to bench a Lugia V. This game is going to get away from Yerko very, very quickly.
Kurde, piesek tutaj przeszkadza.
And now that the two Raging Bolts are
Ela!
there, even Ogerpon
Love
has
you.
a bunch of energy attached to it to be a secondary attacker. Michael is going to be in the driver's seat. At this point, Yerko's
O
setup is
kurde, Michael...
completely at the behest of whether or not Michael has Prime
I
Catcher
did
or
step
some such. Double checking here.
Yep.
How many Pokemon catchers is he on? Like, these Raging Bolt decks can
No.
wax and wane between how aggressive they truly want to
Yeah,
be.
and it doesn't look like he is playing any Pokemon Catcher, which I think is what you expect from a list that does have the Dusknoir in it. They try to use that as their way to like maybe get a single prize offset.
No,
something
widzę, że
like
coś
that.
tam wiersą.
And without the Pokemon catchers, it's sticking to that standard game plan of just kind of swinging on whatever is in the active spot until eventually you do win.
Michael is leaning on the Iron Bundle and the Prime Catcher for his way to move whatever the active Pokemon is out of the active spot. One other thing that Iona did for
Yes,
Michael
to
after this, did send his
Archeops.
Prime Catcher to the bottom of the deck. That would have been a pretty good card to be hanging onto in this spot, so you could guarantee gust up a Lugia V.
And maybe Lugia V can be found off of Great Ball. You look at the top 7 cards of your deck, find any Pokemon that you can grab there. Luminion.
Much. Wellspring
Here.
Mask, Ogerpon. Looks like
No.
Lugia V-Stars could be the grab.
That's the wrong half of the puzzle chip.
It is the wrong half of the puzzle. If Yerko
No,
had
co
not
tam
taken
się dzieje?
Lugia V this turn, I think that's when you really have to get into the territory of considering just moving on to game 2.
Yeah, just conceding. Even if you have the Lugia V-Star, especially with Minchino
No i
being
tutaj
knocked
kolejny
out,
Great
there's
Ball,
no threat
widzę
of
tu nawet
Minchino
stare
to affect the prize
z Demonem
trade.
Peral
Needs
tutaj
to
Great
clear off
Ballem.
these 7.
Lugia V found off of Great
Tak,
Ball
w końcu
number
jest i
2,
Lugia.
So Yerko does still have a chance to stay alive in this game. Still pretty tenuous indeed.
Czy jest jakaś
but
szansa, że
it
ludzie
just
za...
comes down to as well what Michael's response will be. If there's, you know, one boss's orders or maybe that Prime Catcher somehow being fished out of the deck, it's just going to be a quick scoop up, I imagine.
Yerko actually did have Ultra Ball in hand, so he had a guaranteed way
hang on.
to get a Lugia
No
V.
boss's orders in this deck either.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the only way Michael has to move
No.
something from the bench to the active is the single Prime Catcher or that Iron Bundle, which of course he can't use with his bench being full at the moment. But yeah, with Yerko having an Ultra Ball in hand, I think he actually maybe would have preferred to hit an Archeops off of that Great Ball, give himself a chance to Ultra Ball 2 Archeops away, go ahead and get 2 into the discard pile, and then still find
No.
Lugia V. And now he has a tough choice. What is the other card he is going to discard here? Archeops is obviously the easy one. It looks like it will be an Iono.
Yeah, agonizing over this choice. I think that as the game goes on, the Ionos are great to make sure that your special energies stay in
No.
the deck so they can be attached with Archeops. But has to Ultra Ball to find the
O, w
second
sumie prawda.
Archeops. Now we know
Przecież w
the
Irlandii
Star
też.
is already in the hand. That's
Mamy.
good to go for next turn.
No dobra, już raz jedziemy.
Wind.
He's, I think, maybe debating if
A, właśnie.
what he wants to grab.
Muszę sobie jeszcze odpalić tą apkę.
Awkward. It looks like it's Bloodmoon, Ursaluna, Lugia V-Star, a Gift Energy, and a Research. So he could research away this Archeops, but then he's going to be looking for a Lugia
Co tam się
V-Star.
tu dzieje? Mamy tu kolejnego Archowsa do
Or would he be content to just hold this
utylizacji.
energy card and just cross his fingers that this Lugia doesn't go down?
If Yurko has a better idea of what this section is like, nothing's been given away regarding the Dust Skull or anything, and if you know your Raging Bolt matchups as you've analyzed, Chip, that you can read this is a gustless version, but Professor's research indeed is the
O, siema, siema.
Going to discard Lugia V-Star and that other Archeops, hoping to just get a second.
O, właśnie widzę, że już się tak...
Yurko with this play, I think, is lined for another Lugia V as well to put down just in case this one gets gusted.
Czemu nie ma mnie?
Not find it. He has the V-Star.
O, jestem, siema.
No other V, and this is a
Osadzę,
big
czy kamera
opening
działa?
for Michael
Niby
Lahati.
tak, ale
He can
chyba
run
się
away from
schowała.
this game if he can
No
find
niestety,
this
kurde, ej,
prime catcher.
Eluśka!
Once again.
O, jestem, siema!
And shuffles these prizes.
Kamera wróciła!
Professor Sada's once again moving
Kamera on back!
bottom of the prizes after
No,
this
Eli jest tu,
ball.
nie łobuzem. Eli chce się ciągle bawić. Kurde, jest problem z komentowaniem.
Bundle, no threat of
Ela chce
the
się
prime catcher because of
bawić.
Iono.
I don't think the deck
Ela
has
chce
been
się
shuffled since the Iono
bawić.
on Michael's end, so
Mały łobuzeczek.
the prime catcher is on the bottom of the deck.
Mamy jak na razie dużo czasu.
Rare candy, no Dust Skull in play. Just digging through, trying to fortify this already.
No widzę, że tutaj z duszkiem
setup.
grają. Nie, jakoś się nie przekonuje do...
This Lugia V is going to survive the turn.
To jest Tildance!
A lot of resources here.
Ela! Ela!
Energy retrieval. He does have one superior energy retrieval as well. You
Jestem
definitely
jeden.
as the
Eluśka.
player, if you get rid of too many of your energy recovery cards, you can have a hard time finding them later on.
And in early
No, zobaczę, która godzina, bo trzeba ten...
almost all of the energy you can have in this deck at this point. Carry energy retrieval is still there. Professor Sada's still there. And this is kind of the gimmick. You get all of the energy out of the deck, you thin as many cards as you can, draw with Ogre Pond as much as possible. Then in the later stages of the game,
No cóż,
Professor
to będzie
Sada's
trzeba...
Talent Pad really up the odds that you're going to be able to get the energies attached
Zmienić-
directly from the
nakarmić
pile,
psy.
and hopefully he can offset
No i potem trzeba je
whatnot. So
wyprowadzić.
energy retrieval had been lost earlier on in the game.
The one thing that Michael is looking for here is that prime catcher, and I think it may come down to the 3 cards he sees from this Professor Sada's Vitality. Does he find prime catcher to KO the only Lugia V from Yerko? Oh, and finds it! Oh,
O, jest i Prime
And
Catcher!
this got to be a scoop from Yurko. You prime catcher, bring up Lugia V.
No i niestety Jerko poddaje grę. Michael wygrywa.
Thin the deck down as much as possible to draw into prime catcher to take game 1.
Yeah, great game there for Michael's side of the table. Yerko obviously missing a Lugia V on his first turn, and then only finding the one on the second turn of the game was just a massive opening. And Michael
No zobaczymy jak szybko to się zejdzie, a ja...
really far in prize cards, and Yerko was going to be yet another turn away from getting.
Też się
Archeops
zbliża
in play.
psiakowe.
That's the type of Lugia game that you see when you don't play Lugia. Yeah, I tried Lugia a couple times. The deck didn't really seem to come together for me. It's because you hit the variants like this, Chip. Your opponent setting up, drawing so many cards, doing everything they'd like to do under the sun, and you're stuck with Iron Hands and Minchino.
Yeah, and that's all that Yerko had to work with. And the Sada draw
No.
here at the end of this game was the difference maker. The fact that Michael was able to find Earthen Vessel as well to shuffle the deck, because we knew the prime catcher was on the bottom, and it was the second card grab here, the perfect thing to find.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful.
Słuchaj, co
Michael
ciekawe,
didn't
warto
give away a
zaznaczyć, że
lot
Michael gra
in that
jedną
match, I feel, you know,
retrievala
Prime
jednego,
Catcher
co jest
is
też
a
już...
dusting option, and I don't know if the Dust Skull or the Rare Candy or the Dustmore had even been revealed into the discard pile or
I
anything
don't
of that
think
nature.
so, no.
So this could be a completely different game number 2 with a Lugia deck, you know how it is, Chip. You give them another chance to shuffle the cards and try again, and suddenly they have double Lugia V, Ultra Ball discarding 2 Archeops, and...
No dobra, no tym razem Michael ma kiepski start. No bo zaczynamy ze skłoka. No tutaj wyrzucamy Briar, bo ona nie jest potrzebna.
Get a Lugia V-Star, get a couple Archeops in play, but the risk you run in this matchup specifically is the Raging Bolt player completely popping off, getting the Prime Catcher play, KOing your 1 Lugia V. So by giving yourself an opportunity to play a supporter on your first turn, that's why Yerko has chosen to go second here, so that he can play a supporter, he has a better setup, and he can try to get himself 2 Lugia V, a pair of Lugia V onto the bench.
The Lugia players recognizing how they have to shift their game plan from matchup to matchup is so important at this level. And Michael just looking through the deck now, has Earthen Vessel as his opener, showing off the Briar, which does see play here and there in a lot of Raging Bolt decks to grab a Fighting and a Lightning Energy.
Yeah, I really only like the Briar in Raging Bolt if you are also playing Dusknoir as a way to offset the prize trade. You know, if someone
Okay,
at you, and it's why you can more
Switch card. No niestety Sada i Ogepo. Poszedł out. A mam podwójne Nestbole, więc zaraz. No Raging Bolt, no i na ten Greninja. Tak, no mamy oczywiście już Greninja, czyli oznacza Call Card. Czy użyjemy Squawk and Seize? Czy chcemy ryzykować ręki? O tak, czy z ręki, znaczy na Switch Card. No, na pewno chcemy jeszcze zrobić Squawk and Seize. No to widzę, że to jest ten wariant z przynajmniej jednym duchem.
Yeah, I'm really honestly surprised that the Pokestop got used then, considering what the rest of the hand is. The only other way I could
Bierzemy!
if you had your Pal Pad in the hand, maybe you use your Pokestop, see if you can get a little bit more set up before you use the Squawk and Seize, and you know you're going to use Pal Pad anyway, so you feel safe. That safety blanket from having to discard Professor Sada's Vitality off the Pokestop, and that's what we saw happen. A Pokestop did make a Sada go down.
But a second one was found off of Trekking Shoes. Now Concealed Card is being played, discarding a Grass Energy to draw 2, and another Nest Ball being found. This has got to grab an Ogre Pawn, I imagine.
You can grab an Ogre Pawn.
Chyba co przeżył Dan?
Grass Energy in hand. He can grab one with a Energy Retrieval, it looks like. You also could want to establish another Raging Bolt here if you're just hoping to use Professor Sada's next turn for maximum value. But if you want to keep on drawing this turn, Ogre Pawn is definitely the way to do it.
Oh yeah, this is risky.
Czy... Wait.
The second Raging Bolt will be picked up because, as you said, Chip, no Grass Energy. Better to
to jeszcze jest jego tura, czy...
prepare for the
Coś tam przeoczyłam?
We'll have to see if Yurko can
Nie, to
respond to
jeszcze
this with
jest
maybe
jego.
an Iono on the next turn to sort of foil this. This will be the second Professor Sada's Vitality that Michael might lose access to if that's the case.
No i pas, dobra.
Over to Yerko now, who, like we've mentioned, is
No
looking
teraz.
for a couple Lugia V to help him out, and I don't think his hand is amazing. He's actually going to start off with
No
a
jest Pokestop, jest Ultra Ball, więc jest to duży sukces. No niestety Pokestop bywa wredny. Jest headshik, więc może jest duża szansa na rozkręcenie po stronie Yerko. To oczywiście dwa bossy w prizach, Weirdir i jeden Archeops, Great Ole.
Yeah, the Archeops can be grabbed here, the Ultra Ball can go get the Lugia V. I don't know what supporter Yerko has in hand. These cards are honestly kind of awkward. The Weirdir is a nice way to take a big one-hit knockout on one of the high HP Raging Bolts, and also a pair of Boss's Orders. It can be nice to try to get around Raging Bolts. Lugia has an easier time.
No nie wiem, czy ja nie muszę.
The Squawk ability that's already on Michael's bench. Maybe a future Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. But with two boss prize, Yerko may not have as much access to that card as he would like.
I did see a Luminion V in the hand, if I'm not mistaken. Do you ever just search in for the Research or the Iono?
I could see the Jack being the play here, to be honest.
No mamy oczywiście Mezagozę, jeżeli
uda And I think the rest of this turn is going to really depend on
No i się udało. Meza Goza okazała się sukcesem.
Yurko one more Pokemon.
No i drugi Archops i robimy klasyk, czyli discard z Ultra Bola. Co się dzieje, Eluszka? Głodamarka
That is the
pewnie.
perfect pair to be discarding with an Ultra Ball as well.
Leaving the Archeops on the table like that is just you just know it's coming.
It's a
Michael's
power
like
move.
there's the Ultra Ball we saw from Pokestop already. Shortcutting, of course, finds a Lugia V.
Tutaj widzę Whispering Ogerpona granego.
He opens himself up with this current situation to just having an Iron Bundle pushing this Lugia V into the active spot. And it might not be a card Yurko's really thinking of. It's not that popular in Raging Bolt. People do play it from time to time. And I don't know if he's going to put another basic Pokemon in play. He may be content holding on to this hand, and that is a pretty big risk. It does look like Luminion will come down, so we will probably see us.
Czy on pójdzie po Iono? Chyba na to wygląda. O ty mordę, łe, Jerchot gra Arwena? Czy to już jest jakaś nowa? Co? Wow! To jest Vitality Band i jeszcze na dodatek Arwenik. Przyznajcie, że zapowiada się naprawdę ciekawie.
So that actually works out really, really nicely.
The Arven play going off. Vitality Band, just a nice little tech, fixing some math here and there. We know that with the threat of Bravery Charms, with these Pokemon having kind of odd HPs, the 10 can matter.
No teraz też dostaniecie jeść, Ela.
30,
Jeść
Yurko's
jedzonko.
hand is not super strong for the next turn, and I think that's why we've seen the gift energy go onto the active Minchino. He's kind of crossing his fingers that Michael just has to knock it out. He'll get to draw and fill his hand back up to 7 cards. But worst case scenario, if Michael
No, że jest jakiś
just
sukces,
around
ten board
this
state wygląda.
Minchino, Yurko does have the bare minimum of Lugia V-Star, and if he can just put Lugia V-Star in play, he's got the pair of Archeops already, he'll be good to go. And that's what makes Lugia so
No i
strong, is that
mamy
they can just play
buty.
from the board so well.
And Michael flips tails on the Mesagoza, bumps the stadium for Pokestop. Trekking shoes into
No i mamy jeszcze Iron Bundle w grze.
Iron Bundle goes down with Earth and Vessel entering the hand. There is Prime Catcher now too.
Yeah, the bundle would have been a super good card to use right here. Force up a 2 prize Pokemon into the active spot. Even though Yurko would probably just happily send up the Luminion V, it's 2 prizes. It puts Michael on that 2-2-2 prize map.
Earth and Vessel is Dust Noir we saw earlier. The rare candies in the discard pile no longer has access to that play. Just going to stick to a standard Raging
Co się
Bolt
dzieje?
plan. And despite how Michael is setting up, still needs a couple more Ogre Pawns to round out this current board state.
Dobra, chwila.
If you get
To
your
było
early
tak.
hit on Lugia, if they get the 2 Archeops in play, as you
Hello,
said,
yeah.
they're going to just start running the game back against you pretty handily.
Yeah, Michael may be looking to
Hello?
or not Archeops, excuse me, any Teal Mask Ogrepon into play here, because those are easy knockouts in the future for Yurko. Sure, right now Yurko can easily knock out the Squawkabilly EX, but Michael's thinking ahead. He's thinking into future turns. If he only has a pair of Raging Bolt in play, and then he's taking down this Minchino right now, he's not going to be at risk of having one of his Raging Bolts KO'd.
Professor Sada's
Tak,
Vitality is
za chwilę
played
dostarczą
and-
nam jeszcze pieski
and
jeść,
drawing
więc też może być trochę przerwa w komentowaniu, bo ja mam też obowiązki związane z ściakami. No i przy okazji muszę się bawić. Dzisiaj Ela. Ona się chce bawić. Ona nie da spokoju. O kurwa. No właśnie, Wilunia. Co chcę zrobić, tak? Mamy Teal Mask Ogerpona z Destbola. Co ciekawe. Jakimi dragapultami? Przecież ostatnio wygrał ten solopult.
This is always so risky, you know, with the teal mask. You want to use the teal dance to attach an energy to it. Hopefully, with Bellowing Thunder, you discard that right away. You don't want to leave a bunch of energy in play and give your opponent the option to preemptively knock out that Ogre Pawn. Energy Retrieval finds 2 grass energy, however, to draw 1 with teal dance and a ton of grass energy in hand with a second teal mask. And Michael is going full all in. Another teal mask Ogre Pawn enters the bench.
Raging Bolty, pulty, Charizardy. Ja wierzę, że pult wytrzymuje rotację. To jest ten type decku, który potrafi się rozkręcić nawet bez rotoma. Bez rotoma umiem się rozkręcić.
how Michael approaches this.
It's going to be Pal Pad to put into Professor Sada's Vitality, just sticking to the classic game plan as it seems for now. Michael might just be adopting the stance as a Raging Bolt player as I'm going to go with my plan A until you absolutely force me to consider something else.
Yeah, and that's a great time to use the Pal Pad as well. I think Iono would be a reasonable supporter to expect from Yerko
No,
on
co my tu
the
mamy?
next turn. So using Pal Pad here gives you more opportunity to draw into a Professor Sada's Vitality if your opponent does disrupt your current hand.
And if you're Michael, you know, the Prime Catcher is also still in the hand, but as you said, Chip, just knocking out this Minchino is fine. You're gonna get one prize card now. Maybe
Mamy już naładowane aż 2 bolty, czyli jest już knockout. No, tym samym też mamy do...
2 cards drawn for Yerko from the gift. It looks like he does have a couple Lugia V-Star now.
No jest Lugia. Na pewno i są wspomniane 2 Archopsy, które były już wcześniej dyskardowane. Mam ją jeszcze tam 25 minut. A tam już nie. Tak, jest już i Lugia. Luna spokojniejsza, tak? Tak, ona jest bardzo spokojna. Lunek to zależy, jest grzeczna, no a Eli to jest taka rozrabiaka. A, spoko, poczekamy, no. No, zobaczę, która godzina. No jest godzina, no właśnie, no zbliża się 19, więc... Haha, więc będzie na komentarz przerwany. Nie będę wiedziała, czy tu będzie się działo. Ale o, Vitality Band i Boss Order! Na Urpona!
For the knockout.
Yep.
And there we go.
Perfect
Discard the
math
Pokestop
here.
as well.
Perfect math, yeah. We'll definitely want to get rid of that Pokestop. One of the main draw
Tak,
options that Michael has access
wszystko
to.
Tak.
Pokestop's so strong in the Raging Bolt deck. You play so many item cards. We joked yesterday how sometimes Pokestop just becomes a draw 3 card.
No i czekamy.
That's not what happened here.
So
No jest i Weirdir.
prize cards, a boss's orders being taken off the prize cards if I saw there correctly. And it's back over to
No to
Michael
cele.
Wazowski. Teal'c goes draw power. Teal in play, so your Bellwind Thunder doesn't hit that quite as hard. But Lugia only has 280 HP. Looks like there's still plenty of energy to be had to knock out this active Lugia. But where does Michael go from there?
I think step 1 with the Pheasantipity seems pretty good. Use that, flip the script, draw yourself a few more cards. And you can kind of see in this position, it does feel like Yerko is in a really solid spot, but if Michael had pulled off the Iron Bundle on the last turn, it would have put him in a pretty good position.
Pokegear being found off the Pokestop. Another one entering play. Michael does not want to give up on this potential draw power whatsoever. Still looking at the energy in the discard pile, taking stock. You had mentioned earlier, Chip, that there is one superior energy retrieval in this deck. Teal Dance being used to draw a second Pokegear.
I think here is Michael to have a chance to win. He needs to be setting up for, in a future turn, to go for the play of Prime Catcher, KO the Luminion, and also Iono Yerko at the same time. Try to get around Gift Energy, give Yerko as few cards as possible, and then just kind of approach things from there. Can be the Luminion or even one of the Archeops at this point since he's on odd prizes.
Pokegear doesn't seem to find anything. Just evaluating the discard pile, you can see as the game goes longer, the resources that Michael has in order to recover energy and accelerate this energy becomes more constrained. Concealed cards being used to discard a fighting and draw 2. Iono is picked up, possibly as part of that later game strategy you mentioned, Chip. Superior energy retrieval will be used, and what is the discard? Second Pokegear, Raging Bolt EX.
Yeah, and I don't like going for the Iono plus Prime Catcher play right now. I think it's good next turn when Yerko's going to have just 2 prize cards remaining.
And you can bring back up to 4 energy with the superior energy retrieval. Michael opts for just 2 grass energy.
Wants to make sure he has energy cards in the discard pile to use Sada. It's a little interesting to see because he's going to have to discard so many energy here anyway. Oh, and he's actually using the Iono right now, and I don't think I like this. I really want to see that card be combined with the use of Prime Catcher to get around the gift energy. I think that would be Michael's best chance From here, though, it's just going to be a game for Yerko of finding boss's orders turn after turn.
And you're also shuffling another grass energy back into the deck. I don't know what Michael was maybe digging for there. Just more Professor Sada's, perhaps. Pheasantipity to finally flip the script and draw 3. Has Professor Sada's. And Michael maybe playing this one a little bit too straightforward, Chip.
Well, and Michael doesn't know it, but he did just send Yerko's boss to the bottom of the deck. The boss that he took off the prize cards. Now, Yerko is really going to be off this gift energy, I think, looking for a way to find Luminion V. If he can find Luminion V, he can find boss's orders, and he'll put himself on this same prize map.
So the ability markers are being cleared. Now the attack will finally be commenced. 4 energies discard to deal 280 to the active Lugia V-Star. Yerko draws up to 7 cards in hand because of the gift energy.
And one of the cards found was indeed Ultra Ball, and I believe the second copy of Luminion V should be in the deck. The thing as well for Yerko is he is going to want to try to establish another attacker, right? He can use this Lugia V-Star to take 2 prizes, probably KOing the Pheasantipity EX if I had to imagine.
Yeah, Michael had already used a lot of Night Stretchers this game.
And then Yerko's really just going to be looking for, I think, Blood Moon Ursaluna seems like the most straightforward way to win the game on the next turn.
Finally promotes the Lugia V-Star and draws for turn. All the pieces are in hand, just has to decide which of these two cards are the weakest to discard to the Ultra Ball and find Luminion.
And you also could use the Pokestop here as Yerko. The only card you really need is Boss's Orders. I think you would potentially run the risk of discarding a Luminion V. I don't remember if the Luminion V was in the hand as well, and it got sent to the bottom in addition to the boss. So if Luminion is in, you definitely don't want to use the Pokestop, but you could run the risk of milling that card, which is really what you need here. Yerko's going to take stock of his energy card, something you always have to keep track of as a Lugia V-Star player.
You can tell how this is such a pivotal turn. Even hesitating on the Primal Turbo. Do I want to shuffle this deck first? Luminion there on the bottom.
Yeah, so it was on the bottom, so you could have theoretically ripped the Pokestop. I think maybe one of the potential concerns by utilizing Pokestop in that position would be the chance that you mill too many energy cards. And that is kind of... Lugia really doesn't like using Pokestop for that reason. You play so many energy cards.
And there is only 1 copy of Vitality Band in the list. Was attached to the other Lugia V-Star that got knocked out, so the math is no longer there to start hunting down these Ogre Pawns.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't put a double turbo on, he's still A-okay, and that's exactly what we see here.
Oh, I see he's getting around it. Nice, very nice.
Still being able to do the 220.
So does need to avoid using the double turbo energies and just attach a bunch of single energies like we're seeing here, Chip. Luminion V enters the bench finally in order to bring up Boss's orders, and we'll see if he's also going to go along with your lines to take out Pheasantipity, but no, opts for Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. This feels a little bit more solid, Chip, seeing how many Night Stretchers have been expended and taking existing energy out of play and maybe taking some damage away from future Bellowing Thunders.
Yeah, it's true, but I think taking away Flip the Script is pretty good here. I mean, all Michael needs is a Sada and
this would be a really big debate.
Card. If he has a Sada and an energy card, he's got everything he needs in order to take the knockout on this active Lugia V-Star.
Quadruple turbo on the Luminion V on the bench.
We're adding new cards out here, Scarzy. I think here Yerko's just thinning those cards out. They're not super useful. All he really needs to win the game next turn is Blood Moon Ursaluna. He hasn't seen a Bravery Charm from Michael at this point in either Game 1 or here in Game 2. I think he is making the assumption with all the other cards he's seen, the Dusknor, the Rare Candy, all of that, that there is no Bravery Charm in this list. So Blood Moon Ursaluna's Blood Moon will be able to do 240 to knock out a Raging Bolt here. And actually, with Michael being on odd prizes, Yerko won't even need an energy card on this Blood Moon Ursaluna. He'll be able to attack for free.
And Michael top decks the Night Stretcher, so is looking through the discard pile now, thinking about the math. Do I need to get an Ogre Pawn back? There is a Professor Sada's in the hand as well.
And see here, if Michael had Prime Catcher plus Iona,
Dobra.
a prize
Mamy
on
Sadę.
Ops or 2 prizes on Luminion V is probably better. Then you put Yerko down to just 2 cards and you're saying, okay, you have to off of your 2 cards.
No niestety widać, że
your final boss's orders.
Jerko pozbył się wszystkich ogarponów.
Using his Iono on the last turn.
No ale...
Vitality attaches 2 energies to draw 3 cards. All the rest of the Professor Sada's are in the hand.
No ale spokojnie, pum, mam nowego.
Teal Mask, Ogre Pawn. You can choose a basic Pokemon or
No,
or any
Teal Dance.
Pokemon or an energy card to put back into your hand and onto the bench. Teal Dance to draw one more. Michael's looking to deck out here pretty soon, but the game is going to be closing either way.
Hey, Michael does need to be careful. He has already expended Pal Pad. It's the only way he can put cards back into the deck.
You gotta slow your roll here.
No,
Just gonna
to tu jest...
balance
O, to on ma jedną
or
kartę.
more.
And then now the question is,
4.
does Yerko have it? He gets to draw from the gift energy. All he needs is the Blood Moon or a way to get it.
Because Michael goes all the way down to one prize card remaining, Blood Moon Ursaluna's seasoned skill allows it to attack for free.
Finds a
No
great
dobra,
ball that
zobaczymy.
could potentially get it.
Oh,
But
Nest Ball.
Nest Ball can guarantee it as long as it's in the deck.
No jest Ursa Luna! No, no jest 1-1.
Allows it to retreat. Blood Moon will take the final two
Widać, że...
prizes.
Yerko able to tie things up, force a game 3 on this win and end match.
Now,
Idziemy razem? Chodź tu, El.
demonstration we just saw, Chip, completely different from game 1. Sometimes Lugia can be awkward. Sometimes you get your Archeops and you're ready to go. Vitality Band being a beautiful tech card so that Yerko doesn't need to worry about
No.
dancing around
A teraz
double
już
turbo
ta Ela
energy too much when
już
lining up
leży.
with Ogre Pawn. We have yet to
Utnęła mi ręka. Mam jedną wolną.
demonstrate the use of Duskull or Briar that is teched into the list. And the lack of
No i tu będzie jeszcze powtóreczka, no tutaj...
Michael
No
did get rid of this threat.
tym razem Jerkowi udało się rozłożyć borda. Tym samym też, no właśnie, zobaczymy sobie powtóreczki. 2-2. No i potem wchodzi ona lub... Tak, no niestety. Tak, no też tutaj sporo tych ogerponów popadało. Niczym muchy. No i mamy Nesta po Ursa Lunę. Więc mamy 1-1.
Oh, yeah.
The first two tables have ID'd, so those 4 players are locked in. But then of our other
Dużo
notable
będzie
matches,
co nie?
Farah was able to win. Kyle
Nie,
Lesnar
jakiś
was able
matchup
to win.
jest
Michael
lubię
Davis was
fajnie
able to
się
win. So
podobają.
that means that if this game here in the next 13 minutes has a conclusive winner, we're going to have a clean cut of 8 players. No asymmetrical cut today. Only 8 players will move on, but this 13 minutes goes a little long if these players are not able
No
to
tak,
determine
mamy
the
13 minut na
winner.
ukończenie kolejnej
Plus 3 turns. That means we're
tury.
going to have a massive top cut with a ton of X and 2s sneaking in.
So this is the match of fate. I don't know when these players
Lugia,
knew it was going
czy
to be
Bolt
a
tutaj
top
gra?
8 winning in, but this is what it's come down to.
No, jest chyba dużo rund terminacyjnych. Pan jest pieseczkiem, wyjść z pieski, muszę się wyprowadzić. Ale to za chwilę. Się nie zaczyna. No i game. Ojoj, z Iron Handsa zaczyna!
And Yerko has Iron Hands in his active. Teal Dance for 1 draw. Anything else to be done with this hand chip? Trekking shoes?
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have to take a little peek here with the shoes for a little more help. There is a Pokestop in the hand.
Poke here is discarded. Earthen Vessel will be found instead. So now by discarding the fighting energy, we can get some grass. One more draw from Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. There's a
wolę
chance with
zacząć.
this draw and the Pokestop to find Nest Ball to get Squawkabilly and open this first turn wide open.
It's really interesting to see that Michael chose to go first here. You know, in game number 2, Yerko had the option of what he wanted to do, and he chose to go second. So Michael is effectively giving Yerko what he wants here, the opportunity to go second to get more established. And those are some pretty interesting prizes to note. I mean, the Briar's not too big of a deal. An energy retrieval, I guess, could come up. The big one there, Skarsnik Prime Catcher is prized for Michael Lahatz.
In game 1 and in game 2, Prime Catcher was such a key card to put pressure on Yerko's
No.
setup. If you don't
A,
have
widzę,
an
że tu
extra
Briar w
Pokemon,
prizach.
if you only have one Lugia V, the threat of Prime Catcher to close out the game immediately is much too great, but that's not going to be an option here for us, Chip. Second Teal Mask Ogre Pawn enters play, uses Teal Dance to draw one more. Pokestop still an option.
And I don't think I would hate
No,
to see
nie.
Pokestop just utilize
Podpina elektryczną.
But decides to play it slow. Doesn't want to use the Pokestop.
No, nie za dobrze. Ela!
Ej! Ela! To get some sort of setup. Hands in the active. Michael thinks there's going to be plenty of time for him to set up behind this big Pokemon stuck in the active. Yurko plays Professor's Research to discard the hand and draw 7. We'll see what he gets from this chip.
He did have to get rid of a couple supporters to do that. But
Dobra.
really the big one after he sets up is just going to be boss first. Can he find
Dobra, jest już 10 minut.
He is able to find a nest ball here, which
Tu
is
wchodzą te
second
terminacje.
to protect himself from the potential of his only Lugia being KO'd.
The Ogre Pawns in play, withholding the Pokestop, does say that Michael...
Nie no, brali remis chyba, widzę. Wciąż uważali mnie po remisie, więc brali remisy, jak się okazało.
I really think Michael just needed to rip the band-aid there. You've got to use the Pokestop. He's already got Sada in his hand, and I have a feeling what he's going to do this turn is put the Pokestop in play and use it. He could have used Pokestop effectively twice, so now he's only giving himself one opportunity to get out of this kind of sticky situation.
And
No ale board? Co tu się dzieje? Ela!
on the clock in a game that needs to conclude to guarantee your top 8
Uważaj.
berth. That means you need to take those big risks, take those big swings, and get a W. But after the deck is shuffled up with Nest Ball finding a second Lugia V, Yurko is sitting pretty.
I think that's all Yurko has. He's got several...
Czy nie, okazało się, że jednak nie poddali, tylko po prostu brali remis.
The draw for Michael is a Professor Sada, and what do you know? Pokestop comes down.
Znowu Pokesto, Palpad, Spezen. Tylko Palpadzik wybrany. Wszystko jest, tylko nie to, co ja potrzebuję.
And his fate dangles on this one card. And what are we looking for at this point? You can't use Squawkabilly.
At least a nest ball, I think. Get yourself an Ogre Pawn into play.
Energy retrieval brings back grass energy. Leave the fighting energy there for Professor Sada.
Very smart.
And there is...
No i to jest taki decydujący już Till Dance.
Debating which Ogre Pawn he wants to use Teal Dance on. I think the active makes sense, because you could at least attack this turn, but... do it on
Jest kolejna energia, Till Dance.
So he can keep drawing.
Jest i Nest Ball!
Still there. He's still in there.
I do just want to point out he would
No
have
i
used
idziemy po
Nest Ball
Bolta.
Pokestop if he had used Pokestop twice, so, you know, just saying.
Yeah, there is a little bit of pressure, right? In a situation like this, getting into Game 3, you don't want to play Pokestop because there is just a small percentage that maybe you're giving your opponent a lot of help to get set up. But in this matchup specifically, I think you're right, Chip.
Chłop dokopał. No jest i Sadusia.
Stop his Lugia. If your opponent is having you
Jest Garnek, jest Greninja.
And Professor Sada's Vitality just finding one target to draw 3 more cards. Earthen Vessel thinning down the hand even further. Radiant Greninja was picked up as well from Professor Sada's Vitality's draw. So that's 2 more cards to be seen. Hopefully we can continue to bolster this setup, even though this first one was pretty awkward.
Yeah, and Michael can't even pull off a reasonable attack here. He's already retreated for turn. You can only retreat once per turn in the Pokemon
No,
CCG,
mamy.
so if he wants to pull off a Raging Bolt,
Znaczy, ten ja
drive,
chciałby...
KO into the active Iron Hands from Yurko, Michael is going to need to find his one-up
No właśnie, chciałbym chyba pewnie zachować tę energię, że ten był atak.
is able to take a knockout here.
And it would be so sad if you can't get the switch. You can manually attach to Ogre Pawn and just deal a little bit of damage to the Iron Hands EX.
It's not even relevant damage.
Exactly.
One hit KOing that thing later on, right?
No wiem,
Not seeing
elo.
a chip. Lost Vacuum doesn't do much. A couple energies
Jeszcze
in hand.
pójdziemy z
Two
wami.
cards is already used. There's another Ogre Pawn.
You can look
Are-
one more time.
The overbenching, it's very...
No jest Heavy Ball.
Suing Heavy Ball was picked up, however, from Teal Dance. Can look
No
at the
tutaj
price
zaś
and
Prime
see
Catcher
exactly
sprajzowany,
what's going on
nic
there. There's
nowego.
a Raging Bolt to be had.
Tylko w...
Yeah, of course the Prime Catcher was prized, so literally a single card Michael could have found there would have been the switch card. He just can't do it, and he'll have to pass, and Yurko will be just loving this. He is absolutely in the driver's seat in this game.
With 2 Lugia V, this is 2 potentials for the Lugia V star. Once more leading into this beautiful
No.
arrow dive, excuse me, the Tempest dive. with the Vitality Band to knock out the
Ciekawe.
Overcome active. That's 2 energies leaving play. Prime Catcher moves a little bit further down the prize cards for
Nie,
Michael.
to jest
but if you
liczować,
can't
czy
get
co
these
tam
first
robi.
couple of knockouts, that's going
Tak,
to
widzę,
be
że
irrelevant.
pasnął, czyli nie za...
And Yerko's got a pretty good setup here. He has that one of Arven in his hand. He can
Once
grab
again,
Kiedy wiecie,
grab
ten
Ultra Ball,
koncept
he can
grania
discard
Arvena.
from his hand. The
A
Ultra
to
Ball
jeszcze
he
te
can
gadary
use via V-Star.
po to, żeby
Also
po Perfect
find
Mixera
Vitality
lecieć, tylko
Bands
z
we
jakim
can use to
kosztem.
knock
No,
out
widzę,
this
że to jest
active
jeszcze widać
Overcome while using a double
troszeczkę
turbo engine
oparta
on
na
the
Randy Raulu
Such a beautiful tech.
lista.
The massive difference that
Tu jest
10
Raiku
extra
nawet.
damage can
U
make.
Jerko.
And there it
Czy
is,
tam
Ultra Ball
Jerko.
discarding 2 Archeops from the hand to grab Lugia V-Star. Summoning Star now will get 2 Archeops in play. Is there enough attachments to power up the Lugia and also get this Iron Hands EX out of the active?
He's just barely going to be able to do it. So he can use 1 Primal Turbo to accelerate 2 energy to the active, one of them being a double turbo, one of them being another energy card, and then he can use the other Primal Turbo to accelerate 2 non-double energies to the bench Lugia V-Star. He has a double turbo energy in his hand, and that will piece everything together for him to perfectly be able to maneuver here. It is a lot of energy going down for just 1 attack, but it is totally worth it in this position.
Just you have to extend for the aggression, for the positioning at this point, Chip. In game number 3, 4 minutes left on the clock, and Yurko's maybe hoping to just break his opponent's spirit at this point, get so far ahead and force the concession. There's the primal turbo for the double turbo onto the active to cover
ale
Iron Hand's
znalazłem.
massive 4 retreat cost. And finally the second primal turbo to attach 2 single energies
No dobra,
using
co
the
tu
double
się
turbo
dzieje?
as the attachment return from hand,
Yes.
and a big retreat into the active spot. This is the knockout with Tempest Dive, discarding the Poke Stop as well.
And it's going to be a similar situation to game number 2. Yerko from here on out is looking for
Cóż,
boss's orders next turn. Needs to KO one of these Ogre Pawn, and then he'll hope to clean up the game with Blood Moon or Saluna KOing a Raging Bolt.
Michael
No dobra,
Watson
no
debating
niestety
on
tutaj
what
został
to
znokautowany nasz Ogerpon, no i wchodzimy z Boltem.
But has to go for Raging Bolt with a Professor Saw's Vitality or just an attach from hand. The attack is already there to swing for 280, but you're kind of behind in the prize race with Yurko getting those first 2 prizes of the game.
I think luckily here for all of
Więc
us,
no tutaj
the
chodzi
shouldn't
Raging
be
Bolt.
too much of a factor. There is just about 3.5 minutes remaining
No i
here.
tutaj wzięto oczywiście Ultra Bola i Researcha.
Either of these players to potentially finish, depending on how long this turn takes here for Michael.
Lost Vacuum to take away the Vitality Band tells me that he might not be able to get the KO this turn. Wants to just take away the Vitality Band to protect the rest of the Ogre Pawns on the bench.
It could just be thinning out a card that he doesn't need anymore.
Myśl mi tu nie kosił kolejnych Ogerponów, no.
You don't need
No i wchodzi
two Raging Bolts
Sada!
for the rest of this game, right? If your 2 Raging Bolt get KO'd, you lose the game regardless.
Okay, there is the Professor Sada, so the attack is live. 3 cards drawn as well.
Looks like Palpad being faded.
On potrzebuje 4,
Now
aby
is it the right
kopnąć
time
Lugię.
to maybe put 1 Professor Sada's back
Kalendarz.
into 2. We're still hoping to see the late game Iono counterplay from Michael if that's ever going to be available. It's just
No i zagrał Palpadę, by wtasować Sady.
Dusk Noir, Briar didn't line up in this matchup, as you said, Chip, as a way to kind of fix your prize trade after knocking out a single prize Pokemon, and with Briar as an explosive threat to close out, with Raging Bolt playing a much more straight up game into Lugia. As long as Lugia gets set up, it seems to always take over.
Definitely still a great position here for Yerko, but Michael's not out of it. He's going to play to his outs here, and taking this knockout is a great first step. 280 damage, 1 hit KOs the Lugia V-Star, and I'm not even sure if Yerko's going to be able to draw too many cards off the gift energy. Looks like it will be a couple, not too bad.
Just 2, finds Legacy Energy, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I honestly...
No, jak
Yerko,
zejść?
he needs to boss, right? He could boss up one of the Ogre Pawns.
Co
I guess he
za
could
banana?
just get through the active with this Blood Moon or Saluna, and that looks like the path he has chosen to go with. But Legacy Energy can be used on the Iron Hand to actually get 2 prizes on Radiant Greninja. That's another way that Yerko can close this game.
I was a little worried, only having the Legacy Energy, no main deck Lightning Energy, the Raikou, and the Iron Hands are going to be fighting over which one gets to attack, but you no longer need to employ these. The Lugia with Vitality Band
No.
has lined up to be an attacker
Co
in
się
the
dzieje?
spotlight for this list. Typically, modern Lugia decks tend to lean into their supporting cast with either the Wellspring Mask, Ogre, etc. But I love that Lugia V-Star is back to prominence and hitting these numbers.
Dwie sady, zawsze najgorzej. Jak są dwie sady, to zawsze jest taka dupa. Też tego używać. Za minutę będzie terminacja. A się widzę, że będzie terminacja za minutę. No i co ciekawe, chodzi już oczywiście Misio. Misiek. Misiek.
Because Yurko had to expend so
O
much energy
kurde.
on that specific turn to retrieve the Iron Hands and power up the Lugia V-Star, he is getting a little bit stuck in the weeds, evaluating where all of the special energy is still remaining. A lot has been attached to the Blood
Dwa bolem.
and now he needs to have a little bit left over for a potential Cinccino play, and there is the knockout. 23 seconds left on the clock.
No właśnie, no za chwilę będzie oczywiście terminacja. No.
This turn plus one more, and Yurko will have 2 turns. So the mission here for Michael is going to be find a way to deny Yurko from taking 2 prizes next turn. And probably his best bet.
No i oczywiście tutaj wchodzi duszek.
To be honest, if he gust KOs the Lugia V on the bench and uses Iono, that means Yurko gets to keep this Blood Moon Ursa Luna. If he just KOs the active, Yurko has a large hand size. He'll get gift energy even if you Iono him. And there's a pretty good chance Yurko can just win with something like a Cinccino evolving and KOing whatever the active Pokemon is. So it's really, really a tough position here for Michael. Let's see if he can find a way to navigate out of it.
Draws 3 from Professor Sawdust Vitality. There's a Night Stretcher. All the Professor Sawdust are still there waiting to keep the chain of attacks going.
No są dwie kolejne. Ła, 2 Night Stretchery. Czyli weźmiemy sobie tego i Teal Dance.
Night Stretcher for a grass energy in order to activate Teal Dance and draw one more.
Czy ja potrzebuję Briar? To jest...
Desperate for a way out of the situationship.
No i zobaczymy, czy się uda. No, duszek równa się thank you very much. Thank you very much. O, właśnie, koniec, terminacja jest już. Tak, więc Michael ma już turę 0. Naładował sobie już Bolta. No. I atacz z ręki.
Forces him to have it, and then next turn Michael uses the Dusknoir to take the knockout and then knock out something else on the bench, but he doesn't go for it as it stands, and Yurko is just going to draw for turn. Does he have the pieces to
Czy on ma ma Ultra Bola?
Cinccino goes into the active spot. There is the Ultra Ball to find the Cinccino. This is a 1-1 line, folks.
No.
In this best of 3, but finally at the end of the game.
No i wygrywa, Yurko wygrywa. Miał Ultra Bola w ręku i mógł wyszukać Cinccino, tym samym też naładować go i dobić Raging Bolta, więc Yurko wygrywa grę przed końcem. Udało mu się.
I think we're rooting for a tie in this spot, but it's not going to be the case. Yurko ensures that he moves on.
Yep. Won the Joinville regional with Lugia, made some tweaks to that recipe to bring it to this tournament, adapt to the meta game, taking a couple of pages from Rahul Reddy's deck apparently, and now we can take a look and see if Lugia V-Star has what it takes to win it all. This was a great back and forth chip. I think the Raging Bolt deck
Więc Yurko wygrywa właśnie tę rundę. Więc Masters Round 2. Zobaczmy, ile jeszcze będzie do top 8. Tak, Ela, ty to świecisz. No, zobaczę, jak masz jeszcze baterii. Wow, masz małą baterię, Ela. Najwyżej ściągnę.
Yeah, there was definitely the idea to hold the Iono for later on in the game to limit Yurko's options, and then in game number 3, just having the Pokestop in play 1 turn earlier, seeing 3 extra cards would have been a massive difference to the amount of threat potential he had throughout the entire rest of the game.
Yeah,
no,
taking a knockout on the second turn of the game for Michael is really what just let Yurko take control of this game. From that point on, it was almost inevitable that Yurko was going to come out ahead.
Siema, Maciej Brus. Borzywski.
and Vitality Band
O co chodzi z tym
technology
komentarzem?
to line
Nie
up
wiem w sumie.
knockouts into Teal'c's Ogre Pawns, into Fezendipides. This serves Lugia so well. So you have a Pokemon that can participate, and even when you have the Lugia V-Star, because that's part, you're always going to have one if you're actually playing a real game, and being able to maintain this Pokemon as a threat that your opponent also needs to deal with around the threat of Ampy very much, the threat of Legacy Energy and Weirdeer and things of that nature.
Co się dzieje, no?
Do that little bit of extra oomph
A to
that
to.
you need.
Yeah, the Arvin is honestly super good, and I think we saw in that game the reasons for it to be included in the deck. It sort of reminds me of back a couple of seasons ago, whenever we were in the broken Lugia format, Sword and Shield, Crown Zenith, where we saw nothing but Lugia, 30% of the day one meta, 50% of the day two meta. Players were utilizing
Dark
a one
times.
of, yeah, they were dark times. Players were utilizing a one of Irida in their list. They were utilizing a one of Skyla at times, just because sometimes all you need is just that one key piece of the puzzle, and it's a trainer card, and if you can find it at the right time, it works out massively for you. And it
Co się
serves
dzieje?
a similar function to the addition of the
Ciągle się
Vitality
walisz o
as
moje
well.
biurko.
The first part of Lugia is just getting set up consistently, and once you do that, you have just a full blank canvas.
Ale
on
życie
how you
są
want to approach
niebieskie,
the
tak?
metagame, what
Leżymy.
attackers you want to employ, and how. Even this deck, as you mentioned, Chip, it didn't show up during the best of 3, but the Wellspring
Ale
Mask
tak.
Ogre Pawn as something that's kind of gone in and out of Lugia V-Star. We'll see if this is the metagame for it.
Yeah, it's not great in that matchup, but it can be really strong against the Dragapult decks. I think
Yeah, there ain't no mana fees around.
There's a Charizard deck in our top 8. I think that's a matchup where the Wellspring Mask can be massive.
Charizard jest w top 8.
And with only one legacy energy, it just shows that Yurko knows what Pokemon to employ for each matchup.
Yeah, knows when to use which one. What's nice about the Wellspring Mask as well is that you recycle that legacy back into the deck, right? For the effect of the attack, you have to shuffle those energy cards back in, so you can still use it again later on an Iron Hands, or you can even Wellspring Mask twice.
And if there's other Lugia decks that are making their way into the top cut or these top tables, still has the Iron Hands, has the Raikou V, which already has been employing for a long time just to get some extra card draw here and there, or to have a lightning attacker that doesn't need a lot of energy attached in order to get some big hits for weakness.
Yeah, we'll get a nice pretty graphic going later on that shows all of the top cut decks, but I mean we can talk about it now. We know that there's a Raging Bolt, we know that there's a Charizard, we know there's a Terapagos, we know there's a Regidrago, there's two
Regidrago!
one Lost Box, and one Origin Form Palkia V-Star. Yes, he made it in. So a super diverse top 8, lots of different decks. What do you make of
Tu
that?
będą inne deki?
Dust Noir
Tak, czyli oficjalnie jeszcze będzie Lost Box!
its explosive
Kurwa,
combat
domyślacie się
potential,
to.
and it is also, I think, kind of like the new flavor of the month. The new
Make Lost
Just
Box
a strong
good
deck,
again.
also kind of the shiny toy.
Sure.
And I want to see how it matches up against a lot of classic powerhouses like Lugia, like Charizard, that have had strong, solid game plans for such a long time, but now have a reputation for being able to adapt to the upcoming metagame. Charizard has had a target on his back for so long, and only Charizard's strongest soldiers are able to really exist in this meta, I feel like, especially with Regidrago falling off a bit. Are you prepared for the next wave of new blood that's got your anti-Tex in mind and is going to give you a hard time?
Yeah, I believe Sebastian Lashmet playing that Charizard Pidgeot deck. He's actually playing the same 60 cards that Nathan Ostercatz is using currently, who is the first seed, or second seed, I believe, in the seniors division top cut at this tournament. So players who've worked together, it's seeing success in multiple age divisions. Like you said, some of Charizard's strongest soldiers, players who really believed in it, and it's paying off for them now.
Yeah,
Both
because
have
there's
been
so
finding
much.
top
No, Charizardy. Regikutasy będą, kurde. Regikutas. Jak można grać Regikutasem?
Kind of toying around with the list,
Jest
practicing
to
it.
dosłownie
It's
deck
always a
dla...
deck that's smart to
Dosłownie
revisit
największe...
just to see if the meta has shifted enough to make room. Oh, do I have room for mist energy,
Tylko z
for
podsłuchy tu
example?
grają.
Because of Pidgeot EX being able to search out these one-ofs, we have these crazy Tord Reklev style toolbox Charizards that seem to be able to run a counter for everything.
Well, Skarzak, I'm excited to hear from our winner from the last round, see how Yerko is feeling after getting the win, and if he's looking to make another run, winning another regionals this season. Let's get down to the lounge.
Thank you, casters. Juan
No.
here, and I'm joined in the lounge with our last round winner, Yurko Valencia. How are you feeling right now?
Me siento muy bien, me siento jugando bien.
O ja, właśnie widzę, że on przybył z innego kraju i Judge musi mu tłumaczyć.
I'd love to hear it.
Jeśli ciekawi mnie, że są tam zwierzaczki, kurde, pomocne.
Won the last regional, the Joinville. And
On chyba przyszedł z jakiegoś Peru czy innej Argentyny, no z tej Ameryki Łacińskiej. Kurde, też tam ludzie z Ameryki Łacińskiej też tam przychodzą.
Eso me hace sentir con mucha confianza.
Much confidence,
Y me lo tomo un paso a la vez.
and we gotta take it one step at a time.
Tak on mówi tam po hiszpańsku,
at a time. Yeah, I love that.
czy na portugalskim.
Choice. Brought Lugia V-Star to this
Elegiste jugar Lugia para regional.
Kurde.
Vamos a hablar de...
Czy mi się wydaje, że sędzia?
Creo que la
A
versatilidad
to jest serwis do kurany.
correcta para el
To jest
meta
takie urocze, że
Versatility of Lugia
mamy
and all its Pokemon is like the
psy w
perfect
robocie.
for this regional, and he really felt that.
I like it. I like it. Can we expound on that? What matchups are you
Kurde, sędzia przyniósł sobie pieska.
want to avoid?
To jest takie urocze. No i jeszcze widzę, że sędzia ma, no
Ojalá
został
que
też
sea
tłumaczem.
lo máximo posible Iron Thorns.
We're trying to avoid Iron Thorns. We don't want to play against that the most possible. Let's avoid that today.
Y me gustaría Raging Ball.
He would like to play against Raging Bolt a lot.
Dragapult.
Against Dragapult would be favorable matchups.
Yes. Al menos son match que puedo jugar. No son match que vaya a sentarme a perder.
He wants to
No
play
tak,
games
no
that he
tutaj
can
jest
win. He
tam
does
no
not
po
wanna play games that he
portugalsku,
can
tutaj
lose.
no tam sędzi
That definitely
natłumaczy.
makes that gap, you know, as Lugia player,
Judge ze psem przyszedł do pracy.
universal language there.
Él le encanta jugar Lugia. No quiere jugar contra Raging Bolt. Le teme un poco miedo a Raging Bolt.
No,
Iron Thorns. He doesn't
Oh,
want to
sorry.
play Iron Thorns.
Iron Thorns. That's right. That's right.
A torców
with
to
that,
wiele poszło.
any advice you can give
Bo ostatnio to chyba z czego co widziałem do
¿Qué le
tego,
puedes decir a la gente en
no w
casa
Stanach to ostatnio one szły słabo, bo one tam były tylko zaledwie 2, stąd też pewnie Lugia się z cienia
Si quieren jugar competitivo o por diversión.
It's really important that you make a decision whether you want to be a competitive Pokemon player or if you just want to be a Pokemon player that's just having fun.
Si es que juegan por diversión, disfruten lo máximo que puedan
If you're
este
playing
juego.
for fun, enjoy the game. It's the best thing you can do.
Y si lo juegan por competencia, deben entrenar y dedicarle mucho tiempo.
And if you're playing a competitive player, you should be dedicating time and, you know, your efforts to being a competitive player.
That is great advice. Thank you so much. Before I let you go, anyone you want to shout out? Any last words?
¿Qué si quiere decirle algo a la gente en casa?
Muchas gracias a mi equipo.
A, no tutaj on powiedział, że no dziękuję wszystkim, no tam pozdrawia. Ja nie znam portugalskiego.
He wants to thank the people who ran the regional over at Chile.
Nam przychodzą tacy właśnie z łaciny.
A mis amigos de Santiago y a toda la gente que me apoya de Chile, que de verdad lo llevo
Ah,
en el
tamela.
corazón.
And his heart out to the people back home who have always been supporting him.
Y que de verdad
No,
aprecio
zaraz
cada
będzie
palabra de aliento
z nami.
y de buena onda que me dan.
And he'd like to appreciate all the great things that they say for him and all the help that he receives all the time.
Lo llevo en el corazón. Muchas gracias.
And everybody at home is in his heart when he's at these events. And much thank you.
No widzisz, Alicia, pracują pieski
Best of
takie,
luck in top 8.
no takie jak ty.
And lo final.
Też byś chciała pracować?
With that,
Zostać
before we
serwis dogiem?
top 8, I actually have a quick video. I did get to
Czy już będzie top
I
8?
wanted to know what the people think would win the Louisville Regional Championships. Let's go ahead and check that out.
Za ile kolejna?
We're here at the Louisville Regional Championship, and I want to know what the people will think will take the crown. What do you think's gonna win?
I think Lugia will win this weekend.
I think I would have to say Golden Go's gonna win.
Galego.
I think Charizard's gonna win this one.
I think Iron Baby Bear's gonna win.
It's gotta be Terapagos.
I believe Iron Thorns EX will win the Louisville.
O rany, tutaj jest ten Iron Turts.
I believe Raging Bolt is gonna win Louisville.
Raging Ball byłoby ciekawe.
Reggie's.
there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. People have spoken. Do you agree? Let us know.
No tutaj widać, że jeszcze tu grają.
I started playing Pokemon back in 2015. I had just moved to Los Angeles.
I tu mamy chyba gracza no, z growej dywizji, bo niedawno w Katowicach została otwarta liga komputerowych poksów. No jest jak na razie bardzo skromna.
Ever since the original Red, Blue, and Yellow, and because it made one of the craziest comebacks in VGC history with Dragonite, so I really love that Pokemon. Right now, one of my daily goals is to study Japanese. I'm moving to Japan in December, so I want to make sure that once I'm there, I know the language a good amount so that I can, like, you know, be able to communicate with people. After going to Worlds in 2023, I really fell in love with the country, so I'm really excited to be moving there.
Szybki research i chyba ten Jerko z Chile jest. No, z tych krajów właśnie. No, przychodzą czasami z tego łaciny do Stanów. I też chyba ci ludzie też często, z czego co ja założyłam, nie gadają tak chętnie po angielsku. Stąd też są zatrudniani tłumacze z portugalskiego. No, o! Kurwa, tak szybko jest już top 8? Nie wierzę, już przechodzimy do top 8. Podobno jest dobra różnorodnie. Ja nie wiem, naprawdę, ty Regis Sraki. Regis Sraczka, kuźwa, to jest taka... Ten tak nie może istnieć. Będzie więcej tym torcem. Co się dzieje?
You can take a train right from the airport to downtown area. There's great food in there. There's really good nature as well. It's very clean. Every year, whenever I can, I try to always go to Vancouver because I know I'll have a good time. My friends always tell me I have really bad music taste, and that's fair. I do enjoy a little bit of rock and roll. I do enjoy a little bit more classical music. Video game music is some of my favorite as well. So a little bit of everything, but I definitely don't listen to the more popular songs, and I constantly get made fun of because of that. Maybe Team Brock, because I feel like he's actually one of the more difficult gym leaders, because right at the beginning, and if you chose Charmander, you're gonna in for a rough time. But Brock is cool, and you know he's a really big part in the anime. He's kind of like the father figure for Ash and Misty. So yeah, I like him.
No, bo teraz... Woo! Ale ty wskoczyłaś! Moje małe bydlęcie. Kurde. O ja, right na kurde Rayquazie. United jest spoko, tylko tutaj zaś jakaś chińska firma to robi, co mnie tu wkurwia. Ale to jest bardzo fajne MMO. Akurat United. Że lepsze od Lola. No to mamy, tak? Możecie się zdziwić, ale tak. Są turnieje w Pokémon Go! No i w TCG... O ja, to jest największe zaskoczenie finałów. Jak to... On wygrał Gudrą. Większość Mastersów o niej zapomniała. Kurde, a tu dziecko wygrywa Gudrą. No i tutaj wygrał Ancient Box, więc był to pierwszy triumf Ancient Boxa. No i oczywiście Legend of Legend. Tort Reclef z Isaiah Brennerem. Kurwa, Giratina, wróć! Brenner, racalują! Tak, Tort Rekle wtedy dostał, to jest człowiek legenda. Swoją drogą, tak po wygraniu Reklewa, wszyscy zaczęli grać właśnie tym Charizardem według Reklewa. On dodał tu fajne techy. No teraz przejdziemy już od razu do top 8. I chyba tam... Jargon. No tutaj się wspominają z zeszłego UAC-a. Seniory? Kurde, ale Raging Bolt w grze też jest kuźwa dojebany. No to jest też turniej w dorosłych. Kurde, tam Rushiku można grać. To jest fascynujące, że ja jeszcze nie mam Insyrorara. No. Tak, Pokémon Go. Aż jak... Gabriel Fernandez.
Es un sueño haber logrado esto, la verdad es algo que siempre quería. Sentí mucho ese logro hace mucho.
Czyli teraz będzie LACA, czyli właśnie American Nation International Championship, tak. LACA. EC, czyli LAC będzie w najbliższym czasie, więc tak, teraz będziemy mieli top 8. Ecia,
Pokemon fans.
Mamy top 8, co tam będzie,
We're just about ready to get started with our top cut, our top 8. But first of all, we're gonna have a little chat. My name is Juancho Saldana, and yes, it's been a very interesting tournament. I'm joined now with Chip, Richie, and Adam Watson.
Ale tak, mamy już top 8.
Feeling great. We just saw a really excellent match.
Wow.
Game before we get into top cut. And something I'm really interested to see is how this is going to
No
shape
też
out.
chyba było dużo tych terminacji.
That is a clean cut of 8 players, right? Every other event that has happened in
Ja chcę zobaczyć, na co gramy. Podobno jest różnorodnie, podobno nie jest ma nudy.
And I think 12 players is the most we've had so far. So it's pretty interesting to see that even though this tournament is so massive, that we've only had 8 players make it in.
Yeah, the 8 players with the best records getting to the top. We've got a lot of unique decks as well in the top 8. I'm really excited to get that officially shown off for our audience at home. See if they're
Tak więc najpierw będzie właśnie International, właśnie wspomnianej Ameryce Łacińskiej.
How about we double check our picks for the weekend?
Yeah, the caster predictions
With so many decks.
O, ktoś wierzy w Draga...
Everyone has a chance
Ale...
to still be correct here.
Dragapult.
So we're all happy right now.
No tutaj to Briar faktycznie, Dragapulta ja nie wiem. Gdzie jest Dragapult? Podobno było ich dużo. A... Czy ciekawe tam jest Miraido? Chyba, że chodzi o Miraido na Jesse'ego Parkera, wiecie, Jesse Parker... Tata?
I know Scars, like you said, you really only wanted credit for Pidgeot if it was with control.
Yeah, I know that control was a really strong idea, but you know, the big caveat there is figuring out what exactly you need to counter and hoping that those tech cards line up in the matchups you need them for.
Definitely. I'm just going to have to give me and Kyle some points here just for the spooky season. We've seen Dustnor perform fairly well in this regional championships, and I believe at least one has made it into the top cut. But yeah, I mean, I don't think I've really been able to see a full-powered Terrapagos just yet. We haven't been able to feature it on stream where it's just you go off with all these knockdowns and you really combo off. But it can still happen.
Yeah, definitely. Gabe Smart is on the Terrapagos Dusknoir deck, and he has made it into top 8. I think there's 3 different Dusknoir decks in Top Cut right now. It's Gabe with his Terrapagos deck. We saw Kyle Lesnowitz with his Origin Form Palkia V-Star Dusknoir deck. And then there is also Sebastian Lashmet, who's playing Charizard, but he's got the Dusknoir package in his Zard list.
Yeah, I think that these decks that are setting up a bunch of Hoot, setting up a bunch of Duskulls, it's great if your opponent is on a very straightforward win condition where they aren't looking to disrupt your bench too much or have those snipes. Players have already adapted for this tournament, leaning much more heavily into Radiant Greninja, that Moonlight Shuriken, things of that nature. And if it's a Dusknoir mirror, who's going to go first and get the Rare Candy Dusknoir combos up and running first?
Targeting it down opposing Duskulls.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to scare you before you scare me, right? With that, let's go ahead and check out the graphic, actually, for what did make our top 8. And what a metagame. You love to see it when there's all these different Pokemon up here. Again, we have the Regidrago V-Star with Benjamin, Caleb on Raging Bolt, Kyle with the Origin Form Palkia and Dusknoir, and we have 2 Lugia V-Star decks with Kiernan and Yurko making it. Then obviously Gabe Smart with the Terrapagos, Michael Davidson with the Lost Zone box, and Sebastian Lashmet with Charizard EX.
Yeah, it's very surprising. I think that maybe just mathematically we would expect 2 Raging Bolt to make it through, not as many Lugia, but Charizard managing to hang on and still get a pretty good tournament showing, at least making top 8 is surprising to me.
No, what's really surprising to me though is the Lost box. I think that was in no one's radar here. Just my hat's off to Michael, maybe dodging all the Regidrago, all the Curums, potentially.
And Hunter Butler was the one that said that it was kind of a secret meta pick, that this is a really strong deck and they were hoping to keep it under wraps, but now the cat's out of the bag and Lost Zone box might be a real threat to evaluate for future regionals.
Yeah, it has great matchups into so many of the decks in the format. The main problem is that it just cannot beat Regidrago. Its matchup is terrible into that deck, whether they're attacking with Dragapult, whether they're using Kyurem. They can attack with the actual Kyurem itself. They don't even have to use Regidrago V-Star to copy that Trifrost attack. It is a really, really difficult matchup for Lost Box. But if you don't play against it, I mean, look at these other decks. They are all 2 prize decks that Lost Box trades extremely favorably into.
So it seems to be Michael Davidson's tournament, but we'll see if he's matched against Benjamin.
No, that's for sure. I mean, something to talk about as well is just the 2 double Lugia V-Stars. And Lugia V-Star has been a deck near and dear to my heart, so just seeing it perform well, even just the past couple of tournaments, makes me feel great. I mean, just seeing Kiernan here again, right?
Yeah, this is a deck that we kind of ignore. We know that it's a good deck. I've always said, just don't talk about it, just don't look at it, maybe it'll go away. But the dedicated Lugia players have just made such a strong case for the deck and has shown how it can adapt to the metagame. We used to think that, similar to Raging Bolt, that Lugia was kind of just a one-trick pony. I'm going to Ultra Ball 2 Archeops away and bada boom, bada bing. But now it's, but I've got Mist Energy now, I've got Minccino, Weirdeer, Legacy, giving access still to so many other attackers, and it's got way more utility than I ever gave it credit for.
And you talk about dedicated Lugia players. I mean, look at the 2 players who are in this top cut. Yerko from Chile, traveling all the way up here after, getting a win at a regional championships just a couple weekends ago in Brazil.
Pan komentując powiedział, że Werko jest z Chile.
Start that event. And then, of course, in Baltimore just about a month ago, we saw Kieran Farah getting 2nd place with Lugia V-Star. He's chosen to stick with it, and he has made it to another top 8.
All right. With all this top 8 talk, I'm itching now to get into the match. But before anything, I want to pull it back. We'll relax a bit, have a little palate cleanser, because I believe we still have to argue about the spookiest Pokemon.
Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot about that.
Before all the competition, let's have some scares here. So let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket. And I believe we're at Dustnor versus Bennett now?
Oh, we're going to start at that part of the bracket. This is a tough call. Dustnor has a very strong case for it to be made, certainly, but Bennett really surprised me for this tournament. I thought that I'm not going to lie, the Gardevoir Bennett thing was a little gimmicky, even though I liked the idea of the Henry brand item lock from the World Championships. I wasn't sure if it was going to be as consistent, but this new Gardevoir build seems to take it to a new level.
Okay, well, for once, I'm the mediator now. One of you will have to take Dustnor, and one of you will be Bennett.
Well, I mean, I definitely think I have to take Bennett. I like to steal my bonus time when I'm arguing for the card I like. And I mean, Chip, Dustnoir, it was one of your caster picks. It's been popping off in the tournament, but what makes this card so scary?
Yeah, Dustnoir is great. You know, it's a spooky Pokemon in and of itself, but it's really difficult and scary to play against because your opponent just has so many options with that Cursed Blast. And I mean, if you look at the history of the Pokemon TCG as well, Dustnoir has been absolutely terrifying to play against. You think back to the Dustnoir and Trevenant Tag Team GX card that absolutely dominated the one expanded format tournament it was legal for. I think 2 expanded format tournaments led to multiple cards getting banned from the expanded format. And then you also look even farther back to the old Dark Palm Dustnoir, shuffling your Pokemon back from the deck in the field into the deck. Very scary.
Okay, yeah, that was terrifying.
Let me finish my thought. Sorry.
Yeah. So Dustnoir, we all know. Yeah, talk about the metagame, talk about the past, talk about these cards. Dustnoir is kind of a big cuddly guy. He's not really.
You have fun cuddling with Dustnoir, Adam. Let me know how that goes.
He's big and round. He's just showing up out of your window to return your keys. You dropped your keys. Bennett's a creepy puppet. Personally, I can't deal with that. If I'm going to choose which one of those to run into in a dark room, creepy zipper mouth puppet gives me the absolute heebie-jeebies.
Dustnoir's belly is a mouth.
All right, you know what? They're both terrifying. I know personally, I'd rather cuddle up with a doll over the big mummy ghosts, but...
Yeah, mummies aren't scary.
But you know what? We'll find out who the winner for this bracket will be. Right now, we actually will go back into the top 8. We're going to throw it back to the desk. Don't go anywhere.
Spooky Pokemon, but as you guys vote on those Pokemon, we're here back at the desk about to take you into our top 8. Our players are ready. We're jumping straight into the action. Shelby Boo here with Kyle Stablehouse. Kyle, you ready to cast this top 8?
Oh yeah,
Go.
I can't believe we're jumping right in. It could have been a top 8, could have been a top 31.
Yeah.
Thankfully, it was a clean cut, and we are underway.
Yes, it was a little bit risky there. All of our players shaped up with the same amount of points, which is pretty wild because, you know, we didn't know what that bracket was going to look like. It was total shenanigans backstage, but I'm happy that we're here. Our players are matched up and they're at the table, so let's introduce them and see how they're feeling headed into this, if they're looking nervous or not at the table.
Ooh.
One thing I will say, both these players are looking pretty young,
yeah.
Kyle. These are some talented, confident, younger players. Half of our top 8 bracket actually has accomplishments in the senior division, including both of these players. Look at these senior accomplishments here. I mean, we have a second place, a world's finalist here in Sebastian Lashmet on the right side of the screen.
Yeah, Benjamin also with the top 4 just recently in Honolulu and was stacking up some results. Top 8 in Peoria, top 4 in Toronto as well, and a senior finalist the year prior. So really been adding on the results and playing some pretty big time decks over here too.
Yeah, look at these decks. I mean, we have 2 Titans right now in the format. Charizard EX here heading into this top 8 match versus Regidrago V-Star, but these players are well versed in Gardevoir. They're both heavy Gardevoir players in the past, but now we've got some different decks that they're bringing to our table here, but they're talented. I mean, Gardevoir alone is a difficult deck to pilot, so put these decks in these players' hands, and I have full trust we're going to see a good game coming up here.
Yeah, looks like we got a broken sleeve, so we'll give them a little extra time.
All right.
This is definitely a battle of the Titans. The young gun players showing off that they've got some great accomplishments, ready to prove themselves now on the Masters stage, and the decks are terrifying. I mean, Regidrago into the Charizard matchup. talk about scary for Christian. If he does not set up perfectly going first, you can lose all of your important basics, and we've seen just how volatile this matchup is already on stream yesterday.
Yeah, we did get to see this on stream yesterday, and it was a lot closer than we thought it would be. Both of these players have full potential to come out on top in this match that we're heading into, but it's all going to come down to the cards. You know, what do we see in the prize cards? What do we see in those initial hands, and how are they able to set up? And then if they're not able to set up, are they able to recover enough here in this matchup to stabilize for the later game? Both these decks, I mean, one in the Regidrago V-Star, it comes out in explosive turns. It discards so many cards. It gets rid of its resources to take those pivotal turns in the start of the game. But Charizard EX, it has that base consistency to be able to just, I mean, we saw the Radiant Charizard come out and just completely turn games around yesterday in our day one in this matchup, and then stabilize enough in the finals to just have the edge over Regidrago. So I'm excited to see if we see that same story play out, or if it's going to be a little bit of a different story this time around.
Yeah, we'll keep our eye on that Thornton, that Radiant Charizard, and that Defiance band, because my goodness, it is terrifying when it all works out well, and so often we just see it. Yeah. So both players will have a great opportunity here. What do you think about this for Sebastian on this side? As he's the only one who really has the experience at this table with the lights on him, being that he had a seniors match already presented in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, that could definitely come into play, and also it's seeing so much success at NAIC just recently as well. So I don't know, we'll have to see. I see a pink card in the prize cards though.
That's a good one. Yeah. Anything that says it's unfair, you should probably believe it.
Draw two, buddy.
That can be quite a problem for your opponents to just go down to 2 cards and struggle. So we'll see if maybe Sebastian finds that at the right time. It's not in the worst spot.
No, it's right there in the middle. Benjamin on the other side having 2 Earthen Vessel. That could make it a little awkward finding those energies. We'll have to see though. We have the fist bump. We are getting into our Masters top 8 here. They have a lot of senior accomplishments, but they're in Masters now, and they're bringing it to our table in this top 8 starting off. Charizard versus Regidrago.
O ja! Znamy już. Benjamin Hurt versus Sebastian Leishment. Czyli Regidrago versus Charizard. Regi chujek raczej powinno się mówić.
Exactly. It's funny that those two things are polar
Regi. Chuj, chodzi już. I mamy Sebastiana Leishmenta z Charizardem. Tym razem mamy wersję z Unforced Stampem.
I've seen players practice all sorts of stuff. If this is what it takes to win, I guess we gotta start doing
lining up the 20 energies. So funny.
Tak?
So, yes.
Tak.
No. Sebastian, let's see what he has for us for the rest of this turn. If it's going to be
No i właśnie top 8 się już rozpoczęło. Regisuka versus Charmander. No i robimy instant charge. Znaczy najpierw tasujemy, a dopiero potem instant charge.
Every time you face off against this deck. I love to see this. We're still shuffling up on Sebastian's side, but Benjamin is underway in his turn here now. This is the initial turn, the Earthen Vessel, getting rid of that Temple of Sinnoh here to get these energy out. So 2 Earthen Vessel were in the prize cards, but was able to have one in the opening hand. That's great, because we need to start seeing these energies to draw more cards with the Teal Dance and get those energy out and the Pokemon down to be able to put on the pressure in the next turn coming up for Benjamin as well.
Yeah, this, I mean, you can see see the speed at which our players are playing right now.
I love
the actions
it.
haven't even finished on one side, and we're going right into it on the other. It's pretty cool to watch how fast they move and how much they respect the time, even in 75 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
We do have an extended time.
Na razie suka jest tylko jedna.
A fantastic pace here. We saw a couple of cards in there in the prize card for Benjamin as well, an energy switch, which is so important here. But one thing about this Reggie Drago deck, it recycles its resources with that.
No wiecie, Reggie Drago znowu w top 8, ale to tylko w USA tak
I like to see when the players choose to use it because that is such a pivotal game-changing V-Star power.
No,
There's a
so-
reason you can only have one V-Star power each game, and that's a big one for Reggie Drago.
Yeah, it's very volatile. It's scary to use, but when you discard all of the bad stuff and then you go find the good stuff again, when you use that second prime catcher, you search out for more energy switching. It feels like one of the most overpowered abilities that we've seen in a long time.
I'll use 2 ace specs actually. I mean, yeah, brutal. Teal Dance here popping off on this Teal Mask Ogre Pawn EX, drawing into an additional card here for Benjamin to work with. Nestball gonna go back into the deck here to get another Pokemon out onto the field. We need to start seeing those Ogre Pawns, seeing the Reggie Drago. I mean, the Reggie Drago especially come out here for Benjamin.
No co by tu się dzieje? No tutaj mamy...
Beautiful, the full arts Reggie Drago V joining us on the field.
Yeah, this might be a situation where you only need one of these benched. It's more important to accelerate onto the Steel Mask Ogre Pawn, have that not only as a way to increase the amount of energies that you have in play, but also to give you viable threat too. The Myriad Leaf Shower to combat the early Charizard, as soon as Sebastian sees one energy on each of those Pokemon, it's
No dobra, czy jest już Jajono?
on the other end of the Charizard. It's get knocked out quick.
Exactly, we have that Charmander. It's a fire type, but when it rare candies, it turns into a Terra Charizard EX.
No i serdecznie.
That is weak to
Tym.
grass. It's the return and the revenge of the bugs, essentially. That is what it's scared of, but we just have grass type here in the TCG. So that is definitely a huge factor here in this matchup for Sebastian that I'm sure he's fully aware of going into this matchup. But I'm sure Sebastian has also faced off against some other Reggie Drago.
This is so tempting. He doesn't want to play Squawkabilly, but also, my goodness, you drew everything you want to discard, so I think you just do it.
Ta-da!
Whoa! Here we go, the 2 benched Pokemon. Squawkabilly is gonna come down. We're squawking.
No, jest i Squawk, jest drugi Reggie Drago.
Cards bring to his hands here now. Discarded all of those Pokemon. That's what we need to see.
Oh,
Those
jest
Dragon
spin
Pokemon hit the
stopa.
discard pile so we can utilize their moves once again on the Reggie Drago V-Star. So we are fully set up here on Benjamin's side, but not a single card played after that Squawkabilly. So I'm interested to see what those cards are. Sebastian, on the other hand, Charmander's safe. Pidgey is safe. If we see those rare candies, if we see those evolutions,
To jest ten Curem.
here for Sebastian. We got a good game coming up, Kyle.
This is so safe from Benjamin. He has Nest Ball and Grass Energies. Could easily search out
Luna?
Pokemon, have that additional energy accelerated and really start to shred. But I feel like this is almost like bait at this point.
Tak, Arwę Bossu Stone'a.
There's no way
Na
that I
i
can
Candysy, wiecie co to znaczy, czyli chyba widzę, że...
Oh, we got layers of the mind games here, Kyle. You'll love to see it. Arvin here for Sebastian, searching us out pieces of these cards. We have the rare candy now into that pitch.
Tak, no widzę,
Flying bird with a free retreat as well. Quick search getting picked off for Sebastian as well. Any card to your hand, that is a piece of those consistency cards we've talked about so frequently with Charizard. But what is Sebastian's strategy going to start to shape up here?
Yeah, it makes no sense to start attacking in very often. Let's go. Let's go.
No.
Sebastian, one time.
Quick search.
Quick search.
TCG.
Sebastian,
No,
love it here.
no to
I
pas.
also, we saw a wave from him at the start. Hi, Mom, what's going on? All right, we see these buddy popping now, bringing out these extra Pokemon here for Sebastian within a Charmander as well as a Duskull. This is a new adaptation for the Charizard EX deck with that Dusknor. It's running the engine to get those extra hit points out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
quick
the setup is
search.
so important at this stage for Sebastian. Continue to add these Pokemon onto the board and try to set up something to help out. You don't. I think the Charizard's important to have down.
No,
but you
tutaj
don't
tak,
really
Quick
have
Search został użyty.
then you walk into
Sebastian
Leaf Shower. But you also can't let
będzie...
just knock out triple Charmander Duskull with a Kyurem. So how do you go about this situation without overextending one way or the other.
It feels like one of those situations where if you make one slip up, it's gone.
Yes.
You know, you only have so many opportunities here, and if you mess up even once, your opponent will capitalize on it. So Sebastian is doing everything possible here, but has to walk that line, and it's definitely scary as the Charizard player.
Ja bym tego nie zauważył. No tak. Tak.
Yet. We're just going to see the instant charge into 3 additional cards here, and that is it that we see from Sebastian for the turn.
Yeah, this is nice from Sebastian.
Coś ciekawego. Ma jeszcze Candy Dus Clubs.
Staple pieces. You want to have access with the Forest Sealstone and the Pidgeot to search out that Thornton, Rare Candy, Charizard, and whatever else you may need if you're going to target down the attacker from your opponent. You have to be prepared for
No dobra, mamy tutaj oczywiście tu Sklopsam Duskula na aktywie. O, zaraz, chwilunia. Ty kurwa, Lost Box jest... Kiedy? No bogato, kurda. Tylko 2 lugie są, bo tu widzę Kieran Farm znowu jest w top 8. Mamy oczywiście jednego Tarapagosa, 1 Raging Bolt, 1 Palkia z duchami, czyli Kylie Sniewicz. Mamy jednego Charizarda, 1 Lost Boxa, 1 Regidrago. Ale Lost Box? To mnie cieszy, że wrócił. Lost Box! Tak, Lost Box, kurwa, yes! Jestem ciekaw, co się stanie na tym Lost Boxie. No Lost Box to jest cudo.
Legacy Star, 7 cards discarded, 2 are going to go back to your hand from the discard pile. Benjamin's combining them all together and taking out those 2. It's going to be that Iono as well as that Energy Switch, a common card that is drawn off because you need to do exactly this. Steel Mask Ogerpon that had that energy is being switched over to the Regidrago V-Star and now into an Iono as well. So those 3 cards that Sebastian netted from that instant
No teraz jest etap.
both players putting those hands to the bottom of the deck, drawing 6 cards each for their prize cards. We have another V-Star evolution as well from Benjamin and a fresh set of cards heading into this Regidrago V-Star. Now in the active position, fully loaded up for some Apex Dragon action.
Frost them all! See you later. Trifrost, triple knockout.
Tak!
Copying that Kirum's attack. It's so strong, it feels like you should never be
Ale no
able
na
to
coś
take
powinien
5 energies, but Drago V-Star does not care. And this is the situation Benjamin was trying to set up. He saw his opponent with upwards of 8, 9 cards in the hand. He says, I need to use Iono. That's such a valuable resource here to manipulate my opponent's hand. I know that they need everything. They need
Doszło do tak zwanego triple knockoutu.
Charizard and the band, and I gave them 7 cards to work with. Yes, they can search out 2 of those pieces, but hopefully they don't have to rest.
Boom, boom, boom. 3 knockouts on that side. Benjamin takes 3.
Jebany chujek.
Puts all of that weight against Sebastian here, left with that Pidgeot EX and that Rotom V, and it's exactly like you said, Kyle. You're just waiting for your opponent to make something happen, but
O jebany,
as
tak
much
jak
on the
mówię.
back foot as possible here. So Sebastian definitely making sure to assess the discard pile from Benjamin's side to see what's already been played here, to see what the rest
chyba,
of
że
his turns are going to look like in this game. But
Będzie
Ultra Ball
ciekawie.
sought out here, discarding
To Tarton będzie. A to co będzie na tortowanie?
Yeah, I don't know if the rest of the pieces are there. It looks like the 2 searches have to go for the rare
Dobra.
the Thornton, but Counter Catcher is available, and maybe that means
Jest Counter Catcher jako dostępny.
threat at this point.
No i tu mamy Tortona, czyli będzie tortonowanie, jak to się nazywa. Tak, zamieniamy Rotoma w Charmandera. Kurde, chodzi on. Wielgachny Charizard.
It's being evolved now from that rare candy into the Charizard EX. We're seeing the Infernal Rain ability rain down these fire energy onto the field. And this is what Sebastian has been waiting for. This is what this deck does here within Charizard. EX. It responds to its opponent, but will it be enough, Kyle?
Yeah, I think this is pretty strong. With the counter catcher in hand, you can switch over to
No, niestety tutaj Benjamin...
that way you just choose one.
A, widzę, że tutaj awaryjnie do energia pod Pidgeota.
That answer is energy acceleration.
Yeah, the more energy Benjamin sees, the better the odds become on that left side of our field. So Sebastian definitely taking note of that here. We see the energy come down, that third energy from the Infernal Rain onto that
Więc jest ciekawie.
Busy with the bird?
Getting busy with the bird, it's flying around.
Ale kurde, jest jeden Terapagos i jeszcze do tego walka z nogami.
Sebastian is behind in the prize card race.
Tak, tak, i tym samym też Czarek.
To bring up this Ogrepon EX that has
No i ja.
threat on the board. Sebastian gives it a nice good punch here, taking out that EX
Throw
for
the
2 prize
forest
cards.
seal stone at that Overpon.
No i co teraz? No jest fez.
I'm living for it, Kyle.
Widać, że Sebastian wykorzystuje bardzo dobrze tyły. Nie ma jak teraz takie Regis sraczki są.
Here, weighing all the decisions, not taking those punches lightly. We're gonna see that promotion of a small little.
Widzę, że tutaj wchodzi stówka.
Adaptation for Reggie Jago with the hoot hoot knocked owl line that we've been seeing, a 1-1 in most stacks, 2-2 in the believers of the double knock for Reggie Jago. So that's just a hoot hoot inactive right now for Benjamin, but potentially searching out some item cards in Vault.
And for Benjamin now, he's got to consider what resources do I have left.
No i zaś Nestball po...
Seen a lot of cards go by the wayside here. Prime Catcher looks like a pretty great piece to have, but you can't accelerate very many energy at this stage of the game. It's unfortunate that
No tylko właśnie to jest ten problem.
in order to accomplish something. And this is the last Ogrepon, I believe, as one was discarded off the Legacy Star.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, that really has been the story of this match so far, Kyle. The lack of Ogrepon. I mean, we need the green guys here. One's being sought out now off of that nest ball.
No.
We didn't have it before. It was just a singular Ogrepon. That is the threat with the grass. We have another one coming out, which would unlock that knocked owl if we had it too. But Benjamin is, like you said, just gonna have to almost take a beat.
No i
here
jest
in the
Taking
Tildes.
himself, he's thinking about what could have been.
Sprite Catcher, tylko co z tego jak nie ma niestety naładowanego resourcingu.
Energies on the board. It's so nice to know where they are. It's great to have opportunity with knocked owl if your opponent plays Iono on you, gets you down to just 3 cards. But you also have Pheasantipity to protect you there. I think the energies are just a little more valuable.
I agree with that. Yeah, the energies are what
Znaczy
are
wiadomo, tutaj
energizing
Charizardo będziemy kontrolować te
It
Ogerpony.
is important to rescue yourself in the later game and have those recovery options, but now it's leading to this situation right here. But now that we do have that Terror type Pokemon out, Knocked Owl is unlocked here. Searching out those cards here for Benjamin.
No i wchodzi wielka sowa.
We've seen this go for all sorts of shenanigans. The defensive knocked owl is never a spot you want to be in. Is there any 2 cards more defensive than Super Rod?
No, Czarki Rex, Wysia. Ja chyba nie będę grać Manafi, tylko po prostu będę wykorzystał to, że przeciwnik jest zbyt greedy.
Other things that are going to lead you into an advancement, but this is definitely these are recovery options here and disruption options. Super Rod being utilized, 2 energy and a Pokemon going back into the deck now, and that Iono off the Jewel Seeker, I'm sure it's going to be utilized here to throw a little bit of disruption in the way, but how far will that get us for Benjamin? Energy Switch can be utilized as well to get that second grass needed here for Benjamin, and then look at the rest of the hands.
Czy chcemy wykonywać Iono?
It's a lot of pieces that require
No nie, pas! Kurde, wszedł.
Taking a beat, that's not where you want to be. Going against Charizard EX, this giant.
Niektórym się już ręce trzęsą. No niestety, pas! Sebastian pada 3 w discard.
So we'll have to see what happens. Benjamin is still technically leading here in the prize cards, but that also means that more cards are unlocked here for Sebastian as well as far as what's in his deck. He's going into the deck now with that nest ball. I love how we see the entire discard pile.
No, tu widzę, że to jest godzina na...
I noticed Sugiyoshi Yamato doing this back in like 2004, and I was like, Oh, that's just the best way to play Pokemon. Just
Hello?
download as much information as you can and don't take that time to look over your Discord.
Tutaj chłop myśli. Radiant Charizard.
Thanks. Shout
Thank
out Chris.
you,
Sebastian.
Sebastian. Appreciate that. Well, look at this. This is the combo of the weekend for sure for our Charizard players. That Radiant Charizard coming down from that nest ball. The energy is attached to it now from Sebastian. How do you feel about this, Kyle?
I like it. You need an opportunity to close out in this game. Your opponent has to take prize cards, and it seems
No,
like
tu
there
mamy
is enough resources to close
Radiant
out
Charizard.
Radiant Charizard if the Charizard EX here were to fall. And with the energies on the Regidrago, it's the safest place. But you know your opponent.
Boss order na Feza DPD i nokautujemy.
The answer here to the prize card.
To był dobry ruch, powiem tak, bo oznacza to oczywiście, że Benjamin nie ma jak dobrać kolejnych kart.
Gonna put another step in Benjamin's way. Take an additional 2 prize cards here. Now Benjamin has to choose what to promote.
No i Benjamin skupuje, poddaje grę.
That is not a promote, and that is gonna be Sebastian now taking this game 1.
Tak, Sebastian wygrywa pierwszą grę, bo niestety przeciwnik skupnął, a jego misterny plan poszedł. No, są 4 osoby, wow. Tak, Sebastian wygrywa pierwszą grę. Ładne zagranie oczywiście, bossowania oczywiście Fezantipiego, żeby przeciwnik nie miał jak dobrać kart. Tak, był ten początek, że Kure, I am greedy, ale okazuje się, że Sebastian był dużo sprytniejszy, na przykład tortonowując Serotoma w Charizarda. No, to są deki, które lubią iść pierwsze nawzajem. Trzeba pamiętać, że Sebastian jako Aceback wybrał sobie Ice for Stampa. No i chodzimy już. No i co tam mamy?
Stop those punches from happening, either taking out those Pokemon with Kyurem or using weakness of the Teal Mask Ogre Palm potentially to take out the Charizard EX, but Sebastian knows that and is playing around it flawlessly. Oh no.
I saw some prize cards.
Oh, I'm excited to see the prize cards too, Kyle. Which way this is gonna go, but
No i zobaczymy, kto ma gorsze prizy. No to mamy taki sam trochę start, widzę. Bardzo podobny. Tylko tym razem 2 trawiaste w prize'ach po stronie Benjanina. Prime Catcher również, 1 Regidrago z Kłoki Mew. Ach, Prime Catcher lubi się prize'ować, co nie? No, teraz taki start, taki sam. Ściana między nami.
So that's definitely going to be downloaded into the brain for some information there. The Teal Mask Ogerpon is our active Pokemon starting out as well for Benjamin here, and we're bringing out that Regidrago onto the field with that nest ball. So a little shake of the head there for Benjamin.
Yep. You understand that this is unfortunate. You're already down a game early on, and things aren't exactly going your way. We'll see if the hand has anything to say about it. It's not that bad.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Maybe 1 energy here off of a Teal Mask would feel great.
O, widzę już Kyurem na start.
You just play that energy, avoid having to use that additional resource of
No i co ma Sebastian?
Yeah, that is not a bad hand at all. but establishing those Pokemon turn 1.
O, mamy tutaj Charmandera, Buddy Puffin
I saw a Charmander, a Buddy
i
Puffin,
Nest Ball.
a Nest Ball here. It's broken.
It's broken.
Jany, piękna ręczka po stronie Sebastiana. Buddy Puffin i Nest Ball. I tutaj jeden komplet Charizarda, Pidgeota i Candy, Mist, Energia i Nest Ball, no i Arwen jeden. Nie takie złe prizy, czyli to znaczy, że
for Sebastian, exactly what you want to see. You see a look at the prize cards as well. A couple of Pokemon here that are 2 of copies in this deck within that Pidgeot EX and the Charizard EX. They're sitting in the middle there. But yeah, Sebastian has ways to work around these prize cards. Just has to keep note of those for the future. But we just need to see Pokemon here from Sebastian, and we're getting there with this Buddy Poppin here to establish these Pokemon out. The cards for the latter turns for Sebastian.
jaka meta tylko w Kentucky.
Solid start from our Charizard player, going second.
Yeah, I love that even in this setup, you're thinking about multiple turns down the road. That Duskull, grabbing that Pokemon, it allows you that opportunity to maybe get aggressive in a spot where your opponent hasn't shown much strength. It's just been a Nest Ball, an attachment, and a pass to the turn. There's no guarantee that they're going to have that Kyurem to take a big knockout, copying that with the Regidrago V-Star. So you find yourself at a point where you can get aggressive, play that Duskull, and you evolve into Duskull, you take a big knockout turn 2, and just
Exactly, we still have the Nest Ball supporting as well, bringing down another Pokemon here. 2 Charmander, a Duskull.
No oczywiście, że Rotom. Tak, jest to charge. Będziemy się musieli oduczyć. Ciekawe, jak my przeżyjemy bez tej abilitki, kurde, po rotacji, kurde.
We see the extensive shuffle here, so maybe it is just an instant charge with the Rotom, not even playing a supporter for the turn. But the hand is, the hand is super strong. You might not need to go for the additional resource here.
Sealstone.
Says, you know what? I'm pretty fine with this.
No, instant charge.
And have this ability to go for the Thornton
No.
more.
A, jest już Kyurem.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we're seeing here. Rotom V, it gets that little 4 Sealstone attached to it for the later turns, and an instant charge to draw a couple cards, and we're off here for Sebastian.
Oh, these are the dangerous spots. I don't know what the other card is there for Benjamin, but if it's not a
Duskull jeszcze jest Torton. A wiecie co to znaczy? Torton robi brybry.
would be a nightmare. You have no resources in your discard pile that you even want. You need to see some good cards here if you're Benjamin.
Yes, yeah, I saw that in the later turn. I figured that's why the Ultra Ball was
Ach, chłop zagrywa researcha.
one of those Steel Mask Ogre Pond, but that research is huge here. Playing it down, drawing a fresh 7 cards, not having to discard a single card after that. But what are those 7 cards, Kyle?
Well, one of them's Earthen Vessel, thankfully added to the hand. 2 additional energies there to help out. You could search out the fire to attack with the Regidrago, or you understand that you need to draw a couple more cards. This hand has no energy switches in it right now, and that is the #1 resource you need to perform your attack.
Yes, Energy Switch. It's a key card in this deck. I don't even think the deck would function without that.
No tak, tutaj wyszukuję oczywiście 2 energie.
And it's all thanks to that card. I mean, that's why you see that card recycled with that Legacy V-Star so often.
I czy znajdzie kolejnego wesołe do wyszukania ognistej, czy może... Jeszcze więcej.
Are the 2 big pieces here.
Yep, we need the fire energy
switch was found
for the attachment.
That actually is it. With the energy switch, if you use Legacy Star, you go back and find that Earthen Vessel that you used and go find the fire energy.
That is true. So it's secured.
No, czy znalazł Nesta?
That we didn't hard draw into it for Benjamin, but it can still be utilized with that.
Wchodzi Fez
Playing a couple cards first. Nest Ball.
za DBDEX na bencha. Czy po stronie Benjamina.
you almost have to go for it at this stage of the game.
Yeah, comfy, cozy, but still needing to take those aggressive turns.
No, mamy już switcha i jeszcze do tej ognistej. Jest i ognista i to nie jednej sztuki. Czy znowu będzie bam, 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 bam. I want you in now.
That was best case scenario there. Did not discard very helpful cards for the matchup and only see
Czy idziemy w stronę mocnego greedy? Jak to by typowy Reggie Kutas robi? Co robi typowy Reggie Kutas? No, robi to, co typowy Reggie Kutas! I znowu Charizard. I ponownie robi ten numer z Curemem. Ale czy on jakiś zmartwiony jest? No, się trzęsą ręce, że aż wypadają karty. No, widzę, że nasz bohater ma plan C. Że wadą użycia Trifosta jest oczywiście.
Knock yourself out and go into the Radiant Charizard on turn what, 2, 3? What are we doing?
Yeah, this is turn 2.
Yeah. 4 prize cards on turn 2.
No, dlatego jamiemy wszystkie ludzi, którzy nagrają to Reggie Kutasy. Reggie Kutas jest po prostu kutasem. Jak to bywa. Ale jest plan B, widzę. Defiance Band i Unfair Stamp. No, co oznacza moc.
To get the hand disruption that you're looking for, and also potentially search down, take out a Pokemon like that Festivity, leave your opponent on no draws, and hopefully they just stay where they are.
Yes. You're hoping for the best here. Sebastian is already up a game, though, so definitely working with a lot here, especially in our extended timer. We still have just under 45 minutes left for these players. You see the pink card on the other side being drawn out here in that unfair stamp for the disruption.
No to zagramy cuksy. Boom, 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 boom. I watch you right now.
Poor Hoot Hoot.
Didn't stand a chance. And this is cool too. Not only do you have the ability to take the knockout onto the Reggie.
No i Unfair Stamp wchodzi w grę, czyli Disrupt do kwadratu. No, jak jeszcze Fezan DPD to polegnie, to już wygram.
Charizard with the Defiance Band being behind in prize cards, adding that additional 30 damage there. We have the unfair stamp for the disruption here from Sebastian. Everything's lined up here for us, Kyle.
Yeah, this is just
2 cards too.
So cool for the deck list to go for the unfair stamp.
Więc jest Unfair Stamp, czyli tak zwany nieuczciwy stamp, który po prostu robi ci koszmar. Nie ma countercatchera, niestety. No i kolaps będzie jeszcze grany.
That's actually true. That is a possibility here for Sebastian, but it's just going to be Collapse Stadium coming down into play, limiting those benches for both players. We saw the punch here from the Radiant Charizard. That is a clean knockout there on that Regidrago V-Star. 2 more prize cards. That was a 3 prize turn there for Sebastian.
Widać, że Sebastian już to zaczyna gonić.
Benjamin, now 2 prize cards left to take in this matchup. Reggie Drago V in the active position. Tons of resources have been used already. The
No
Legacy
cóż, no.
V-Star has been utilized already. What is the hand after an unfair stamp? Is it unfair, Kyle?
A little bit. We see the Mew, so there's an opportunity to draw with the restart.
No jest boss, tylko co z tego, jak trzeba naładować to bydle.
Bending the hand down still possible, but where do you go from here? Actually finds the stadium, the one-of stadium. I was worried about how much bench space Benjamin would have to work with here, but now you can be a little more free with the use of that Mew.
Yeah, that's nice. Temple of Sinnoh bumping away
No,
that
boss
collapse
order
state.
niepotrzebny.
Open once again from that, which is great. And Benjamin has a couple more options here. The flip the script, a little bit of recovery there for Benjamin, thankfully, off of that unfair stamp. So the mitigation, thanks to the Pheasantipity EX. Thanks, Bird, once again.
And a lot of players might
Tak,
probably
ptaszek nie dał mu dosłownie żadnego...
focus on Pokemon like that Rotom V, but there's plenty of attacks that win the game right here for Benjamin. You have the right Pokemon in the active spot. Just give yourself the ability to draw.
No i przechodzimy do Tildansów.
And you can clear the game with Dragapult or
Kolejny garnek.
to take those two easy prize cards.
Yeah, we'll see what we have for Benjamin. We saw the Earthen Vessel that boss's orders. Now we're seeing the draw of these.
No jest fire energia, tylko...
You already had access to the fire energy. That's not a card you want to see, but looks like
Ojojoj.
down to 0 and draw with the Mew. And important to note too, that one prize that was added back into the deck, you remember? It's the prime catcher.
Yeah, it is. That's true.
So there's a few other things that you can work with there if you don't find the energy switch.
No i co teraz?
Bring up a Rotom.
That's pretty nice to get off of your opponent blowing up its own Pokemon.
Well,
I get a prime.
No jest i on?
Yeah, that's true.
Let's just find energy switches.
Yes, we still need some energy switches here. Reggie Drago V-Star is on the board now from Benjamin here, but we need those
No i gdzie są switche?
switches to be able to charge it up.
No i teraz naładuj bydle challenge. I teraz Mewpo.
Energy attached for turn. A fresh hand of 0 to be able to draw up 3 cards with this restart ability off the Mew EX. Let's see what they are, Kyle.
Oh,
Whoa.
research is found.
Baby.
Looking for some energy switches to help get the job done here in game 2.
Yeah,
No
we've
widzę
seen the
researche
Pheasantipity,
i...
we've seen- Oh,
Nie ma tego energy switcha! Ajajaj!
yeah.
All together.
We had
No
some
i co
good
teraz?
start here. We had some thinning down of other cards from Benjamin, and we even had both of our teal dances activated. We just could not get some switching here from Benjamin.
Missed on everything.
Jeez.
And now what do you go for? Is this set up another Reggie Drago in case something happens? Can you close out?
No nie ma żadnego basika, ojeju! No niestety nie znalazł żadnego switcha.
Gosh. Yeah, it's brutal to see our Reggie Drago players falling to itself.
To jest zawsze bolesne. Gracza Reggie Drago dostają zawsze w ciry. Canceling Cologne, który jest dla samego wyrzucenia, bo to nic.
Canceling Cologne.
Yeah, here you go.
Wait, what?
Oh, wait. You couldn't even attack. Anyway.
No, słówka też mu poleciała.
My excited heart. It's no longer excited. Oh. Yeah, this is rough here from Benjamin. Just nothing falling in the right order here as far as the cards go. It's just unfortunate to see. I mean, what do we even have in the rest of this hand to work with?
No
Nothing.
to widzę oczywiście po stronie Sebastiana Widżota, żeby właśnie móc oczywiście... Wow, top deck w postaci Briar!
Oh, we're seeing a top deck. What was the top deck? Oh my gosh, are we gonna see it again?
No.
Are we gonna see it again? Charizard EX we've seen the full utilization.
No to wiecie co to znaczy.
Charizard decks. We saw it yesterday in the same exact fashion. If your opponent is remaining with 2 prize cards and you knock out their
Tak, właściwie mieliśmy tu top deck, czyli Briar! Znaczy tak, najpierw oczywiście. Z czego co można zauważyć, że Bastian jeszcze nie użył for Silstone'a. I zaczyna go używać! Cukiereczek, bo najpierw Ken Pichu, czy może jednak...
Now has access to accelerate these energies, has enough to actually
O,
retrieve the Pokemon and move into the active spot here with the energy and
kurde.
It's gotta be, yeah. It's
Znaczy,
incredible
na
here.
pewno
This Radiant Charizard has to jump out of the active.
Retreat.
It's able to do that here now.
No i zagrywa oczywiście
Free energy, Charizard EX.
Briar! Charizard wygrywa 2-0. Sebastian wygrywa grę.
Here in our Masters division. Oh my gosh.
No, woo! Ta, Briar zagrana i to bardzo stylowym sposobem. Nie warto iść na takie greedy.
yeah, and I mean Benjamin shell shocked on the other end. There's not much you can do when your opponent just figures it out like that. Your game 2. Rare Candy Dusknoir go into Radiant Charizard, down 4 prize cards, turn 2, and he finds a way through. That is just magnificent.
Exactly. I mean, we put this
No,
strategy
wiemy.
that Reggie Drago had.
Te problemy z kamerą.
Kick that off, and it just was
Więc
not
jako
enough
teraz.
to stop Sebastian and the Charizard EX deck.
Tak.
Let's take a
No
look
to
at
tak,
this
Charizard wygrywa.
the win here with a
Dlatego
victory.
Charizard jest taki
Charizard
super.
Our players that Kyurem Tri-Frost effect attack, taking out those 3 Pokemon there, and Benjamin was on the front half of this game for so long, but it was just punches and punches here from Sebastian, responding every single time to Benjamin and keeping up the pace.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely flying through. Both players playing at a very tremendous pace, and it just moved us very quickly into this next game where the exact same setup happened for Benjamin, except this time Benjamin got to go first. There was no pitch out on the other end, so you knock out the pitch in combination with all this. It led to a ridiculous turn here for Sebastian. Had the Rare Candy and the Dusknoir, takes out the Hoot, has the Radiant Charizard, gets aggressive, takes out the Reggie Drago V-Star in this spot. There were a couple of draws that potentially could have led Benjamin to victory here. It feels crazy that we're only on turn 3 at a spot like this, but I mean, that's just the pace that we play with here, and Sebastian finds all the right resources to close out with that.
The Radiant Charizard Defiance Band, perfect math on the Reggie Drago
No.
V-Star combo has been iconic, but this Briar has been even more iconic. Taking an extra prize card. We see it from Benjamin looking at what card was just slapped down, and Sebastian says, this is my card to win here in this match, advance into top 4, and maybe be in another finals match now at the Louisville Regional
Stary numer jak świat.
Masters Division on our stage. Incredible.
Yeah, both players played that so well, and it's just wild to see what you can make of board states in this game, because it doesn't look possible. If you took a screenshot of that knockout on turn 2, you'd say there's no way that he
No.
it out from here without.
To chyba już jest ten etap, kiedy chyba TikTok normalnieje nieco bardziej.
Turn of the game. How did you do that,
I
man?
know, that's how I was thinking. I was like, how have we not used this yet? In my head, I'm just like, oh, we've already poured seals done.
We had to. We survived everything, and then Unfair Stamp ends up being one of the best ace specs. It works its way perfectly into the mix, slows your opponent down. Just super unfortunate for Benjamin. He finds no energy switch when he draws into 7 fresh cards.
Exactly. I mean, we were talking about from Sebastian being in this matchup, you can't slip up once in this matchup. Otherwise, you slip up and that's it for you. You lose all your momentum. But there was not that. It was honestly the opposite of that. Every single turn was utilized to the best of his ability there from Sebastian to be able to take both of those wins. And it was great.
Kurde,
It was
dobre.
great to see that. You see again once why Charizard EX still reigns supreme, okay? It's not just Infernal raining out those fire energy. It's on top here.
You're gonna
And
ride
now,
that pick, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
No, wygrywał Czech.
And now it's in our top
No i
4,
zobaczymy jak reszta.
which, by the way, we're gonna be having our top 4 match very soon for you all as well. But I mean, that was kind of a quicker paced game, so I'd be interested to hear how our other matches are going for our players in top 8.
Yeah, I hesitate to think that they could play as quickly as we saw both of our.
No to jest zawsze tak śmieszy mnie ci ludzie typu...
But I really want to hear from Sebastian, get some thoughts on what that felt like to play such an important game.
No i co tam się dzieje?
Have a chance to become a champion this early in the Masters division. Let's go ahead and throw it down and see what Sebastian's thinking.
No i tutaj już gadka z Sebastianem. Czemu to zawsze wygląda jak... O, coś tutaj się skrzaniło.
Oh, hang on. Sorry, my bad. Your mic. My bad. Yeah, pretty good.
O, widzę, że miała mi mikrofon się skrzanił. Bo nie było go w ogóle słychać. Ale kurde, no jaki to... To Briar jako Tomtek. O kurwa.
Hang on, we've got another microphone coming in for you, so don't worry about it. But this is interesting to hear that you weren't sure if you're going to be at the tournament or not, but you're seeing a lot of success here, and you've got Charizard on lock. You were telling me before we came over here to the lounge that you had gotten the deck from a friend of yours. Was there anything special about the deck that caught your eye, or was it just you're a long-time Charizard player?
Ty, ale
What's
to
the
jest...
story there?
Kurwa, no zostawcie Ice na eskiz, oni są w dobrym piku, kurwa.
Somehow, I love the card. It is like amazing. But honestly, I played Reggie Drago for Worlds and I played it for Baltimore, and those went well. I mean, I did well with them. But like.
A co tam pierdoliło usiadł? O Jezus, taki fajny frogi.
Okay, well, Drago's going down in meta share, Bolt's going up, Drago gets worse, Zard gets better. Okay, sure, I'll play the deck that I like more.
So you kind of already knew the Drago matchup from the other side. Is that matchup as bad as people say, or was there some bad luck on your opponent's side? It seemed like you won pretty handily, but I know that matchup can be very difficult from the Charizard side.
Yeah, that's a great question. It really depends. Actually, first of all, I should acknowledge that I did draw pretty well. I didn't have to use my...
A tak, Legia Artist to jest jakiś pseudo-kancelaria, tak? A propos recenzji, to jeszcze trafiłem na filmik A Baby to Remember, prehistoria z YouTube'a 2009. I to... O Jezusie! What the... Parodia się tam trafiła, o Jany! I to jeszcze w piku ich popularności, ja nie mogę. Kurde, ciekawe czy to jest jakiś Lost Media, tak swoją drogą, bo to jest jakiś Lost Media, tak swoją drogą. Wiecie co tu kurde żarci? Teraz se poszukamy. To jest piękne. Gdzie jest searching, tak? No też coś tam... Co mój wyjaśnij, utwórz, gdzie jest szukaj? Gdzie jest kopiuj wkleja? Baby, ty, dobra, poszukamy sobie na telefonie, bo go przyjąłem teraz. Oje, coś takiego istnieje? To musi być bait, znalazłem coś takiego. Co tu się dzieje? Dziecko, które tu pamiętasz. Ojo! To jest przyszły. Ciekawe ile to dziecko ma już lat. To było 15 lat temu, kurde, więc ciekawe czy wyrosło na takiego punka i freaka. Dziecku się to podobało, oja! My tu gadamy o innych rzeczach, ale kurwa.
Have you played against a lot of Reggie Drago this tournament, or was your prediction correct that Drago was truly dropped down enough for Charizard to be?
No cóż, aż 4 miliony wyświetleń. No, 4,3 miliona wyświetleń. Znaczy ja wiem o co tu chodzi, matka puszcza dziecku, no i to remember.
Process was Drago is a low enough meta share that if I hit any in day 1, I'll probably just try to outplay them. If I hit any in day 2, I'll need to get a little bit lucky, but it's dropped in meta share enough. Do you like that song? I'm comfortable enough, you know?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I think there's a lot of players the audience, a lot of viewers, and myself included, who were not expecting Charizard to be anywhere as good as you've shown us that it still is. Do you have any final thoughts for the viewers at home? Maybe somebody who's looking to pick up Charizard.
Jeszcze tam jest Lost Box, ja nie mogę. Mamo! Reaktywuję Lost Boxa.
Way too strong. It's got like unnecessary caliber of energy acceleration. Does crazy damage, crazy HP.
Złoto. Dziecko się to podobało.
Picking it up and just playing games with it, yeah, absolutely go for it. It's just it's not super high skill floor, but I think that if you really practice and take the time to push it as far as you can, practice a ton, then you can get it to be really strong.
Ooh, very well said. Great to hear from such an expert Charizard player who also knows the matchup again from the Reggie Drago side.
O kurwa, to przypadkowo taśkiem tym zbyk... Dobra, spoko. Przecież ja go też obserwuję. Niedługo będzie gry na ten lal. No.
Yeah, love you all guys.
Yeah, fantastic insight from Sebastian Lashmet, who is pushing Charizard to new heights in this format. We're going to kick things back to the casting desk and head to the next stage of our Louisville tournament, so let's stay tuned.
Ty, a nie ma noszy?
Some masterful analysis there from Sebastian. So great to hear. I mean, just the percentages of prize cards taken from Dusknoir, all of that being calculated there from Sebastian. I mean, what do you think of that interview, Kyle?
Kurde, co ci po kurwa jakimś kurde 3 razy czepnie cię Curem, a czyli w ogóle takie, to jest mocne podejście, greedy zdecydowanie. Hapsnę se 3 prizy i co mi zrobisz? A cię walnę Radiant Charizard. Tak? To jest właśnie ten cały case tych Regis suk. No co ci po... Kurde, potrójnym prezie, skoro i tak dostajesz potem czaperep.
Because if you know how to work a matchup that well, then you don't need to dedicate so much of your deck to just that matchup as it drops down in the meta share. So very cool from Sebastian. Definitely wish him luck in his upcoming match, top 4. I believe that was actually the first match for our top 8 to finish, and all of our other matches are going into a game 3.
Ty, to było szybko? To czy jeszcze są? Bo właśnie już weszło, już jest 250 kurde z tego filmu. No, na tym i widzę, że już mam złoty 70.
Louisville from Squid Patch. It's been difficult to settle on a deck list, but I think the crew made the right call. Goal is day 2 matchups in the thread list. At the end,
see how Squid Patch did this tournament?
I think it's just a picture of the city. I'm curious, though. I'm very curious now, but hey, I mean, that is something that a lot of our players do. They jump online, they share their experience at these tournaments. And all of those are cool to hear from our players. Do you think it was difficult for our players to discuss and decide on the decks for this specific format?
Absolutely, yeah. It's so tough to think what decks you're going to run into in this tournament. And you can see what Sebastian was thinking going into this tournament as well. It could be all over the place. All right, are we going to finally figure out how to say the name of this city?
You know what's funny about this, Kyle?
What?
I was listening to you on a Twitter podcast where you were telling Hegster that the way you have to say it is as if you have 4 hot dogs in your mouth. And he said, Louisville.
Yep.
Yes, so what do
Literally,
you think?
it's the top one there, too.
It actually is.
That is the correct pronunciation if you ever needed to know. I'm sure Rahul's probably the best at saying it.
Oh, thank you so much for showing us that.
No i to jest, to jest ten piesek, który tam jest, to jest ten sędzia, widzę.
Yes, I know I only got
Kurde, judge dostał.
quick second. Look at that cute picture.
Czy w ogóle to jest taki cute, powiem, z tym pieskiem, powiedzcie mi.
Professor Richie there. I think it's Kuzan, and I want to wish everybody luck. Wow, thank you. That's super cute. We love our animals here in the TCG squad.
Got the
Oh my
Pokemon
God.
represented too, all
Those
the
are
little
fluffy.
starters.
Those are real fluffy.
Yeah, it's regional weekend with my favorites. Got the hashtag Pokemon Go represented over there.
Ooh.
Hashtag best friends. I need to get
Hashtag
on that one.
Plushies. Oh, best friend. Wait, are these the best friends or the people are the best friends?
Who knows?
Maybe both.
But yeah, I need more friends.
I think it's about the
Oh,
plushies
yeah,
we made
cute.
along the way, Kyle. All right.
Okay.
All right. That's such a cute picture, though. Thank you so much for that. What the?
All right.
Wo-Chien?
Listen, I used to be a Wo-Chien gamer, and I was hooked on this guy. I tried to make him
What?
work in Giratina V-Star forever. He was my oh yeah, this will just be sick. It's not sick, but this collection is awesome.
This collection
This
so
is the
sick.
haul that you wanted from Louisville, Mr. Shoe.
Big slugs. Oh, the whole from day one. Oh my gosh, that is so sweet here from Shu. Showing all those Wo-Chiens off for us. I like the big slug, personally. I really do. Oh my goodness.
Boże, pamiętam tego orzechowego kurczaka.
I was about to say, did they get wiped out, or was this when they were setting up? Because honestly,
Ja, to jest możliwe, żeby zrobić kurczaka.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either way, I guess, Kyle, but I think that is a lot of slots here to be filled in with cards. You can pick all these cards up at our awesome vendors that we have at these regional championships. So,
To musi być ciekawy smak.
shout out to
Orzechowy
those
kurczak.
awesome dice that we see so many players using out in the field.
the Jake Gearhart dice.
Well, yeah. We love that
No, to
story.
jest by...
This is a story I could follow. My goodness. How many people is that? Like 13?
That's about a billion, I
Oh.
think. That is about a billion. Gaming Gen at Louisville. A big thanks and shout out to our wonderful staff here in Louisville. This event could not be possible without y'all. Make sure to thank and say hi to our professors today as you see them on the floor. I could not agree more with this. Our staff is truly what makes these events so fantastic. It runs smoothly thanks to them. You know, the judges that you call over to the table, the people behind the scenes arranging all of these matches. I mean, these are the people that you want to rely on
No cóż,
and make
no.
friends with because they're out there helping
Że jakby się
everybody
wczytało
here at regional
dokładnie, to w sumie jakby na to nie patrzeć, to my kupujemy licencję.
I consider my second family. It's so cool to just have this relationship with them. And we see them all over the world. We're all focused on one goal, which is just everyone having the best time possible at these events. And you can be very competitive or on that other side too, and it's just fun that we all are united by this one beautiful thing that is Pokemon.
Kuzan's over there too.
Yeah, shout out to Kuz.
Love it. Fantastic to see. We have Keely here on the way to Louisville. I'm really flying 4,000 kilometers to play competitive Pokemon.
That could
No
be,
więc
I
jest
don't know
jeszcze
what that
dużo
means.
przed
Is that
nami,
like-
tutaj posty są pokazywane.
That could be a little puddle hop. That could be across the pond. I have no clue.
I assume it's a far distance, right,
I
Kyle?
don't know. Maybe you can jump 400 kilometers. I'm not sure.
Oh my gosh.
4,000. Oh yeah.
Oh
All right.
my
Maybe that's like
goodness.
3 or 4 jumps.
Hey, well, I hope Keely's having a fantastic time. Looked very prepared, swagged up in a lot of the poke. Is that a Terrapagos
What?
cake? Get out of here!
Instead of it beating my booty in top 8, I can just eat them.
What is it? Is it cake?
It's always cake. Everything is cake.
You're gonna have to chop the card next time. Is it actually cake though?
Just take it out of Game Smart's deck and eat it. See what happens.
See what happens. Is it cake? I don't know. This is fantastic. Oh my gosh. I could not have seen a more beautiful cake here today.
That
in
is
this
fantastic.
Terrapagos.
Yeah, I feel like I think I saw this on Twitter earlier before the tournament started.
So cute.
And like he made it with his mom, I believe. It's just such a cool thing to do and bond over.
Yeah, my mom and I made, and it's for the birthday. Happy birthday as well. Oh, who are these little canoodles here? Chip Richie tweeting out a pair of poltergeists on the
To jest
desk.
naszego strażnika.
Well, you guys have been doing a great job on the desk and looking even
Halo?
fresher here in our Halloween fits yesterday. I
No
mean,
to ja
this was
wiem. A
phenomenal
mogę przyjść
here,
jutro?
for the costumes. A
Halo.
fantastic duo in Louisville for
Opa.
our casters.
Yeah, this is the boys really dedicated themselves to the bit, and I respect it.
Yeah, Kai was saying that it's going to be interesting to get used to Adam now with some hair here. Now we're going to have to see him without the hair, and it's going to be weird. So, very cute there from Adam being a Gengar. I mean, the tie with the tongue is just, it's too good.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, this pays to the original card art too.
Yes.
You've seen the card art; they nailed it.
Gengar mimicry, yeah,
Go
absolutely.
check that out if you haven't seen it.
Yes, it's fantastic. Tag team of the cast for sure. So awesome to hear from you all. Definitely make sure to keep up on all of our social media at each one of these events. #PlayPokemon. We love featuring all of your posts here as much and as often as we can here on the stream, because you're a part of what makes these events so great. People who come out from all across the world to compete here or just spectate and have fun with friends.
We did see our tag team of Chip and Skarzik. We are a little bit of a tag team ourselves.
Think so.
We were working on our pumpkins backstage.
Oh,
How'd yours end up?
How did mine end up? I was very messy. I was very sticky yesterday.
Did you end up looking like my shirt, perhaps?
Yes, I did. Absolutely. What about you, Kyle? How's yours?
Speaking of pumpkins.
I went with one route.
Oh, here you went one route.
I went one
How'd
route.
that start out for you?
No dobra, to...
It may be cursed.
It may be a little cursed. I hope you didn't curse it though.
I always thought my caster curse was strong, but I've never resorted to physical cursed objects to keep a player from seeing success.
No właśnie zobaczyłem co tu się dzieje. Na
I
razie
didn't
nic się nie
intend on
dzieje.
this, but this is just what happens sometimes. It's the new voodoo doll.
Yeah, you've got the pumpkin with Cleffa, with John Ang, wishing on a star, a dark, dark wish indeed.
John Ang, I'm so sorry.
I wrote his name in the sky and I forgot about the ominous dark cloud that follows him everywhere he goes.
Absolutely.
Well, with that, Kyle, thank you for all your curses here, but we're gonna take the scene now and go through all the pumpkins. We'll see you in a bit. And hello everyone, Watch with Sadana here, and I'm joined in the booth with Kyle and Adam. And these are our pumpkins!
And also Chip.
Chip, my bad.
You're good, buddy.
I was just talking to Kyle.
Keep rolling, we're good.
100%. So these are our pumpkins. How do you guys feel like you did?
Well, I mean, are we telling the audience who's, or is it up to them to decide?
I mean, we already spoiled.
I think I was feeling fine about mine, but then just, I didn't know we were allowed to use extra pieces from other pumpkins.
Kurde, tam jest jeszcze, kurde, dynia z napisem John Ang.
I think that
Ja, jedna wygląda jak Tofi.
They know what's what. They can figure out whose pumpkin is whose.
I think we know who the artistic one is of the TCG bunch.
I mean, drawing on a whiteboard, sculpting with a pumpkin, it's pretty much the same. But I do have to defend myself because I didn't use pieces from the other pumpkins. This hand that I have crafted and attached to the front of this Haunter pumpkin has actually come from the back side of the pumpkin. So I still only used just one pumpkin.
I should have taken a Sharpie and colored mine in a little bit more. I went with the little appling here. I went for something that I thought was simple enough, right? Simple enough.
I think it's very cute.
Apple with a pumpkin.
Yeah. I mean, last year an orange one, right? So.
I thought I'd try my hand there, but with Skarzik being in the competition, it's just not even.
Yeah, I wasn't able to participate last year, but now I'll have my revenge, especially after Kyle and Boo were making fun of my hair.
We've got Boo's coughing here that I think definitely looks like it just wants to explode to be put out of its misery.
I actually do really like that one, but Wancho with the Mimikyu, unreal.
In lore, I mean, he writes on this thing.
Wancho, did you cut
Did
you cut anything out of that pumpkin?
I wanted to cut the mouth, but then it's part of the lore. It has to be drawn. I added little the cheek pouches too. I put some effort.
I mean, that's going to be up to our audience to decide whether or not a pumpkin that has not actually been carved is allowed to be in the pumpkin carving.
Again, I want to remind everyone, last year an orange won.
And we preemptively banned oranges from being entered into this contest.
Kyle was not allowed to use an orange again.
But yeah, and of course, the last pumpkin.
But this was a lot of fun. I'm glad that we were able to get so many pumpkins so quickly. We had our production staff hollow them all out, so I only needed to do the carving. I didn't have to do the super messy bit of getting all the insides of the pumpkins out. It's been so long since I have carved a jack-o'-lantern actually, and
A to jeszcze chyba gdzieś tak
fun, nostalgic
Gyrosis.
to do in between casts.
Yeah, and the cool thing is, a lot of the stencils we used for these pumpkins, you can find them on the website.
Oh yeah.
So you can, find the stencils, try it at home, or maybe if you just have a Sharpie and make a Mimikyu, right?
Yeah, the stencils are awesome. I'd love to see some people, you know, having some Pokemon-themed jack-o'-lanterns for their Halloween celebrations this year.
No to nie przesadzajmy, no.
The best Pokemon for this season because it just has that handcrafted look and just get in there and make a mess and make some mistakes and make some fun art.
Yeah, and then again, the John Ang pumpkin. I was talking to Kyle about it yesterday. He was saying that, oh, I'm putting him on
No ciekawe.
this tournament yesterday, and as soon as he carved it, he goes 0-2.
No jest nudno, powiem.
If you lift up the lid of that pumpkin and look inside, there's a monkey's paw in there.
Curled.
Absolutely terrible. That pumpkin is scary for a completely different reason.
Yeah, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you're on Twitch, the poll is running right now, so you can vote for which pumpkin will win and why.
Które rotą? Bo są...
The Haunter, the 3D, come on.
He does
really
too much
trying to
winning
do-
when it comes to this artistic stuff. Let's show some love to little Applin here.
I mean, the little Applin that could. It just got a new card, Hydrapple EX. Are we excited for that? How's Hydrapple
Ty,
doing?
ale to zawsze było, lore.
Anything go on? Any hope
Ty,
of
no.
grasping at straws for you here, Chip?
Not quite, no. But it's all good because it's a pumpkin. Here we are.
What you guys don't understand is I had to find a pumpkin that was the exact size of my head. So I went to the pumpkin patches early. I was literally holding them, I was checking, and then I put the hat on. I had to switch like 3 times.
Yeah, they charge you by weight, so
Znaczy, właśnie ciekawostka.
to really dig deep to get this Pikachu, especially if you bought that Charizard. I know you're really struggling now.
Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit, so I need this, ladies and gentlemen. I need this chat.
Pokemon's got a pretty good system when it comes to Wancho with casting because all the money they pay him to come to these events just goes right back to the company with all the merchandise he buys.
That's how they keep me here, folks. No, but again, whichever one you choose, I'm sure it's deserving. Just maybe just not Kyle's. I'll be happy with anyone else here. It's not Kyle's.
Yeah, I honestly
No,
do.
jeszcze
You know, we
ten-
gotta show a little love.
I do like the coffin.
It's some, you know, she did not use a stencil, I don't
Yeah.
believe, you know, went freehand with it, so there's some respect.
Woo!
My Applin, I do stenciled in, I know. Just a simple, I probably could have done it without a stencil, to be honest, but, you know, here we are.
I know, and then me, you know, we'll see if you like the hand. Is the Sharpie out of bounds? Did I go a little bit too ham? Maybe I get points taken away for tryharding too much.
The question I have is how are you going to get this back home? Because you, like, have to put this outside your front door, right?
That's
You're just going to
rough.
recreate it.
I will be driving back home, so it might last the few days that I'll need to make the road trip. But having a pumpkin in the
No myślę, że
vehicle
już też pracę nad Dynami.
Leave it overnight, you come back to something you don't want to smell in the morning.
Talk about haunting, right?
Well, that's the best part. Now that this is Haunter Pumpkin version 1.0, maybe I'll take a second crack at it.
I'll get a second hand in.
Maybe.
You could actually use
Znaczy już teraz inne firmy idą w
That's the
stronę.
secret of art is that you can make the same idea, the same
No,
project over
to-
and over again until you get it just right.
Something I do really want to see, though, we was talking about it yesterday, is
Dość się nazywa dobry.
pumping pumpkin. She wanted to put dry ice in.
Mech.
Oh, so it has like the vapors.
That would be good if you went for like a ghastly pumpkin, you know, to go alongside the Haunter as well. That could be a good one.
Alright,
To jest-
guys, so the results are in. I'm hearing, I believe we have a winner for the Pumpkin Carving Contest 2025. Really?
Nie, znaczy... Kyle wins again!
Oh my
No ten konkurs na te
His
dynie
meteor
są.
energy has
Ale
carried
gówno!
to another year. John Ang's soul now trapped within this cursed pumpkin.
I want to call it Judge, but to be fair, that is the most terrifying pumpkin. I do not want to be carved into a cup.
I gotta say, like, I mean, I'm not that surprised. It was Twitch chat voting after all. I am disappointed, of course. It's just, you know, it doesn't matter how much effort you put into it. You know, it just doesn't matter.
No, you don't.
This guy can't keep getting away with this.
He really can't.
He's not allowed to work the next Halloween broadcast. He's not allowed.
Yeah, Twitch, you're voting him out of work now because we have to rig the pumpkin contest against him. I thought I had a real shot this time.
Adam actually had.
Znaczy, ja nie wiem o co tu Kamon czasami z tymi filmami, że do teraz to dzieci są wybredne. Kurwa, kiedyś też dzieci były wybredne. To nie jest tak, że...
Honestly, Skarzik, that is a great point. they truly
No, obecne dzieciaki nie szanują.
Alright, with
Tak,
that,
kurwa, jakby kiedyś tak nie było, kurwa, co?
for voting incorrectly, but still voting. But you know what, we're gonna go back here to the the regional championship, the real competition. I believe I have a quick interview actually with a champion, the junior champion. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Znaczy, ja nie wiem o co kaman z tymi filmami, że niby w dzisiejszych czasach, kurwa, no ludzie nie szanują rzeczy.
By our junior Louisville regional champion, Annabelle. Oh no. Annabelle, how are you feeling?
Amazing and surprised.
Surprise! So this is your first top 8, if I'm correct, yeah? First top 8, and you made it all the way to the top. That must be over the moon. Tell us your secret. What deck are you playing?
I was playing Raging Bolt.
Raging Bull. That's a pretty fast deck. How are your matchups throughout the deck?
So there's some tricky ones like
Zresztą to jest takie
Noise,
słuszne
but
uczucie, że halo, ty gościu pokazał w swojej historii, że... Ela, co ty robisz?
I was wondering like what they were going to do next, so I was just trying to do some like little attacking and then just go really big at the end.
That was a great answer. Coming from the juniors, having that foresight, being able to think far ahead. I'm not surprised at all you've been able to win this tournament. With that, let me know what's next for Annabelle.
What I chose this deck
No.
because I was fast and
Nam dziecko...
the other deck.
Znaczy to jest takie głupie myślenie, bo kiedyś też byli ludzie, którzy nie szanowali rzeczy, które dostają, no.
Easy to play, but there's
Taka
also
prawda.
frequency, and the meta is very fast.
Przecież
so I
też
felt
można
like
kiedyś
this was a good
narzekać na to, że
deck choice to
o
play.
Jezus, dostałem tego pelikana, a nie wygry.
Going to Argentina and then LA.
So we're going to Argentina and LAIC next.
All right. Better keep an eye out for Annabelle. And now that you have the big regional money and your invite to the World Championships, are you excited for Worlds?
Yes.
Amazing to hear. Before I let you go, I just want to ask, what's your favorite Pokemon?
Alola Raichu.
Oh, okay. I was expecting Pikachu there for a second. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
My family, my family is Lynn, Steve, my brother, which is Kenji, and my coaches, which is Pablo and John.
Znaczy też takie obrazki głupie, bo...
Jeff, and my friends for helping me pass.
Great to hear. Again, congratulations, Annabelle. With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action. Don't go anywhere.
Aha, top 4 będzie za jakieś niedługo. Znaczy tak jak mówię, no spod do tego jak szybko chłopi skończyły. No zobaczymy, kogo będziemy mieli na warcie, więc to chyba zdążymy do końca obejrzeć w tym przypadku, więc damy radę. This is not your west, so heavy is a crown. Kurde, deseczki, kurde, do kupienia. Co bym sobie to kupił? Więc już niedługo będzie top 4. My sobie tu jeszcze poczekamy. To jest ten Discovery Lab, czyli tutaj jest po prostu to stanowisko z tutorialami.
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team, and for me it's just like using Pokemon that I know I'm gonna have fun with is the big thing, because if I have fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start
Co ty robisz? Ela! Dobra, chwila. Ela! Przestań!
If you build a team and start playing, you write down your notes, look at your mistakes.
Przestań! Gdzie tak ostatnio martujesz? Gdzie cię tak ostatnio?
Find a friend that can play. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Advice that I would give to somebody wanting to start playing this
Tak Leslie Blanki?
is to look up
A tutaj mam widzenie, które są cenzurowane.
area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events and
Co to?
go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have for people looking to compete
Nic
at
ci
home
nie jest,
is
Luna?
really get connected
Wszystko
with the
dobrze?
community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you can do out there.
Czy w ogóle jest... A czy jedynie co się tam powtarza to Lugia w tym top 4, więc...
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it.
To razem Randy Rausch się tam nie
I was
dostał.
very nervous and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens.
I'd have to say Piplup would be my starter Pokemon. I love the Steel type, and it's the only starter that has that on it. I'm big into TV, just sitting back and relaxing on the couch after a long day of work, or Pokemon Go. Last year's world champion Dancing Rob definitely is one of them. He's one of the best battlers in the world. And then all my friends.
Tu mamy chyba przedstawienie gracza Pokémon Go.
Arrow. There's so many incredible people in this community.
Tutaj no, że tak powiem, będzie top 4. Że jest duża szansa, że damy radę jednak obejrzeć do finałów. Ja, że będzie gorzej.
I just like to have fun with Pokemon. When I'm at events, we actually have a tradition to get tacos before day one, so I definitely have to say that would be a tradition that we always get. I think my favorite city I've been to for Pokemon would have to be Yokohama. It was just the culture around it, like all the energy. It's hard to top that. The best thing that happened to me this month would have to be that I started streaming on Twitch, and the community is just so supportive, so incredible. They're always there to support anyone who's streaming, and it's just so humbling to see. I'm on twitch.tv/itsaxon or x.com/itsaxon as well.
Misdreavus conceals itself in darkness, sitting still.
No i znowu spółki, straszymy dzieci.
As it observes the frightened travelers with glee, the red orbs upon its chest lit off in eerie light. If you hear a sobbing sound emanating from a vacant room, it's undoubtedly a bit of mischief from Misdreavus.
Welcome back into Louisville, Kentucky, the home as of now of a regional championship that is still underway here. You're joining us on the trading card game. I am Shelby Boo here with the undefeated champion of the pumpkin carving contest, Kyle Sablehouse. Kyle, how does it feel to win once again this year in our pumpkin carving
No
contest?
cóż, mamy już niedługo tutaj top 4. Więc tutaj już...
Yeah, it's gonna haunt me as well, Kyle, seeing that. I mean, you become the
Kogo zobaczymy tym
champion
razem
now of
w
the
akcji?
pumpkin carving contest. But John Ang's run was ended here because of that haunting pumpkin that you carved his name into. So again, sorry about that, John Ang.
Moment of silence.
We'll moment of silence you for sure. Anyway, let's get back to our tournament and what we've been getting through so far. Here, we're about to jump into a top 4 match. Our players are getting set up, but we're still getting spooky. We have to decide who is going to advance in our bracket here of spookiest Pokemon. We've been discussing this all weekend. I have a lot of spooky Pokemon on my dress
Tak, no i teraz jest ta bitwa pomiędzy Dusknoirem a Bannet. Dusknoir, no i teraz jest Mimikyu versus Drekey. Darkrai, co jest bardziej straszne. A teraz jak na razie mamy ten konkurs na... Kto jest straszniejszy, Mimikyu czy Darkrai?
You can go ahead and take Darkrai take it home, Kyle. I mean, you've already talked about the cards. So
you know,
interested to see how you take this.
Yeah, Darkrai. This is a Pokemon that I've actually beaten up recently.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it was terrifying. I was playing against Ross Coughlin. That guy was terrifying too. He played it very well, and I cracked him. But the deck was able to do all sorts of different shenanigans. The dark patches were flying left and right, and he surprised me by throwing down like 6 energy in a turn. You don't want that to happen to you in a dark alley, and I certainly don't wish for that for you either. So avoid Darkrai.
You don't want energies flying at you in a dark alley? What are the odds of that? What?
Have you ever played Pokemon in a dark alley with the boys?
I can't say I have.
All right.
I can't say I have.
What have you done with old Mimikyu?
Well, Mimikyu not only is it a fantastic card in the TCG
No i znowu będzie
quite
konkurs.
a while, but the lore of Mimikyu is probably the spookiest thing I've ever read in my life. It wanted to be a Pikachu. It actually disliked the way it looked so much that it tried to become Pikachu. But then, sadly, because it looked so scuffed as a Pikachu, as what it tried to make out as a Pikachu, it actually had the opposite effect. Nobody liked it. It cries every night, cries itself to sleep, and it's sad.
All right, that's a little too close to home. I'm gonna need you to calm down. That's scuffed. All right. Well, that's what we got for you, y'all. Me reminiscing about NAIC and scuffed Mons. So, which one do you think is spookier?
Which one is spookier? Yes. I mean, they both look pretty spooky for sure. Darkrai is actually like a demon. Did you know that?
No.
It is.
What? I would if it weren't a really good card, I probably wouldn't have known of its existence.
No.
It's not a ghost. It doesn't even have legs. It doesn't have legs. It just floats.
Okay.
That's spooky. I definitely wouldn't want to see that in a dark alley, but I guess I'm selling your pick here, huh, Kyle?
Oh, thanks. Hey, someone needed to. I didn't really fight very hard.
Well, it's up to you all. Definitely vote on that. But we're going to start doing our actual job here now, Kyle. Bringing us into our top 4 match here in Louisville, Kentucky.
I to jeszcze tak gdzie...
The stops are going to be pulled out between our players. They have one more match until they advance into the
No i tutaj mamy Lost Boxa versus walka z duchami. Yeah. Tu mamy chyba gościa od ekipy Hendrixa? Czy nie noszę? Mamy oczywiście no już znanego z poprzedniego streama. Mam Kyla. No i mamy tutaj Kaleba Geltmera. Czyli nie, to będzie Raging Bolt kontra walka z duchami.
Nobody. You can see it on his face here. Caleb Gettimer has brought everything to this table. You see there's decks here. We're looking at the prize cards from both of our players. Caleb Gettimer has just been on a tear throughout this entire
Tak, mamy tutaj oczywiście znanego już z poprzedniego już wcześniej streama Kyla Lesieniewicza, no i Kaleba Gardemana, więc jest ciekawie. Szkoda, że nie. Wow! To jest piękny starcik, a raczej nie piękny starcik, bo tu mamy oczywiście Iron Butla na aktywie, oczywiście po stronie Kyla mamy oczywiście Jan Greninja.
Starting us off with this earthen vessel here, discarding a card into that discard pile. A fantastic mechanic of this deck. You want those energies in the discard pile to be able to accelerate them forth in these later turns. Let's talk about Caleb Gettimer. We're seeing him on stream now. Raging Bolt is the deck that he picked. Why do you think he went with this
No
deck?
cóż, no jest trochę nieciekawie po stronie
so far in this tournament from Caleb.
Yeah, I think he picked the deck because Azul's not here.
Yeah, apparently.
Azul despises this
naszego
thing,
bohatera.
and this is an opportunity now to show off that this deck actually just tracks. It's all over the meta forecast as one of the best decks in the room, and they think they've got an edge right now. They've got a couple of unique inclusions in the deck list, and they could certainly pay off dividends here.
A to jest jeden ze świeżych.
Oh yeah, that is pretty nice here. Adding some extra cards into the deck to maybe have a little bit of an edge in this Raging Bolt matchup. Yeah, Luminion V there. I mean, we've seen its utility all weekend with that Luminous Sign ability. We saw it utilized multiple times
No.
from Kieran to just back-to-back gust options within those boss's orders. And that could be down the line here from Caleb as well. But right now, we've taken a look through the deck. We're seeking out those energy from that Earthen Vessel within a Fighting Energy, a Lightning Energy, and Raging Bolt EX. Let's talk about this card. It's a basic.
No dobra, co tu da? Dobra, zrobił Earthen Vessel z trawiastą, no i wyszukał energię. No, co ciekawe, tutaj warto zaznaczyć, że Caleb Jellor gra Lumineona, co trochę może mocno dziwić. Wystawia oczywiście Pokestopa i spin robimy. No, tylko Greninja poszedł do piachu. Ale spokojnie, nic się nie stało, bo przecież mamy Night Stretchera. I mogę go po prostu wystawić tam, skąd przybył. Więc widzę taki piękny start. Mamy Greninja, Sadusia i to nawet dwie widzę. No i Nest Ball. Bo to jest tak bardzo ciekawe, bo tutaj mamy tym razem Lumineona w... No, kurde, jak nie... Duch, to co powiecie na Raging Bolta z Lumineonem do Ewy, szukania ewentualnej sady. Minus jest oczywiście taki, że pewnie nie was wystalują. Co ciekawe, lecimy na 2 boltach. Attach z ręki. No i oczywiście Switch Card. No i pas. Jest całkiem fajne rozłożenie. Leśniewicz zaczyna. No, oczywiście Pokestop nie jest potrzebny, no przecież mój przeciwnik też go ma.
Now next turn he just wants to add some Ogrepon into the mix and he can really start to accelerate and potentially check down a Pokemon like Palkia on the other side.
Exactly, and that's going to be detrimental for Kyle, potentially, if that happens. Kyle, we've seen him on stream before with this Palkia deck, unfortunately ending in a tie before, but now bringing us to the top 4 table here, bringing it back. And Radiant Greninja, the starting Pokemon here for Kyle. Taking a look at the deck himself here, sorting through things off this Earthen Vessel, discarding a Pokestop. There is already a Pokestop in play that can be utilized as well for Kyle. So we're going to get these energy out.
No i mamy 2 energie. Mamy chyba Palkię, widzę z V.
Ways to assist itself, either with the V-Star ability to bring those water energies back, or the Night Stretchers when you start to lose pieces of the Dusknoir line. You can add those right back into the hand and continue on. So we'll see the Pokestop played here. We see Ultra Ball as well in the hand too, and there's a few more cards that
No oczywiście Greninja.
try to help out.
Yeah, 2 cards to see. It's another water energy. As well as a piece of that Dusknoir line. I think it is the Dusknoir.
Not the right piece.
Na pewno musi wystawić tą Palkę. To jest chyba Palkia V. Tak, dobrze myślę, to jest Palkia V. No jest oczywiście wystawiona. Ceraniny.
So what's the gameplay gonna look like from Kyle as far as, you know, the prize mapping, what he's targeting down to eliminate from Caleb's field? Is he gonna be able to even keep up the pace? What do you think, Kyle?
No i co my tu chcemy, no? Mamy tu też takiego ratowka. Znamy, no i jedziemy po skłoka.
Second Palkia V and feel a lot more comfortable in this matchup.
3 water energy already in the discard pile, 1 now being attached for turn onto this V Pokemon into the Squawk and Seas. those couple of resources being discarded into the discard pile for Kyle, we're gonna see 6 more cards.
Rhyming out here, look at you. And yeah,
For Kyle.
the Blood Moon
Dobra,
Ursa
no.
went into the discard pile. It's not
Just.
something Kyle
O,
loves to
tu
see,
widzę, że
but
po
also
skoku mamy oczywiście Rotoma, Poke, Stopy, Heavy Ball, reszta tu oczywiście out.
Pokestop getting rolled here.
No to pokażmy, co tam w prize'ach. Mamy oczywiście kolejną palkię do wystawienia. Ma na pewno chce wystawić palkię z duchami, a czy chcemy wystawiać Rotoma albo Frokiego? Ciężko powiedzieć. Ale jak się okazuje, wystawiamy jednak. No i robimy instant charge.
Charged up cards, ending your turn here. So Kyle is gonna pass things over after that instant charge, ending things for Caleb. And Caleb's gonna kick us off. So we saw the initial
No co to tam robimy? Mamy dwie sady. Iron Bundle, czyli zmuszamy. No to się zaczął blowerowanie.
From Caleb, and then Kyle gets to switch a Pokemon he chooses who to promote into the active position. Now the Iron Bundle's gone.
No, czy chcemy ryzykować dwóch prize'y? No, to jest pomyślenie. Czy chcemy ryzykować 2 prize'y?
The lowest hit point one possible. You're inevitably going to get a knockout this turn, but 2 prize cards never feels good to give up there. Oh, that's not good either.
Wow, Bravery Charm. That's a tool card. It's different now from our item cards. And Caleb Gettimer just dropped 2 of them from that Pokestop into the discard pile, only netting 1 card.
He's like, all right, Sada first next time, I guess.
Yes.
That was unfortunate, but it's just
No i
the way
mamy.
things go sometimes. In a perfect world, you draw into some item cards, you thin down a little more, and then you can find those Bravery Charms at the right time. Just unlucky.
Well, here we go, the big engine of this deck. Professor Sada's Vitality, targeting those 2 ancient Pokemon in those Raging Bolt EX. The energy from the discard pile get activated back onto the field, onto those Raging Bolts, and then you draw 3 additional cards. So it's the energy acceleration, it's the draw support, and that is...
No dobra, mamy Nesbola oczywiście, Greninja.
3 energy out on the field in total now. We still have an attachment from turn if we have it, and that Earthen Vessel is in the hand here for Caleb already.
O, mamy już tak.
A lot.
Ogromną rękę. Okej, co ciekawe, tutaj nasz przeciwnik gra Slitterwinga. Tylko właśnie, gdzie są Ogerpony? Nie ma Ogerponów.
Sada gets you far, but not too far if you have so many cards in your deck that you can use. And that's definitely what this deck does very well. I mean, look at this stacked hand here from Caleb. But taking a quick look again at the discard pile, but still tons of cards. Here we have 2 Raging Bolt EX. They're slowly getting charged up. That Earthen Vessel bringing those energy back into the hand from the deck, things even more.
No dobra, co tu tam się dzieje? Atacz z ręki.
And here we go. Here's the discard. This is 3 energy cards, 70 damage per energy. That's a 2 prize knockout.
No i bierze, no i odblokowano Fezant DPD Switch Card.
4 more to take here, putting Kyle on the defense side of this field. And what do you think about the Origin Form Palkia V deck? How does it respond when it's in War of Ages?
No i tak, mamy oczywiście Cuksa i Noszę.
It's unfortunate because Kyle has to work a lot harder to get the knockouts in this spot. He's got access to it. We see the rare candy in the Ultra Ball, so Dusknoir can be included into this mix, but you have to start to use cards
No i
like that
tutaj
Iona
Ultra
to
Ball.
draw more and more resources.
To chyba duchy.
On a weaker hand. They are not allowed to add onto their board state and add more Pokemon.
Tylko co jak tu chce.
Avoid giving too much power to the Palkia V-Star, attacking for more damage. But
No to jest potrzebny discard.
because you only have this board of a Greninja and a
What do you even go for there? You have little to work with. It's not one of those decks that throws down all all of these basic Pokemon that are supporters in
No i
this
Palkia.
matchup, because like you said, Kyle, you don't want to give those extra hit points, the 20 each for the subspace swell on the Palkia V-Star. And that's what we see brought out of the deck right now from Kyle, with the Ultra Ball, discarding 2 cards, getting that Palkia
No i
V-Star.
tak jak mówię, mamy jeszcze nosza.
Awkward
A ile tam
here
jest?
now for Kyle, and he's already on the back foot. It looks like we're gonna see the Pokestop. 3 cards here, that's 1. That's 2. Yeah, very nice. Greninja EX hitting
Noszek
Kyle,
był
but
numer
that's for
2.
a nice stretcher and
Nest
an
Bolal.
S-ball. Take it.
Yeah, for Kyle,
Po
the prize map
faza
can
z
be a little
DBD.
tricky at this point. You obviously have to commit to
Lecimy, no.
as one of your big attackers. The Moonlight
No i
Sheriff
zobaczymy, co
doesn't
tam
line
Flip
up
the
nicely
Scripty da nam
to the Raging Bolt, and
na ręce.
we'll see a little bit of overreach when taking knockouts in a spot like this, but it also leads into that late game opportunity where you see those night stretchers. They can go for the Ursula Una and help out.
Ja chyba idzie po
Taking
ducha.
those sneaky knockouts that line up much better.
Yeah, Ursaluna, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, it comes
Tak,
out
no
and
i
it
oczywiście
attacks.
Night Stretcher
We've
po.
seen that
Night-
all day today
Tym
for
samym
sure.
też
And
wchodzą
another thing we've
duchy,
seen,
najbardziej.
these Dusknoir, they have been flying. And when I mean
Już jest nawet co
flying, they
ciekawe
were
dyskusja, czy ich
into
nie
Dusknoir,
zbanować,
and
bo
then
one
very
są
shortly
takie...
after, if not the next turn, they curse blast themselves away. This Origin form, Palkia V-Star now out on the field here. Lost vacuum being eyed up.
I think
Get rid of the
counter catcher
Pokestop.
No i mamy
is not
odkurzaczyk.
helpful in a spot like this. You know what you need to knock out. It doesn't matter when Professor Sada is the card being played. You're just trying to avoid that.
No i duszki.
Prize card. Put some damage down on their board. And
Tak,
hopefully that
Chaos
opponent
Blast
starts
w
to stick at this
benchowego Pokemona,
You're
tym
getting rid
samym
of
też...
one prize card, but Caleb was already on that 2/2/2 map of the prize cards here. So Lost Vacuum is going to limit Caleb's ability to Pokestop if he can't replace that stadium. So
I
have
do
that
tego
distribution either way,
Ajono!
especially, like you said, Kyle, the counter catcher isn't helpful.
Czyli ja nie mogę, 3 karty, to musiało boleć.
Caleb, 3 prize cards now thanks to that additional knockout of the Dusknoir on Kyle's own side. And we're going to have a fresh 6 here for Kyle.
Yeah, a bit surprising to see the damage go to the benched Raging Bolt in a spot like this. If you take the knockout here, you're making your opponent need one more resource for Sadas to have the effect of 2 Pokemon to target and give energy to. Instead, he's going to play a slower approach, deal some good damage, but he's hoping to chain this together into something with another Dusknoir potentially, and it's just difficult to ask for. Or maybe this is into a big Moonlight play that the math doesn't work out.
And that's awkward here. Kyle Earthen Vesseling to get rid of a card, and it's just a single energy drawn out of that. There's no more energy in the deck. They're all sitting
No,
in
I
the
flipped
hand
the
of the
script.
discard pile right now for Kyle here as well. Of course, you have that Star Portal V-Star power to re-accelerate the energy, which is something that's how this deck functions. That single copy of the tracking shoes as well.
Don't use it yet.
Yeah, Kyle somehow
Save it.
knows how to use it at the perfect time to get the perfect card, so we'll see if that happens again here. But we see the energy attachment onto that Palkia V-Star. In the active position, it's ready to subspace swell. 60 base damage, 20 for each benched Pokemon on both Kyle's side as well as Caleb's side. That's why we're seeing that slim bench there from Caleb. We're seeing this V-Star power be activated now to get these energy out onto the benched Origin form Palkia V, which is only a V at this moment in time, and 1 onto that Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, and the way that the energies are placed in this spot is also tricky because you're 2 energies away from attacking with Radiant Greninja, so you're basically looking at the Pokemon as just a way to retreat out of some certain situations.
To się działo, wchodzi tu.
Essentially, Caleb Gettimer taking some hits there on that Raging Bolt EX, hanging on by 40 HP here. A damaged one on the bench as well, but none of these Pokemon have been taken out yet. They're just
No
heavily
kurde,
damaged
brick
sitting
moment.
on the field for Caleb Gettimer right now.
No bo niestety
We'll see what
doszło
the hand
do
was. Of course, we're
mocnego
working out the Iono hand here from Caleb. It was 3 cards, the top deck as well
disruptu
for to
i
start
chyba
turn.
chce znaleźć,
Now
i
it's
chyba
like,
będzie
Ultra
Luminara, on coś czuje.
It's Ultra Ball and Prime Catcher, but this is why you play Luminion. You have an ability to now find a supporter in a spot like this, where this deck typically just goes, well,
What do I do?
I guess I need to restart or something. Just play these.
Tak, to jest właśnie bardzo ciekawy trochę aspekt Lumineon. No i długo będziemy szukali pewnie supporterów oczywiście przez Tatsugiri.
That supporter that targets those ancient Pokemon gets the energy out on the field, so you consistently
Tatsugiri,
take
więc
knockouts,
no.
and that's what we're seeing here now. And you get a nice 3 cards as
Wystarczą
well.
4 karty, żeby właśnie...
Cards for Caleb. That's going to help out the hand a lot, and that's fantastic recovery after an Iono.
Finds Serendipity.
Even better.
When you see a Luminion on your board, you're like,
Oczywiście
okay,
to...
we've got a couple resources that are probably going to get knocked out, maybe.
Tego z... no, mniej zranionego. Mamy topinkę. Serendipity. Attacz z ręki. No i robimy znowu knockaucik. 280. Siąd w palkie. No i chyba nie ma za bardzo już duchów.
To potentially take this win to heavily damaged Raging Bolt EXs. Kyle still has 6 prize cards remaining here and is going to promote this Origin form Palkia V, but how do we come back from here, Kyle? What are we about to see? We got a Dust Gold that was put out, and it's
mamy
ready.
oczywiście gry
It's going, but do we have the cards?
Yeah, you start to identify what the prize map is that gets you out of a mess like this. You can target down both Raging Bolt, potentially. You just aren't going to take the knockouts. It's so you have to just go on this approach of just taking out threats as you can, and I think the #1 threat that we see is that Serendipity that can continue to draw up some of these resources. If you have access to Iono in combination with the counter catcher, you can do a lot of work there, but just you don't see the Palkia V-Star. We don't see any of the pieces in hand other than the Iono right now, and it's just not adding up.
Quite sad. Palkia V-Star in the prize cards as well as a Dusclops, a Dusknoir, a couple of those pieces too. So, I mean, there's just and a Night Stretcher in the prize cards
Blood Moon
too.
Ursaluna in the discard pile.
Yes.
No Night Stretcher to be seen. And
exactly. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Coś tu się działo.
We need to find some really good cards off of Iono, and it's certainly possible in this spot. We see 1 Night Stretcher remaining there, as 1 is in the prize card.
Tak, no teraz będzie już ciężko odpalić duchy. No bo niestety, albo stety, no bo jeżeli odpalimy duszki, no to wtedy Caleb wygrywa.
Shuffling back up that deck that is so thin now here. I mean, you saw every single resource that's left for Kyle. Also going to take a look at Caleb's discard as well. But Mew EX is out now from that Ultra Ball, but it's in the hand. Are we going to see the shoes?
I like the shoe.
Mamy już kopu.
Okay.
Burn some cards.
Oh my gosh.
Prime Catcher.
Prime
but the
Catcher.
pivot Pokemon is in the active.
Yeah, that's interesting.
No.
I mean, the shoe, the discard of the Pokestop into the Prime Catcher, but you see Kyle's face right now reacting to that.
Oh.
Like, a little awkward.
Tu mamy Mew.
But then that makes you fully reliant on the Palkia V-Star. Instead, you don't get to use that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, looks like debating where to put that, if it's going to go on to the
No, myślimy.
Greninja. Now it has a second attachment here, using the Prime Catcher into the Origin form Palkia V. Serendipity EX
chyba wchodzi we mnie.
active as well from Kyle, and there's the Mew. It's just a single card here. He's a Night Stretcher.
though, that's so big.
Tak, no jest top deck, jest Palkia i lecimy.
Has enough Pokemon in play to take a knockout here.
No ja no.
It's all working out. And we
you know
haven't even flipped the script.
Do you know what got us there, Kyle?
Friendship.
Tracking shoes.
Okay.
The tracking shoes.
He's hopping.
No i co tu się
Just
dzieje?
one shoe.
One shoe. Once again, carrying the way. Kyle is trekking up mountains at this point. Origin form Palkia V-Star now fully charged up, ready to go here.
Does Kyle have enough turns?
I don't know.
He's got 3 cards in deck. He can't even flip the script or he loses.
Oh my gosh.
No
Well, there's
to...
2 prize cards there within that Serendipity EX. That's gonna put...
No i tym samym też akces do duchów, no ale na ten moment one nie są,
Just
no...
brought down to 1 single card. Top decking a Grass Energy here now is gonna conceal cards for 2 more.
Czy jakaś sada? Będzie trzeba retrieval zrobić. Trzeba będzie się kopać.
And this is not a spot where Kyle can work in a Dusknoir and remove Pokemon from play. give that final prize card to Caleb. So
Exactly.
Caleb also has the potential to just go first roar.
Yep, that is true. Well, Caleb's gonna start here. Energy retrieval. Energy coming out. Once again, from the discard pile. That's one piece of the puzzle here. We did finally have a bravery charm as well.
Just in time.
Protecting that raging
Nice
bolt. Yes, we have the grass
Ogerpon.
energy attachment and teal
Sada.
dance. Oh, another energy retrieval. Yeah, that is a Sada Nada indeed, Kyle. That's the piece that we're missing here. We need that way to accelerate the energy out for Caleb to continue up the pace. I mean,
No
think
jest
about it. We're
nieciekawie,
sitting
muszę
one
przyznać.
prize card left to take this game. And Kyle has just been able to put just enough disruption forward to put Caleb in a bit of a pickle. He's going to take his time here.
gonna
Look
count
at the deck.
Ionos.
I know, exactly.
No, Kyle ma już też cieniutki deck, no i...
The deck for Kyle.
For Caleb, this is a hand that he could probably try
No i
to
chyba nie ma
go
nic
the same route.
innego do roboty niż spalić rękę. Tak, 6 nowych kart.
Plays a grass energy onto the teal mask and attaches next turn. He has the energy retrieval to do just that. But in this spot, if you have a read that your opponent won't have the Iono, just get a hand of 6 and you're easily going to get their next.
Well, Caleb is looking through all
No i
the
teraz
options.
jest Kyle.
I
Kyle.
can't believe that happened.
Look at the options for Kyle.
Look at that.
It's Iono at the bottom.
Or Irida.
And Irida.
Oh my goodness.
That's sad.
That is very sad. Oh my gosh. I can't believe this has happened. Kyle, every single resource has been used.
How could you have done this?
In this deck.
No jest duch, ale no nie zdetonuje.
Dusknor for Kyle. Caleb was just, I mean, all he had was the energy retrieval there, and yeah, a couple energy being sought out. We're back to Kyle.
All right. I mean, I understand playing cards down, trying to get to Mew, trying to make things happen, but there's not enough resources to where even using Iono would not lose you the game.
A sobie tak wierzę po
4
nim.
prize cards remaining.
You need the turns.
Irida.
Irida, which has, I mean, that can't help us at all. So
it's not working. You just have to hope your opponent doesn't have the resources. We don't see them yet, but we do see the Pokegear 3.0 in hand.
Oh my gosh, wow, that's huge.
No i co teraz, bo
Yes,
tutaj...
this Raging Bolt EX being taken down. Kyle, another 2 prize cards down. 2 left to take here. I mean, a single card in the deck. Caleb Gettimer.
No cóż, okazuje się, że Liszniewicz zaczął powoli już nadrabiać prizy, bo widać, że już goni.
Even if Caleb does not find the energies to win this
Ty
game,
myśli.
Pokemon Catcher onto Dusknor wins the game. There is no way to move this Pokemon. The game ends
No i
right
się
then and
coś
there.
kołuje.
Kyle. He could use Curse Blast to have fun, but he would lose.
Yeah, there's only 1 prize card remaining because of the Dusknor last turn putting that prize map for Caleb. Just 1 left to take, not 2. And there's a single prize card, several of them over on Kyle's side. So looking at every single resource on Caleb's side, trying to sequence perfectly here. I can't tell what's the deck, what's the discard, and what's the hand at this
Oh, this
point.
is just ridiculous. Not only does he have some energies to continue to draw through, he's got the Nest Ball to search out for another Ogre Pond.
Tak, to już chyba wchodzimy w kryptonin odchudzania deku dosłownego.
Sadas into the deck. It's
And then the
before he
Pokegear.
uses the Pokegear.
Oh, that gives you the best odds possible. Pokegear allows you to draw those 7 cards, get a supporter off the top, and then we have the best percentage chance that Caleb can put in front of himself to do so. Teal Mask, Ogre Pond coming down here.
No i mamy Palpada, by wtasować 2 sady, co oznacza, że jest jakaś szansa.
If not now, then when?
Yes, exactly.
This is statisticians over here are freaking out, trying to figure out how this math wouldn't work.
Here we go, we're dancing. First energy down. And
Jest Sada!
here we go, Professor Sada's vitality. The first
Jest Sada, jest energia.
double them back in.
Check to make sure you have the fighting and take
No
your
i
knockout. That's game 1
wszystko.
for Caleb Gettimer here in the top.
No to Caleb wygrywa pierwszą grę.
Nice and easy, Professor Sada's vitality being the backbone of the Raging Bolt EX deck. But we were able to see those cool inclusions now from Caleb in that Luminian, in the Ultra Ball stuff too. But yeah, getting that turn where you would have just been stuck, we weren't stuck.
Yeah.
We had that aggression.
No, widać, że coś tam Lumineon
That
do...
showcases
No.
to you
Oczywiście, no.
not only why Raging Bolt is so good, but
Daj
why these
teraz
players are so
jeszcze
skillful
czas
in building
i
these
to...
decks, changing slight cards in the list, and then just taking it home here. Caleb Gettimer, game 1.
Yeah, other opponents maybe down the road of overbench just tried to throw down as many energies as possible. You see the Teal Mask Ogrepon left and right, and you look down and oh goodness, you have 4 Pokemon on your bench. That's pretty easy for Palkia V-Star to start taking knockouts left and right, and instead, Caleb plays it real clean, has the double Raging Bolt along with the Radiant Greninja setup. Just plays nice and easy Pokemon. It works.
It does work. I mean, look at these players' accomplishments, both of them sitting on both sides of the tables. Kyle over here, another top 4 here in Louisville, but we've already
Tak,
been here,
co tu mam?
top 4 regional,
Kyle ma
top
na
8
koncie
in
Memphis
previous years. Both of these players have
top
played a lot
4,
of
no i
Pokemon
w
in
Columbus
their lifetime, but Kyle is
w
looking to take it
2007
all down
NCAA
and
top
become
16,
a regional
no i
champion,
Caleb
just
ma to na
like
koncie
Caleb
Fresco i
Gettimer
tutaj
already is. 2019
jeszcze Philadelphia Regional
Caleb
Champion,
Gettimer
no i
looking to
sypę
take down another
SPA
regional
czempiona, no i finalisty w Milwaukee z zeszłego roku, no i Fresno. Ten ma jeszcze w Charlotte 2018, no i Fort Wave top 16. No tutaj, no, a teraz już wiem,
Has to fight back, and he's seen the exact same setup here in game number 2.
Gosh, no. Yeah, Squawkabilly EX. Active Pokemon here for Kyle. Caleb Gettimer, double
czyli ona po
Raging Bolt
prostu
EX. 2 in the prize cards as well. Oh
spadła z schodów dosłownie.
Double Nest Ball, double Raging Bolt. I mean, I guess you don't need the Nest Ball if you don't have the Pokemon, right?
3 pairs in there.
Yes, and 2 Earthen Vessel as well, all in awkward parts. I don't know, maybe Caleb needs to shuffle better.
Yeah, as long as he's not doing the pile
The
shuffling.
table shuffle, yeah, exactly.
That's frowned upon.
Yeah, I think Azul would have something to say about that. Well,
Tak, no
we're
właśnie
over
z
here.
tego co
Caleb
widziałem.
kicked us off. Just a lightning
Ja to
energy
ja
onto
jestem...
Raging Bolt.
No,
EX.
jaka
Let's take a look
spadła
at
z
prize
schodów
cards
w
for
tyle.
Kyle Lesnowitz now. We have 2 Ultra Ball in there, a couple of Pokemon, but nothing too crazy.
Wiecie, czy dzielić się live'ów na przykład w samochodzie. No, z czego co można zauważyć, to Kyle idzie pierwszy. Tak co czekamy, mamy jedną palkę Wistar i duchy.
Getting some of these additional Pokemon down and then burning this hand.
Let's
but
burn it.
I guess it's bad news, but it's not. You're gonna lose your V-Star, but probably a lot of ways to recover it.
Yes, you do indeed. I mean, that Night Stretcher I've just been carrying Kyle for quite a
Dla
bit.
każdego.
So we see 2 double Palkia V out on the bench here now, as well as that Radiant Greninja being sought out off the Ultra Ball for Kyle to add a little bit more consistency here. We got lots of cards to throw away for Kyle too, and just start churning through this deck, just like last game. I mean, we turned a bit, quite a bit, down to 1 single card left in the deck for Kyle last time.
No i znowu mamy Squawka Seas,
One
to
thing we
ten...
did not see from Caleb's side of the board. He did get the ideal start with the Raging Bolt, but did not have any energies to go into the discard. Didn't even play a way to look through the deck just yet, so a lot of mystery on that side, and Kyle likes the sound of that. Gives him an opportunity to start to build his own board.
No i co tu się dzieje?
Big change from
Greninja.
our game 1 where Caleb had all the pieces put together in that initial turn. So Kyle's going to have a little bit more room to work with this time around. Saw the Squawk and Seas into a fresh hand. We've seen those concealed cards stack 2 cards in the hand as well.
A, no tak, a nie, przecież on idzie drugi, jak się okazuje.
A little bit more for you. We're going to see that item card as well as a water Pokemon here for Kyle. So it's going pretty well, I would say.
Yeah, especially when you hit your one of Buddy Poffin, and then you can Irida for whatever item you want instead of that card now. It opens up avenues to set up your board for potential rare candies into Greninjas early, and that's a number that you really like to work in. And that 170 and a lot of high hit points, getting whatever card you want, you can start to set up some cheeky Dusknoir stuff.
Some Shinobi Blades. I mean, that is a cool move for sure. That is a cool sounding move. Here targeting down the Froakie, as you said, Kyle, as well as the Night Stretcher. Froakie Dokie. Froakie Artichoke coming out for Kyle as the water Pokemon as well as the Night Stretcher for this turn 2. Kyle's taking it nice and easy here. We're under 45-minute mark in this match so far. Kyle needs to do everything possible to take this into a game 3. Otherwise, it's going to be a 2-0 victory for Caleb. He's going to be in our finals, and that's where Kyle wants to be. So Duskull being benched now for Kyle out of that buddy pop.
Tak, mamy oczywiście tutaj duszka. No to jeszcze tutaj... O, i drugi duszek, więc będzie grubo. Jest pas! No więc teraz...
That is very true, Kyle. Good point there.
There's
only so many water Pokemon, and Froakie's definitely one of those there, because the Greninja.
Not Greninja.
Yeah, he's fighting. That's a fighting one, but Caleb Gadamer has the knowledge.
Tough, powiem.
The turn 2 here, Pokegear 3.0.
No mamy sadę, tylko co z tego, jak nie mamy energii.
I don't like any of it. You could
Więc to jest takie trochę...
How do you advance this? Do you just have to attach to the bench and burst roar?
My gosh, yeah, so the pieces that we're missing, we're seeing another Pokegear. The first 2 cards of the discard pile, both Pokegear 3.0s. We don't have the energy. We have no energy.
I don't even think we're looking for anything. I think this is how we deck search right now. We just
deck search and thin, I guess.
We're just getting a little information because we're gonna burst roar.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're gonna burst roar, I suppose, and discard some cards, try to get started off here. But yeah, Caleb off to a very, very slow start compared to our game 1. But so, right.
14 whole cards in his deck and has a new hand. That is what turn 2 looks like. It's not nearly as impactful as knockout Squawkabilly was in game 1.
Well, we have 6 cards in hand now.
No nie fajne, powiem szczerze, taki tough start, trochę delikatnie rzecz ujmując. No, Kyle by chciałby Pokestopa, ale wie, że Pokestop pomoże. Ale będzie musiał.
Maybe rare candies off Pokestops. Has multiple Night Stretcher ready to roll already, Dusknoir in hand.
Yeah.
Steal some prizes here.
Exactly. 2 Duskull were put down last turn, ready to go from those rare candies. Pokestop, let's see if we can get those items.
No, czy mamy? Wow, Rotonium, tylko Ultra Ball.
There's no room on the bench anyway at this point in time for them. But Kyle is just gonna get an Ultra Ball.
No niestety nie ma Candy. No i trzeba zrobić Ultra Balla. No i trzeba jakoś postawić duchy.
There is,
back, but depends how many energies were played down on that opening turn if you're gonna get an attack.
Yeah, what's the discard pile for Kyle?
You are just
tak, no i tak.
Night Stretcher is gonna be played here for Kyle, getting a Pokemon.
No jest i Palkia.
It's just 2 energies.
When we've already, yeah, that's a bummer here.
No i robimy Iono.
Gonna use this Iono here first. We've already concealed cards this turn. I think it's right at the start before the Pokemon.
Jak na razie, no niestety nie po dobrej stronie Kaleba.
Now we still have the potential for a Dusknoir on the other Duskull if we can get anything. Oh my gosh. Well, there's some energy.
No i co tam się dzieje?
Let's switch along with it, but retreating the Squawkabilly and attacking with the Palkia V-Star. Looking like a pretty solid play. The issue is you need to accelerate an energy onto the other Palkia V if you want to have an attack for next turn.
No i tutaj jest retreat.
Now you'll be just fine.
There you go, the retreats with
no jest V-Star po ładowanie
and they get re-accelerated
półtorej palki.
Portal V-Star power on the origin form of Palkia V-Star. So it
No
lines
i jeszcze
up pretty nicely here to get a giant subspace swell. Big hit into that Raging Bolt EX.
No i tak, w końcu dostałem akces do Pokestopa.
Especially in comparison to game 1, starting off with
the
a
discard
Pokemon.
here. Finds a little bit of health. It's a discard.
a discard that could lead to other discards depending on what
Czy
we got
jakaś
in the
energia
hands.
jest?
Remember,
No
we're working on
chyba
that
to.
first roar that happened, so we had some new cards after Caleb was just shuffling up.
Tak,
before.
no mamy
Nothing.
oczywiście tylko tą trawiastą, no ale i tak muszę coś
Very
doczytać.
helpful too. This now means that the Sada in hand will search out for both of those energies from the discard pile and assist here, take a knockout, but provide an additional energy for the bench Raging Bolt to have an attack next turn a little easier.
Exactly, that's the thing about this deck. The grass energy that charge up the Ogre Pond to draw you more cards is very essential for that engine. But as far as the Raging Bolt EX, it needs a lightning and a fighting. So the way these energies fall onto the field also matter as far as the sequencing and everything goes. So grass energy, discard pile,
No,
that's
muszę jeszcze
max.
zrobić to
Caleb
Duolingo.
can now search out the fighting, the lightning that's needed to power up
A
these
idę
Raging
znowu
Bolt
przeczytać
EX.
I mean, there's
No.
a world where Kyle has Rare Candy, Dusknoir, another Dusknoir off the Night Stretcher, and just
Dajemy
removes
radę.
both Raging Bolts from play next turn, and the other two are in the prize cards
tego
for
nie
Caleb
jest
at the
teraz.
moment. So it's going to be really reliant on cards like the two Night Stretcher copies that he has. We're not seeing any of that just yet, but the Sadas could potentially help. 3 additional resources to the hand, but I mean this could legitimately just be gotta bench one more Pokemon, the Iron Bundle, and then just hope that your opponent doesn't take those 4
My
prizes.
gosh, well, that's our seed Sada
No.
here, targeting those ancient Pokemon, those energy being accelerated, 3 additional
No
cards
jest
into the hands
Sada.
of Caleb. We
Tak,
already saw this
Sada
energy die
jest,
out
mamy
from
już
the
połączenie
Earth
do
Vessel
4
into the
Pokemonów,
fighting.
tylko żeby się nie rozpędzić. Switchka! Chodzi i leczymy go.
A Bravery Charm protects him from Dusknoir. That would be spicy.
Yeah, that would be
No na
very
dodatek,
spicy.
no i
Caleb
pewnie
would
będzie
do some
atak
math
walczący,
here,
żeby
for
właśnie
sure. Bravery
dobić.
Charm, we saw 2 of them discarded off
One
of
is
a
in hand.
Pokestop before. 50 HP that you get if it's attached to your basic Pokemon. That can help out Caleb here in that Bravery Charm. Very essential cards in this deck, in this matchup.
Yeah, with 90 hit
Tak
points,
jest,
we
już
love
oczywiście
that.
atak
Provides
z
it
ręki.
here at 140, 130 is the spread, so the Bravery Charm is
saves
protecting
it.
this Raging Bolt at
I
this
don't see
spot.
it though. Not yet, at least. No, we've
you're
already
gonna see
attached
it-
for a turn.
Well, you're gonna see the Bravery Charm.
Oh, okay, okay.
Tak,
I
i
didn't
oczywiście
see
Bravery
it.
Charm, żeby właśnie na
There we
nie,
go.
tamten nie
Caleb
zginął.
Gadamer with the Bravery Charm. A nice
Żeby
little
troszeczkę
necklace
utrudnić
for
zadanie.
that Raging Bolt EX, and that is going to be a pretty pivotal necklace.
Okay, I don't know if you're supposed to bench the Iron Bundle in this spot, because can't your opponent just get 2 knockouts onto the active Pokemon with the Dusknoir and then potentially just attack into this Raging Bolt on the bench? Is there enough to where you can just win the game?
No i wtedy, no i tak, Caleb pokonuje.
Double Dusknoir active. Palkia V-Star attacking.
I think we
Yep,
just...
I think Caleb's realizing,
Znaczy jeszcze to nie koniec.
yeah, I think that is exactly what just happened.
I don't want to lose.
I guess we didn't announce the attack, I suppose, or maybe they just reverted back. But yeah, I don't want to lose.
Yep, I got nervous for you there, buddy.
Tak, no i oczywiście.
Nest Ball here bringing out the Radiant Greninja. That is
Tak, no i jeszcze więcej kopania.
cards throwing another fighting energy into the
Nie
discard pile. What do
dostajemy.
you see?
He found Prime Catcher. I think you're definitely supposed to continue this turn and get those resources. Now you have a Pokemon that you can easily move around with that switch card, go back into a Raging Bolt that you hopefully find off your prize cards if both these were to be knocked out. Oh
No nie,
gosh,
no.
I'm not gonna get one.
It's gonna be the
No i
Earth
mamy!
Vessel.
Odblokowano Erten Wessel i Nest Bola. No z czego co ja widzę, Caleb ma aż 2 Raging Bolty, więc to już jest coś z kategorii damy radę.
Rocky turn that turned into something there at the end for Caleb Gadamer. Dusclops in the active position now for Kyle. Still 6 prize cards remaining here. And we're going to start off with the concealed cards.
The Radiant Greninja for 2 additional resources. Pokestop in hand 2, looking for help. Oh, that is the absolute definition of help. Vezendipity to draw 3 more resources. Has the Night Stretcher in hand for the Palkia V-Star. Is just looking for a couple more resources to get over the hump.
Vezendipity EX split the script. It's been doing that all weekend here, drawing into 3 additional cards. That could be the pivotal cards you need, potentially as a Pokemon player, to close out some of these games, or at least continue to put on some pressure. Night Stretcher looking to be eyed up before that Vezendipity comes down to be played here, either basic energy or a Pokemon.
don't know about playing games that aren't Palkia V-Star right now. That's a pretty good resource. Losing out on that attacker, which seems imminent at this stage, is unfortunate because got the energy already ready to go. Don't know if we've got the rest of the pieces.
Well, Blood Moon Ursaluna was what was searched out from this night. Joined the bench now here.
Czy chcemy wrobić
See how that
boom?
pays off.
Małe
We're
boom
gonna
robimy,
activate
dobra.
this Nuzlocke. It's not the Dust Nor, but it still gets damage counters out on to the field here. Also gives Caleb another
też
additional
oznacza-
prize card to take. Was it? No, it was the Nest Ball.
Oh, no.
No! So close, Caleb, to that Raging Bolt EX, but it's just a Nest Ball for you there. Here's the flip the script here from
Tak,
Kyle.
no
Three
tak,
additional
kolejny
cards in
flip the script.
Looking for a way to
There's
rare
another Night
candy. I don't see the rare candy, but you do have the Night Stretcher to go for the Dusclops. Does Dusclops help out enough in this spot? You're still short of the knockout on the Raging Bolt on the bench.
Yeah, Kyle's definitely looking up all of these cards here, deciding how to play this. Going to be the Earthen Vessel first, discarding that Pokestop for some energy out.
Oh, rare candy was in the top 3 there. Real Pokestop.
Oh,
There's plenty of rare candy though. It has to
There
happen.
is,
You
yeah.
think that with the ability to draw into 3 more items there with the Pokestop, you could find something to help out here. Rare candy into the Dust Nor, remove the Raging Bolt from the bench, attack with the Ursaluna with an
Good.
energy, take the knockout on the active Pokemon. That starts to look a lot better, but
No dobra, no to co tam się dzieje? Tak, no wybuchnął mały duch. No i tam dostawy na który jest ta Ursaluna.
don't let this be a John Egg. What is it? I can't see. Okay.
Czy chcemy nosze? Nosze dyskardujemy.
Into an Iono for Kyle. The shoes. What have the shoes got for us, Kyle? Looking a bit defeated here on our camera after that Iono draw here. Pokestop
promise
is
you, I
still
have
there.
a lot of Dusknor stuff in this deck.
That is how this functions. Taking a quick count of the Night Stretcher, 3 of them have been used so far in this matchup for Kyle. Oh my gosh, the time is just ticking as far as the prize cards left for Caleb. This is huge. Pokestop for 3. Yes,
No.
Candy.
Candy duch! Kurde, jest Candy
Into
duch
the
z
discard
duchem.
pile. We do get that Hisuian Heavy Ball as well as the rare candy though, and that's what Kyle needed to see that rare candy.
Has he done all this without his supporter for the turn? It looks like
Think
it.
so, yeah.
That means that not only do you give your opponent this additional resource here, but you can put them on a 2-card hand.
Some disruption, Kyle. That's what we like to see here. We're looking at the prize cards, getting out a basic Pokemon within that Duskull. It's going to be swapped here for that.
A
Hisuian
oczywiście
Heavy
Moskwa,
Ball.
no oczywiście, że to w Rosji.
I mean, at this
Mix it
point,
up.
Yes.
you're just looking to close out on the last few resources for your opponent. They have 2 prize cards remaining after the Rare Candy Dusknor is to happen. Why not fill that bench spot with a Duskull and have the ability to extend a little more if your opponent finds a card like Brave Region?
Looks like they're discussing. They're going to shuffle those prize cards back up there.
Thanks, Judge.
Thanks. Okay, here we go. The moment we've been waiting for. Rare Candy into this Dusnor. Unlocks that Cursed Blast ability. Going to give up a prize card, but you're trading it. What was the percentage of Nox or whatever for per Dusnor? It's like 2.4 or
the
something.
2.5,
Yeah.
We'll see how that's working for Sebastian.
Yes, exactly. Well, Dusnor, Cursed Blast, 13 damage counters, taking out this Raging Bolt EX. That's 2
No
of
tak,
our
czyli
6
tutaj
prize
nokautujemy
cards here. And as you
oczywiście
said, Kyle, this
zranionego
one,
już
Ursaluna,
Bolta
out
za
for blood.
pomocą dużego
Water.
ducha.
You found the Hisuian Heavy Ball again. Might as well use it. Get it,
I guess
get it out
so.
of the deck, and now you know you're gonna Iono.
I like this shuffle of the
No,
prize cards.
Ursalunę trochę ciężej zbić.
Relay that out.
Put the judge back to work.
No to jest też duży problem taki, że po prostu tutaj są... Tak, no i tutaj wszedł odblokowany oczywiście kolejny bolt, którego można postawić. No chyba, że zostanie szczepnięty Iono! Tak, no doszło do kautu duchu.
Monkey wrenches in Caleb's way in the last match. He was still able to work through them, but it could be very different this time around for Caleb Gedimer potentially.
Yeah, just 2 cards in the hands.
No tutaj...
Raging Bolt now.
Well, bye.
You have to.
Now we have one in hand at
This
least.
was going to be the end of the game for Caleb if he had not continued on that turn last turn. Had the foresight to make something of this. But
Whoa,
this
whoa,
is
whoa,
a pile of energy that he has to work with. A Radiant Greninja and a Pokestop. Is that the dream?
I don't think
No,
that's
jest
I don't
KO.
think that's the dream.
There is a Raging Bolt back in the deck now. 3 cards seen.
That's
None of
true.
those help get Pokemon.
No niestety nie jest to ciekawie po stronie.
Cards, Pokemon Catcher and Energy. Here's Concealed Cards.
Czy jest jakiś Nesbo?
Gosh, the Slitherwing.
That's not the
No.
Pokemon we want.
Wrong one.
No jest ten Slitherwing.
I mean, at least.
No
yeah,
niestety
I think
Caleb
at least
został zablokowany.
Can you imagine that ended like that?
Yeah,
That'd be wild.
he almost let it happen.
Yeah, almost. But we refocused up. Energy retrieval gonna get us a couple of energy here, but yeah, is it that pickle once again, or we're just gonna attach to the slither?
Co zostało? Kurde, no oczywiście, że został. Tylko i wyłącznie.
A better Sandy Shock, as Kyle put it.
There's not much else to look at Slitherwing.
Slitherwing.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
Super neat. I mean, it lines up into Blood Moon Ursaluna pretty well.
It looks kind of fluffy.
You got weakness. You beat that boy up.
Yeah, beat it up.
We don't see the resource there to go
No i
along with it.
pas
It's just gonna be
ewentualnie zdyskarduję jedną
Top
kartę.
part of your opponent's deck, Nest Ball, out of here. I mean, we don't even need it. We have a full bench. It's like, oh. Hey, we're stomping off. Slitherwing is done with this, okay? And Caleb needs a Pokemon. Still. Kyle, once again. Now 2 prize cards left to take. Here, Radiant Greninja and the Slitherwing are all that are on the field for Caleb Gedimer. And Kyle, I mean.
No i znowu mamy Wesela.
Throwing away a rare candy here. Going into the deck. Let's see what's in the deck.
As a reminder, Blood Moon Ursaluna is not attacking this turn after using the Blood Moon attack. And both switching effects still in deck. An ability to potentially use rare candy into Dusknoir, remove the Radiant Greninja from play, and then win the game with the Blood Moon Ursaluna into the Slitherwing. It all looks pretty good, but can Kyle find the right pieces in the right order with Pokestop?
That's exactly what it is. It's the right order. Once again, takes a look at how many cards are even
Still
in
has
there.
Radiant Greninja as well.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge. You see the attachment here to Origin Form Palkia V-Star. The 2 water energy that were sought out from that other earthen vessel here for Kyle. This is getting down to the wire here, Kyle. I'm on the edge of my seat. It's all gonna come down.
Doesn't like the
this
rare candy.
Earthen vessel. There's no energy.
Are there no pieces to Dusknoir?
It's got to be, yeah. Maybe the night stretcher.
We've seen a lot of resources
actually,
thrown around.
Yeah, I think the night stretchers are gone. I'm pretty sure, but either way. So we had some sequencing of the cards there. Iono is bringing us to 2 cards to each of these players' hands. One of them was pink for Kyle.
All right, the Switch is the better card of the 2. Already has the Prime Catcher in the hand. Finds Switch though, and that is clean because you get to now switch this Pokemon. Take the knockout on the Slitherwing, which is more of a threat than the Radiant Greninja at this point in the game. You were just an energy and a Pokemon Catcher away from being knocked out at this stage. But this does give Caleb some
No i co
resources
teraz?
to draw
Czy
through.
on coś ma jeszcze do zaoferowania?
I'm scared, Kyle. I'm scared.
We should be.
Kyle's put everything on the line here.
Dobra, wszystko na jedną rękę.
Absolutely nothing here. We just have
No
an
niestety
a
nic
bravery
nie
charm,
ma.
a grass energy in the hand for Caleb, and a lone Radiant Greninja. That's doing absolutely nothing here. Besides
Ten Disrupt. I znowu dochodzi do...
I mean, there's an argument there. You use the Earthen Vessel, you go through, you find a couple more resources, then thin down. You also can draw with the Radiant Greninja to find some resources, but you need to find multiple resources to help out in a spot like this.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. This has been a whirlwind of a game here. I mean, Raging Bolt has just been brought down to its knees. It's such a tall Pokemon, but it's looking low here right now for Caleb. Looks taking a...
Counting out the resources now.
I mean, that's a lot of energy there.
Plenty of energy in the deck there. You could have easily searched out the remaining ones and had a better chance at some item cards there.
I mean, yeah, sequencing so important here. Caleb Gedimer now going to use this Earthen Vessel, get those 2 energy. I mean, yeah, this deck plays a lot of energy as you
Kurde,
see.
no
It's a
nie,
part of the
ciekawie
strategy
się dzieje,
for
o
how
jany.
hard it's hitting. So Caleb working with so much energy. You see a lot of it already in
the best cards here is what? Double Night Stretcher.
Here we go,
Find
concealed
yourself
cards.
Serendipity and a Raging Bolt.
Jest Nest
Find
Ball.
Nest Ball. That's not enough.
No, it is not. Unfortunately, Nestball can
Czy jest coś w stanie zrobić?
That raging bolt, but what else you do from there?
Takiego brika tu dostał.
Stall for time spot. You think your opponent maybe overplayed some energies?
It's true. I mean, I guess you have to work out all of the different options that you have in this spot. Caleb has looked at Kyle's discard pile. So many resources have been used
Talking
here.
about nest ball.
Dobrze, o Jezus.
There's
Nest ball?
not much.
What's happening?
Is there grass energy to draw a card? We're just not seeing
Pobolta.
it. You can put as much hit points as you want in the active spot, and hopefully your opponent doesn't have
That's true.
the prime catcher.
Bide some time. He does. Spoiler alert. Exactly. We're just seeing the nest ball here, eyeing up the rest of the deck. It's going to be the ogre pawn drawn out here. We do have the grass energy in the hand from Caleb. Could just draw some cards.
Could win. It would be ridiculous. It would have to be grass energy into Night Stretcher, into
There's
Festive draw into all of the Raging Ball pieces and
Let's see.
Sada.
What was that? Counter catcher?
I think that was a Pokemon
Oh,
catcher.
Pokemon
so this is
catcher.
the stall.
Okay.
No, czy się uda ten pokekaczer? Nie udał się.
Tails, unfortunately. So that card's not going to shape up how Caleb would have wanted it to at least go somewhere. Energy retrieval, bringing those energy back to the hand here for Caleb. As well, it's just going to be a pivot into that beefier Pokemon there. It's going to get even beefier with that Bravery Charm here, buffing it up 50 HP on that Ogre Pawn.
There it is.
Catcher, tak. No niestety. Jest 1-1. Widać, że próbował jakoś to uratować, ale nie wyszło.
Kyle hanging on there here. I mean, definitely fighting back, but it was interesting because Kyle was like fighting back, but Caleb was also on the back foot. You know what I mean? It was like
it wasn't like Caleb accomplished very much, but he also, in doing so, hindered what Kyle was capable of.
Exactly.
Kyle was playing with half a deck of Pokemon because he kept throwing away his resources to knock out stuff on Caleb's end. And
it was clunky.
It's just funny to watch how you have to go about a matchup like this. We'll take a look.
Nie, tak, mamy 1-1.
Yeah, it was very clunky in that matchup for sure. I mean, Caleb here taking out that first Origin form, Palkia V-Star. It got a little awkward because we didn't see another V-Star for quite a while. Dusknor still putting those damage counters out onto that bench. Raging Bolt EX. We actually saw this is a Pokestop now here, netting us a couple of cards. And the Blood Moon Ursaluna was able to attack this game, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, if that Dusknor actually wasn't discarded in that spot, maybe we could have seen it in the late stage again, cleaned it up a few turns earlier.
Touché.
Caleb was fighting though, and honestly was not that far off. Was a Sada away from attacking with Slitherwing of all Pokemon to get the job done there. Just couldn't find the right resources, and the pink guy gets it done.
Yeah, pink resource is always the right resource for our players. Ace-spec cards so powerful. They're being shown on plenty of last turns of each game. Speaking of that, last turn, Kyle took it 1-1.
Mamy to 1-1 i zostało 20 minut.
This is our Masters top 4. It's a game
No
3.
jak
One
mamy...
of these players is going to be advancing into our finals. Everything is on the line here. The pressure is on more than ever. And Caleb is going to start us
No i
off
tak, on
with that
zaczyna
earthy
pierwszy.
vessel. Looking at the prize cards, definitely not as bad as we saw in the last game.
We can work with that. Yeah, this is not bad at all, and to see that Earthen Vessel in the opening hand too, just gives you a little additional hope if you're a Gedimer fan, because
got hope.
Got some energies to work with. Sada now live. You're not burst roaring on the second turn and crying. I'm a fan of this.
Yeah, this is something we can definitely work with here. Tons of energy that Caleb's counting out in the deck here, keeping track of the prize cards as well, what resources are not going to be able to be utilized. Kyle, on the other hand, starting with the Duskull and the active, just plops the hand down. I'm wondering if that is a good or a bad sign, or if Kyle's just
the iconic
waiting.
Duskull pass.
Oh no!
Coming back.
Do not wish that on us, Kyle.
I need a good game 3, Kyle. Don't do that.
Yes, absolutely.
We'll
have to see what's in Kyle's starting hand, but not before Caleb gets through these turns. So hopefully now for Caleb and Caleb fans, we're not working uphill. Our prize cards are workable this time around. Caleb's going first here in this matchup as well to start to get a lead here in the earlier game, and he's looking happy actually.
I would be too. You've seen no bad news in your deck.
Nope.
And so often when you get to this stage of the tournament and you've been playing for so long, you're just wondering, all right, when's the bad thing gonna happen? And it hasn't happened yet.
Nope, exactly. Raging bolts. I mean, when it hits, it hits. And Kyle's gonna feel the rage of the bolts. That is for sure. Nestball getting us that Radiant Greninja here. So we're gonna have even more cards. Think about game 2 between these players. Caleb didn't even discard a single card. The first 2 discards were just Pokegears for nothing at that point, to be able to just shuffle up and thin resources. So Caleb's working with a lot more. We're already seeing some energy hit the discard pile. Here's another one from the Radiant Greninja's concealed card. There's our Raging Bolt EX with a Bravery Charm. Woo!
Exactly, that is peak right there.
Peak.
Has found everything that he needs right now. The energy to go along with this turn. Bravery Charm for additional hit points. Sada in hand. And this is the kind of turn that threatens a knockout on a Palkia B on the next turn. If you find that Pokemon catcher flip heads, you turn this game on its head.
Exactly. Caleb, sure, feeling that energy. I'm sure it's definitely setting in. Let's see if Kyle is feeling that energy on the other side. I have to say for Kyle, the MVP card, the story of these matches, I think has been the disruption within those Iono. Even if Kyle falls back behind to Caleb Gadamer, we have seen how powerful that card specifically is here to pick up the pace on the back half. With those Dusknoir at the correct times, with the way you take your knockouts, it's so pivotal for Kyle. So we'll see if he's able to piece things together. Of course, going through the deck off a Nestball to start us off.
I mean, Kyle is at a disadvantage in a matchup like this. The math does not line up very well for him. He has to use a lot of these support Pokemon. He's giving away free prize cards in order to stay in the exchange. So where does he find a benefit? It has to be Iono. When you are giving your opponent prize cards, then limit what they're capable of doing on their next turn.
Kurde, ciężko to jest się ogląda.
2, 3 cards in their hand. Maybe they just don't find the draws by that turn.
Everything on the line here for Kyle. He's just one step
Tak,
away,
ja,
one
Squawka
game away
Billy.
to potentially being in the finals, and that would be his best placement here thus far in the Pokemon TCG. So, it's a lot here, Kyle, on the line. We'll have to see what happens, but Squawkabilly EX, it's been a card that's helped out quite a bit for Kyle in all the matches that we've seen so far, and of course that Buddy Poffin as well.
Yeah, you expect to lose one of these Duskull. It's pretty likely that your opponent just knocks out the active Pokemon.
No.
You don't play for the catcher in this spot, but with the Squawkabilly in
Tutaj, o, no mamy kolejne
you
duchy.
can discard this hand, go for the Palkia, and try to get at least 2 of those down if you can. With the one there right now, you feel a little more comfortable, but this hurts. Look at the double Night
Stretcher. No, we're losing the frogs, but those Night Stretcher are so important. Every single one was utilized in the last game from Kyle, and seeing those gone is tough, but we need those cards here. The Squawk and Seize is essential, but what are you seeing now? I mean, we have the Nestball for Kyle to play off of here.
Yes, Supporter to go along with this too. We see the Irida. That would be a pretty fine resource to use
Pretty
here.
fine.
And you've got the double Palkia, so you're playing around your opponent, having
Beautiful.
the perfect hand on the other side of the
No tak, mamy już 3 duchy, czyli będzie tej Cursed Blast.
Play an energy on a Palkia and
Chill.
maybe see a couple cool resources off Irida.
Precisely, Kyle is doing everything that we need to see from the Palkia deck.
Który
The energy attachment
dojdzie do
here back
finału.
over to Caleb Gadamer. We have multiple Duskull, multiple Origin Form Palkia. Caleb on the other side. Kicked us off at the turn 1. Kyle did respond with that best turn 2. We could have
Chodzi już Sada.
hand as well, but here Caleb goes. Professor Vitality. We're seeing the energy come out. 3 additional cards to the hand.
Mamy Pokestopa.
Just a stacked hand here. That Raging Bolt with the Bravery
grze.
Charm already attached to it is fully loaded up, ready to Bellowing Thunder here. It's just going to be about what Caleb can do to establish more of this board state in this turn and thin out the deck.
I don't know if he wants to add any more to his board. Just the fear of a Palkia dealing additional damage.
Dobra, mamy Arten Vessel z Arum Bundlem.
So you don't want to is something that he's definitely thinking of.
We can
Sees
beef
that
up the
Pokemon
board.
catcher. You get those energies on, that's for sure. And knocking out Pokemon like Duskull is fine for that. But if you can extend a little more, find a resource like that catcher, love to. Just doesn't look like that's going to be in the cards just yet.
Yeah, 70 damage for each energy that Caleb's able to discard. Origin form Palkia V.
Dobra, patrz z ręki.
20 HP sitting at, but yeah, Caleb's at least able to get more
Po prostu
energy out
chłop
for the turn.
ogranicza.
So that
No i
single
jedna
charm protect
energia
one of those Raging Bolt EX.
za 70.
Themselves just on their own, 240 HP just
Czyli o jednego ducha mniej i odblokowano switch card.
More like Dusk Null here into the discard pile. Kyle Leslie popping off this turn, starting us off with that Origin form Palkia V. Let's see what we have in the hand. We have the Ultra Ball here. We gotta discard a couple of cards.
Yep. I was a little perplexed by the non-Irida last turn. Did not play a supporter last turn and could have had resources like the Origin form Palkia V-Star in the hand, or at some foresight for the Ninja to continue to draw resources. Have an item card.
No tutaj próbuję już tak obejrzeć, no ale myślę, że to jest trudne. No chodzi tutaj Palkia V-Star.
Yeah, that is interesting. Only one supporter can be played 4 turns, so opting to not play a supporter is definitely a move.
Especially when your opponent doesn't play hand disruption.
Yeah, exactly. You already know that.
No ja, no. Disrupt na disrupcie wchodzi.
Keep him. Exactly. Well, I mean, that was a choice there from Kyle that we saw, but hopefully it pays off for him. We're seeing the Iono now between both of our players. Caleb's gonna have one less card.
Tak, no to chodzi kolejna Iono, która disruptuje rękę. Kyle. No, czasami disrupt, a czasami...
You didn't shuffle or anything, right? Oh, which one is the bottom?
Yes.
Oh no.
Well, he hasn't looked at the hand yet, so it's okay.
Yeah, that's true.
There's nothing bad has happened yet.
O, chyba się zaczęły komplikacje.
And yeah, and they can't really select the wrong stack too, right? So that would be bad. Yeah. So Iono, for anyone who's confused as to what's happening here, you shuffle your hand up, it goes to the bottom.
O, zaczęły się chyba niestety duże kłopoty, bo no niestety okazało się, że chyba przeciwnik użył wcześniej supportera.
So that's what was a bit confusing. Which side was the top or the bottom here for Kyle?
Cool, I like this. Instead of Kyle having to say out loud what the cards were,
Czyli tutaj judge
bottom with Iono,
wrote it.
and just clarify that with the judge without telling Caleb.
Yeah, that's good. You don't want to give any information away to your opponent if you don't have to.
No.
All information is pivotal, even though we've seen almost
No,
every
czyli
card
były
played.
komplikacje, które...
We have seen every card played from Kyle's deck throughout these matches.
Okay, well, we have not seen physical.
Ale okazało się, że no rozwiązano już te problemy. No to mamy... Ło-o! Mamy Dusknory!
What? That is sweet, and we still have the Pokestop as well. Oh, that's true.
No wiecie, tu będzie bum 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 bum. I want you in the room. Duchy, no i kurde. Woo! Piękny Pokestop oczywiście. 3 itemki. Mamy odkurzaczek, noszę i do tego Ultra Bola.
Especially, yeah, those are so pivotal for the rest of the game. Being able to retrieve the right Pokemon at the right time with the Night Stretcher from the discard pile is very, very important. But looks like Kyle's eyeing up everything, doing the math in his head. Now here we have a full bench from Kyle's side. 2 Pokemon on Caleb's bench here for the subspace swell. It's 60 base damage, 20 for each.
Do you ever spin the wheel again? Was this Pokestop spin out, right? So you could lost vacuum it and then play it again, but you lose out on removing it.
I tak, na pewno będzie cukierek z duchem. I sobie zaraz zrobię bum. A wiecie co to znaczy, no i mniejszy duch.
It's just one energy. Do you use your V-Star or your Night Stretcher? Don't make me decide.
That's tough. What would you decide, Kyle?
I'd use my Night Stretcher and I'd hate it.
Yes.
You need the energies accelerated to the second Palkia if this Pokemon's knocked out this turn. You have no other attacker other than Blood Moon Ursaluna, and there's no guarantee that you have it ready to attack.
That's true. That is very true. I mean, this is definitely an awkward situation for Kyle to be in, but... Oh my god, yeah.
Tak, i mamy noszę po energię. No i robimy Curse Blast. Tak, czyli 130 w aktywnego Raging Bolta. Tak, tym samym też mamy odblokowaną.
It's tough to see. Star Portal usually is able to net you 3 water energy from the discard pile onto the field, but Kyle had to pop it there, that V-Star power for just 1 to be able to power up this Origin form Palkia V-Star. Now it's going back into the deck with an Ultra Ball, discarding 2 cards here, grabbing that Dust
No i kolejny duch, ale to na później. No i knockoucik.
Along with Asada, that this is going to be his game to run with, and Kyle's going to have to perform some miracles.
Miracles. It's a sad day for Kyle's. Caleb Gadamer.
I'm doing okay.
Caleb Gadamer here, kicking off the turn. One of our Raging Bolt EX were lost.
Jaki fajny pokestop też po stronie Caleba, tu wiem.
2 cards and Ogerpon hit in the discard pile, but one of those cards is pink.
I don't know if I'm more excited about the Prime Catcher or the Poke Gear right there. Poke Gear is fantastic. To find the Sadas this turn would be shmoney.
Shmoney indeed. Oh yeah, so I'm guessing I mean, that's such a big hand, but yeah, there is no Sada.
There was a nest ball found, so the second Raging Bolt is there. There's obviously plenty of energy to work with. Raging Ninja to draw some cards, so you have to expect that.
No chyba chcemy Teal Maska.
Play out all the resources this turn. You're removing the Palkia V-Star from play, so you can flood the board and get as many cards as possible before you have to use that Pokegear into Sada.
Go thick with the board, the opposite of what we've been seeing so far from Caleb, keeping it light, but when you have the opportunity,
O, mamy nie czasu.
Here for Caleb, so we're seeing this Teal dance first of all, flood the board with another energy. It drew into that Pokestop there from Caleb, which we've already utilized for this turn here.
Caleb wants this game to end in 2 turns.
Taki flip the script wchodzi.
Flip the script, 3 additional cards. Pokegear. We have the nest ball.
Mamy tu
I mean, look how many cards are in the hands now for Caleb, and we're still going more with this nest ball now. And
drugiego Bolta.
You're drawing cards. It almost feels like every card you find has some levels of very good for you.
A little closer each time, and sure enough, it's done just that. Finding 2 outs to the Sada now. Has the energy retrieval to grab a couple more resources. I mean, this is just flying here. You play down the energies, draw 2 more cards.
Still not wow.
And now has the Prime Catcher and a Pokemon.
No to tak, odchudzanie deku.
If there ever weren't a stage or a non-V or EX in play, you could close this out.
Yeah, this is beautiful here. Caleb Yadimer, all the cards are falling into his hand. 2 Pokegear 3.0 in the hand here now for Caleb, and plenty of options to play even more down before searching
No
those
to
out.
mamy tak Pokegear. Czy uda się Sadę zdobyć? Jest i Sadusie.
2 Sada, of course, that is going to be the supporter drawn out that we've been looking for here from Caleb to get even more energy out here and just put Kyle on the ropes in this match. Only 4 prize cards left for Caleb to take, and he's sitting in a very nice position now with this turn.
Jest Juna.
Got worried for a second because I know there was only 1 energy at the bottom, but there was the Radiant for Ninja that added that card back in. Sees the 2 resources, gets the additional card. Still
No i
has
bierzemy
that
3.
turn, which be that lightning.
Yeah, that's the one we need.
Atacz
That is
z
the one
ręki.
we need. That lightning energy, unlocking the Bowling Thunder move here from that Raging Bolt EX for Caleb Gettimer. I mean, we've seen all of these Pokemon hit the field, draw a ton of cards, all the resources needed. Caleb has thinned the deck into everything here. Night Stretcher even pulling out an Ogerpon. We're not worried about bench space anymore. We're winning here. Another card drawn off of that Teal Dance for Caleb. And look at that, even a Bravery Charm coming out to protect that beautiful Raging Bolt EX in the active, about to take a big knockout.
And with this now, you have enough energy in play to
To, no jest 4.
that means you aren't gonna have to
Co wystarczy do zbicia palki. Kij, no i zostały 2 frajzy. No tutaj jeszcze jest ryzyko.
It's gorgeous, protected the entire field on Caleb's side. Lined up as much of a checkmate as possible here against Kyle.
Czy
Taking out
Kylowi znowu się uda
V-Star as well. Just 2
Disrupt? No to mamy oczywiście Ursalunę, wchodzi oczywiście pan Duch, niszczyciel dobrej zabawy i pogromca dziecięcych śmiechu. No i chyba planem jest to, żeby... No i tak, i mamy oczywiście wspomniany odkurzacz, którym wykurzymy Bravery Charma. No i robimy boom. Tak, no, Caleb szykuje. Cursed Blast Greninja. I do tego wchodzi jeszcze odkurzaczek na Bravery Charma. A jakby... Czy chcemy zagrać Iono? Tutaj kolejne Disrupt. Wredne rzeczy. Tak, no i zagrywa kolejna Iono. To tym razem Caleb dostaje jedną.
Recovery on the other side of the field. We'll just have to see if it plays out that way. Rating Greninja in the field here off a nest ball for Kyle as well. Uh-oh.
Kyle doesn't necessarily love the low hit points there. Potentially walking into another way that you could lose the game. With 3 energies to play, I don't think it's
Tak, największym...
Yeah, looks like maybe reconsidering.
You were losing anyways.
It's back.
The Spogabelly would be knocked out by the same 3 energies.
Yeah, that's very true. Okay, well, we see the concealed cards here, discarding one of these energy. A couple more cards.
Tu kolejny Prankacher. Script.
The Raging Bolt that would be knocked out in this instance too. So a little more to think about here, but
Palkia z ręki.
grasping here, trying to find a way to get those.
No, chyba jeszcze ci Canter Catchera zagrał, żeby ci jeszcze bardziej nas smrodzić. No nie, nie tym razem. No i teraz jest decydująca rzecz. No, czy da radę zdobyć jednego prize'a? No ale potrafi być złośliwy. Mamy Retrievala i mamy Palpada. Tak, no i Caleb Germer dostaje się do finału. Tak, Caleb wygrywa grę, dostawając się do finału. Więc teraz przejdziemy już do finału rozgrywek. I z kimś się Caleb zmierzy.
Bravery charms in there too. It is tough to take down.
Yeah, oh my god.
A giant giraffe guy.
Yeah, Giant Giraffe indeed. Bravery Charge is like one of my least favorite cards. It's so rough when you see him there. And Caleb Gettimer had tons of them. Let's take a look at those matches between our players. We started off here. We went to 3 whole games. This is our game 0 here between our players. Our first game between them, and it was going pretty interesting.
Yeah, cards flying around left and right. Kyle trying to set up some plays that would lead to some double knockouts at opportune times, but it just didn't always line up there.
Yeah, it was a little clunky.
Saw the resources at the end there for Caleb. Finds the Professor Sawdust Vitality, and that's plenty to get through the Palkia. This was a big turn. We saw the Pokestop into the rare candy, has the resources to push, take out that Raging Bolt on the back, and knock out the active with the Blood Moon because he'd already given up 4 prizes this early in the game.
Exactly. I mean, that game 1 went so smooth for Caleb, cleaning things up. Kyle brought it back in the game 2, but it was just because Caleb was in such a difficult spot. But this is our game 3 now. It was so close between our players, back and forth the whole time. But Caleb had that good start, had the cards discarded on the first turn, was able to protect the board. The recovery options were there to fight against any disruption that happened. The consistent knockouts happened, and then Caleb said, who needs a Professor Sawdust Vitality? I'm just gonna make my own here at the end of this game with those Teal Mask Ogre Pawn as well. I mean, everything was in Caleb Gettimer's hands to take this win in our game 3 and come out on top, advancing into our finals.
Yeah, I tunnel vision on the Sada, and who knew that the lightning energy is just sitting in the hand ready to go. He had it all with an energy retrieval of all cards, and it's going to work out very well for Caleb, leading him into what has to be what? We're getting into, I'm losing fingers trying to count how many finals this man has made.
Exactly. Caleb Gettimer, such a well-versed player, making another finals appearance, and this time in Kentucky. And think about this. We had Baltimore. Now this is our next NA Regional Championship, our second one that we're going through for this season. We're kicking things off with a bang, and Caleb is having a pretty good season. I mean, think about it. He could go to our finals, win, and then he's into the World Championship.
Yeah, he's already locked up for Anaheim. He can kick back and relax, but is he really that kind of guy? I think this man lives and breathes Pokemon forever. It just cannot stop, and it just shows. He's one of the best players that we've seen. He's on all of those lists when you start to list the top 10, top 20 players of all time. He's got such great accomplishments, and he's been so consistent throughout his entire career of playing Pokemon. This is another one he's loving to add to his resume here. Just one match away, and is it Raging Bolt? Is it really Raging Bolt of all decks that gets it done for him?
Yeah, I mean, that would be pretty funny. I feel like you'd have to take that back to Azul and be like, so? Raging Bolt? Chip was saying that the only reason they're playing this deck is because Azul was not here. Otherwise, leading that entire testing team. I mean, some of them could have still played if they wanted to.
No,
but
they
usually
can't. That's not how it works.
They compile. Oh, it's just Azul.
They're not allowed
last
to.
Day?
If one person plays the deck, they all have to play the deck.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know.
You
That
get
was
kicked
not
out of the group if you choose to not play the deck they go with.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Okay, so Raging Bolt was that deck.
No
but
dobra,
look
może
at
niech
the
mu
results.
pokażą top 8 w końcu,
It's
bo...
getting into a Masters Finals here in Louisville, so I guess it's good that Azul didn't make this event, huh?
Thanks, pal.
That is pretty funny. It's going to come down to who is Caleb facing off against as well in our Masters Finals here.
I am so stoked for this. That is
We're looking at
going to
the
be
results.
incredible. I've been following this player for quite a long time now, and the accolades are starting to stack up now, and it just makes so much sense that we'd see these two players featured in our finals match here. It's going to be one for the ages.
It definitely is. Should we leave the excitement to Chip and Scarze?
I think so. Well, I think we're probably going to lead to that with a double interview here pretty soon.
Oh my gosh! Wow, we're definitely hyping things up here in Louisville. We're getting down in Kentucky. That is pretty cool. Yeah, we're gonna hear from our players coming up here very soon once they're ready to get talking, get chatting with us before they head into their finals match. But this is the last thing. This is our championship Sunday. Think of the prize money on the line. Think of that sweet gold Pikachu that you get around your neck once you are the winner of a regional championship, the auto invite into our world championships for this season, especially in a new format here for our entire season where you have to be one of the top to make it into the world championship. And guess what? You prove yourself to be one of the top when you win a regional championship.
A lot of players have taken on that challenge with a lot of success already. Talk about Kieran Faro with the second place into another top 8 finish. Seen a lot of players bouncing around in that top 32, 64 area, getting the job done again here. A lot of young players that are fully dedicated to the grind, showing off what they're capable of, taking down all of their local cups, challenges, and then showing off what they got on the big stage. It's been really fun to watch all these players, and we just started this season. We've got so much more to come.
It feels like we've been casting way more than we have, Kyle, but it's definitely been a blast casting these matches. I mean, our players bring out all of the skill to our tables here at these regional championships. It's really an honor to be able to cast over their matches.
Yeah, it's been so fun. I've seen so much Pokemon throughout the entirety of being around the game. Just anytime that you think that the format's going to slow down, get stale, these players just evolve and they adapt and they spice it up. And then Caleb plays Raging Bolt, and now I don't hate it as much. And what is happening? I don't like it. Why do I feel this way?
Oh well, Kyle, I have some bad news for you. We wanted to hear from our players, but it doesn't look like we're going to be hearing from Caleb Gettimer after that win. I think we're just going to let him chill, and then we're going to jump into action. But we do get to hear from a champion already from our senior division. Wancho was able to chat with our senior division champion. Let's see what he had to say.
No, do zobaczymy.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present to you
A tak swoją drogą mamy chyba już pierwszego młodszego czempiona.
the senior division, Ethan Graham. Ethan,
Senior division.
I'm feeling good. We've been playing for a while. It's nice to finally get a regional win.
Yeah, you mentioned this. You've been playing for a while. Tell us about your history with Pokemon.
I started around 2 years ago. I kind of went to my first regional and I came like top 16. So I thought, you know what, go for my invite. I played it that year. I did okay. I went to Japan Worlds. I did fine there at day 2, but nothing better than that. And then this year was when I played a lot. So I started off with second place at Pittsburgh, and then it was gonna just like a bunch of top 16s and 32s. But it's nice to like finally like break the streak and get a win.
Nice, very impressive. Looks like just starting 2 years ago, but on your first regional top 16, that's not too bad. And now finally getting
Tak, tu mamy już czempiona.
That's absolutely amazing. Can you tell us the secret? What deck you were playing today?
I was playing Banette Gardevoir. I never think it's a really good pick for the event.
Banette Gardevoir control. That's a very tough deck to play, in my opinion. Tell us about the matches you had to face.
I hit a couple of Iron Thorns. That was actually pretty bad. That's my worst matchup. I was able to beat them though, fortunately. Some Charizard. Charizard was a big one. A couple Raging Bolts, but yeah.
Great to hear. Tell us about how you practice and advice for your deck.
So, I started playing the second round a month ago, and I just kept practicing playing it at locals, like League Cups and stuff. I guess advice for the deck is like, I guess one sentence would be, don't always assume that they have it in hand. Like, especially when you're item locking and stuff. Like, don't always just assume that they have everything, right? You've been item locking them the whole game. Like, try to like keep bossing. Just hope they don't have it sometimes. That's how you win some games.
I like it. You don't always have to think of the worst case scenario, right? All right, and now let me know what's next for you.
I'm going to LAIC next, hoping to win that one too.
Hoping to win LAIC. I like the confidence. Are you excited for the World Championships though? Because you got this win, you got the invite, right?
Yeah, well, it's not guaranteed, but after top 16 last regional and first this one, it's pretty much locked down.
For sure. With that,
O, dziękuję za followa.
Aspiring Pokemon master out there.
Dobra, kurde. No jak na razie jest ten wywiad. Nic się nie dzieje póki co.
Love to hear it. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Jakby na to nie patrzeć.
My parents for bringing me, and then just like my friends for helping me test,
Love to hear it. Love to hear it. With that, congratulations once again. But right now, we're going to go back to more Pokemon action. Don't go anywhere.
No. Przybrałem jakieś straszne rzeczy. Tak, to jest chyba prezent. Tak, już niedługo będą finały. Zobaczymy, kto się tam dostał. A to była z ekipa Azula. Dobra, tu mamy reklamę Pokémon Pocket. Teraz jeszcze poczekam. Kurde. Jeszcze reklamy. Ciekawe, czy jest Arceus i Flying Pikachu.
Hello everyone. everyone, and welcome back. You are just in time for the finals of the Louisville Regional Championships here in Kentucky. My name is Adam Skarzig-Watson, back on the desk with Chip Ritchie. I'm so grateful to be here. I'm incredibly excited for the conclusion of the tournament, but there is another bracket that we have to finish out first, Chip.
Yeah, we've got some unfinished business to take care of throughout the course of the weekend. We've been having a community vote helping us to determine what is the spookiest of all the Pokemon, or at least of the 8 that we chose to be voted on. And this is where we find ourselves waiting. It is a final showdown. Dusknoir versus Darkrai.
Dusknoir versus Darkrai.
Wow. For Pokemon TCG players at the moment, but another Pokemon that has nightmares of its own. I think that Darkrai EX is probably the TCG representative for that Pokemon right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
no, V-Star.
Yeah, V-Star, but like the old school Darkrai EX was just one of the most dominant cards in the history of the game. Which one do you want to take, Adam? I'll let you choose for this final match. Who would you like to argue on behalf of?
I'm going to try to go against the grain and argue for the Darkrai, I think. The Dusknoir has been your specialty for a bit. It's been a really strong pick, and definitely take us away, Chip, and remind the folks why Dusknoir is so spooky.
Sure, yeah, I mean, Dusknoir, not only is it amazing in the TCG currently and incredibly scary to play against it, that is the truth currently, that is the truth in the past. The tag team era in the 2008 to 2010 era, Dark Palm shuffling benched Pokemon from your opponent's bench back into their deck. People were terrified to play up against it. And then the Pokemon itself, so looming, so towering over whoever it is standing across from. Definitely a spooky Pokemon to
Very well said, Chip. We'll see if the audience continues to agree. And I guess I could take this a moment to remind the folks at home, Darkrai, a Pokemon that is the embodiment of nightmares themselves. And when I look at the modern era of Pokemon, Darkrai EX is a little before my time. Darkrai V-Star, we've seen players try to cook with this thing. Dark Patch, accelerating energy, very frightening. But the scariest aspect is that Star Abyss, getting items back from the discard pile. Nothing is more frightening than 2 Prime Catchers. One of the most powerful cards we have in the game right now. Using it twice, horrifying.
Well said, Adam. We'll have to see what the community believes. If you'd like to let us know who you believe the spookiest Pokemon to be, make sure you cast your vote over on our Twitch channel. But let's reel it back in. We've had our fun. We've got something serious to talk about, and that is the tournament here at hand. We're about to kick off our Masters Division Finals.
It has been a long journey to get to this point, Chip. A lot of decks that we anticipated would be strong. Some decks that definitely surprised us at how well they did throughout the tournament. But as we move further into top 8, top 4, and finals, this is a tournament where it seemed that you couldn't really predict what was going to excel.
Yeah, and there's some surprises here in our finals match. I mean, we kind of see two sides of the coin, right? Not really a surprise from Caleb Gettimer's side of the bracket. He's playing Raging Bolt. He's an excellent player. Raging Bolt's the most popular deck in the format. And then Michael Davidson, the young gun from the Chicago area.
Michael Davidson i Caleb Gertman przeszli do finału. Chyba domyślacie się, co to będzie. Tak, Michael Davidson pokonał Kierana. Więc chyba będzie gruby. Chyba Davidson grał Last Boxem?
For Lost Box to return to prominence with Regidrago
Czyli
falling off ever so slightly. There was one Regidrago V-Star in this top 8 bracket actually, and we speculated that perhaps if that Drago did not advance, it would clear a path for Michael Davidson, and certainly
no tak to wyglądało, no to Michael Davidson, no i Caleb Gertmer są w finale.
Michael's an excellent player, but this is just his second year in the Masters division. He's very young. And then Caleb Gettimer over on the other side, seasoned veteran, multi-time regional champion. I can't wait to see what's going to happen, Skarzig. I'm sure our audience is excited to see what's going to happen. Those watching here in the venue and those watching along at home. Let's get down to the stage. Our players are ready to kick us off.
I remember once upon a time, you know, Caleb Gettimer played a lot of Lost Box himself, so he is going to know his opponent's deck quite well in order to change his matchup and his playstyle to adapt accordingly.
Lost Box. Tak, dwukrotny mistrz top 8, dwukrotnie w NACA, jeszcze w kategorii senior. Pittsburgh top 16, w Honolulu Worldsy top 8, no i Hartford Regional jeszcze w seniorach.
I talk about it so much, Chip, how in this era of Pokemon, all of these younger players have fantastic idols to look up to and learn from, so many resources to get a handle on the deck and the ebbs and flow of the metagame. Both of these players representing the same team, I believe, sitting across one another. I'm not getting the jerseys mixed up.
Similar colors, right?
Okay.
We really need to have these teams kind of hash it out and figure
Tak,
out.
chyba już będzie taki podobny, no to jest team azulowy, no i team Dixa.
We got Team DDG on the left, we got Team
Gierze.
CBC cards on the right.
Trzeba będzie odświeżyć koszulki w Lostboxie.
The Lost Zone toolbox for Michael Davidson and the
Sebley, Switch Card, Pokesto, Boss Order, ładna konfi.
It has from time to time a chance to get off to some pretty awkward starts. The prize cards don't look too detrimental for either side. Looks to be a good clean game.
Yeah, both players prizing their one of Boss's orders. I don't think it's too big of a deal for Caleb Gettimer, but it definitely could come up for Michael Davidson if he's trying to get past, you know, a high HP Raging Bolt in the active, maybe go after something that's a little bit squishier on the bench, like a Teal Mask Ogre Pontiac or maybe a Pheasant Dippity.
Yeah, you mentioned a little bit before we went live, Chip, that Luna was so important for this matchup and being able to pick its target even more so. But the kick
are on our way.
Dobry
Here we go.
starcik.
Let's hear it for our players, our TCG Masters Division
Tak,
Finals.
Lostbox kontra Raging Ball.
The Suian Heavy Ball is the opener for Michael Davidson. Going to take an immediate look at the prize cards. This is always so helpful, Chip. If you know what's already in the prizes before you go for your first flower selecting, that way you have maximum information before you make that difficult choice of adding one card from your deck to your hand and the other option going to the Lost Zone.
And it is so incredibly important for this Lost Box deck specifically to know exactly what the 6 prize cards are, because those cards that you use off of flower selecting, one of them you get to keep in your hand and the other one disappears forever to the Lost Zone. So if you find yourself in a situation where you've got, you know, a pair of basic energy cards, it's really important to know what energy types you have available in your deck, which ones you can afford to lose. And it also changes based on whatever matchup you are playing against.
No tak, tu mamy oczywiście wyjął sobie drugą konfi, od razu stawia Pokestopa, Puffin i ja.
Yeah, getting all the way to the finals with the deck like this, you know he might be running on fumes, but still playing fast, still playing clean. Took notes of the prize cards, Pokestop being activated, finds a Buddy Poffin to continue looking through the deck, grabbing a couple more
Tak, no i tak, no zagrywamy Buddy Poffin,
And that's really what this deck
konfi
is about
i
in the
konfi.
turns, using flower selecting as often as possible, trying to fuel that Lost Zone every single time Michael uses one of these Comfeys. He'll get to look at the top 2 cards, add a card to hand, send one to the Lost Zone.
Więc lecimy
and
już
this is
takie
looking
turbo
to
to
activate his more powerful cards in his deck later on in the game, namely Mirage Gate, a card that you can only use when you have 7 cards in your Lost Zone, but its effect is extremely powerful, allowing you to pull 2 different types of basic energy out of your deck and attach them to your Pokemon however you would like.
Yeah, in the modern era, we've got Professor Sada's Vitality, Teal Dance, even Charizard EX's Infernal Rain to accelerate tons of energy.
No, chyba też będzie też dzięki temu, że tych Regidrago jest mało i one już tak dobrze nie idą.
But the first flower selecting finally comes through a water energy and a nest ball. This is a sort of tough choice where you're saying,
No, to jest
do I
nawet
want this
to są
nest ball
nasz.
for Cramorant, or do I need this water energy for a play down the road? Gets rid of the nest ball and keeps the water.
I think those are 2 cards that Michael would have liked to have had both of them, right? Use the nest ball, get your Radiant Greninja, use concealed cards, draw through the deck.
Roxanne, no Roxanne to za wcześnie. Mamy jeszcze do tego deseczkę. Więc tutaj piękny start, płynny Lostbox, czy Mirage Gate, no Palpat do śmieci. Mam jeszcze jednego Confeya. Odkurzacz czy Switch? No i tak. No i w ten sposób, wow, no dość płynnie tu idziemy. Mamy od razu 4. Czyli odpalony jest już Cramorant.
and by keeping that lost vacuum, you know you want to get around those bravery charms, or just get to 7 a little faster. Pheasantipity is in the active spot for Caleb Gedimer, just deciding what his first play is going to be. Do I use this Pokestop first, or do I Nest Ball, grab the Raging Bolt or an Ogre Pond? Decides to go for Nest Ball first of all.
And this may even have to just grab the Squawkabilly EX. I didn't get a great look at Caleb's hand, but it didn't look incredibly strong. I didn't see any basic energy
Że
cards,
jeszcze
so
Lozlox
there's
osiągnie
like
sukces
Raging
jeszcze
Bolt
przed
not
swoją
gonna be helpful. It
ryką
may have to
emeryturką.
be the Squawkabilly, which could be tough. That's a low HP, 2 prize Pokemon that I don't think Caleb really wants to put into play in this
4,
matchup.
no i jeszcze do
That's
tego.
the nature of this Raging Bolt deck. It is such a powerful card. It lets you dig through the deck super aggressively in the early turns. I mean, really the important thing here for Caleb is he wants to set the pace. He wants to put on the pressure. He wants to do whatever he can this turn to find himself a KO.
And typically, Lost Zone is the one that's tracking energy so specifically. But in this matchup, Raging Bolt needs to be very specific with its energy its energy usage, because you are having to discard energy
chyba też
from
dzięki
Thunder
temu,
just
no.
to take single prize knockouts. And if you're throwing away so much energy turn after turn after turn, you might run out. So the Ogre Pawns are super important so that grass energy is fueling these attacks and not the fighting and the lightning.
Yeah, the nice thing about it though is that
Szkoda, że ten Dragapult nie dostał, bo też jest to cudny byk.
so you have to discard less energy in order to get knockouts. To KO.
Ale ja się cieszę, że Lozbox, bo ja już odzyskuję nadzieję.
And hopefully Michael will try to weave in some Cramorant attacks a little bit in that regard. Didn't have the Spiritomb in play as well, so there's no shenanigans there. Squawkabilly's going to come down, and Caleb will retain access to Lumineon B or down the road. Orders is required, or Professor Sada.
Yeah, Michael probably is not expecting Caleb to have a Lumineon B in his deck, to be honest. It's not a commonly used card in the Raging deck.
No i tak, Fez jest zabezpieczany.
Bierko reacted kind of interestingly whenever he saw the Lumineon. He was like, oh, interesting.
No i Squawk and Seize.
But the Squawk and Seize comes through after attaching the Bravery Charm. Couple Pokestops going down.
No dobra, jest Bolt.
Professor Sada's found 3.
Są aż 3 sady, kurde. Mocne.
Yeah, that, I don't know about fantastic. You want a Sada. 3 though might be just a little bit too much. I guess it does make your Pokestop usage a little bit safer.
No to 3 wszystko wziął.
Beautifully done.
I think he does want
Czyli mam jedną energię,
bit
więc...
more. Ideally for Caleb, he'd get maximum value from a Professor Sada. He'd be able to have 2 energy in the discard pile. He'd be able to have 2 ancient Pokemon in play to accelerate 2. And very interestingly enough, we're going to actually see an Earthen Vessel discarding a Professor Sada. That should definitely cue Michael Davidson into how interesting Caleb is.
I like this play too. Get the Earthen Vessel, discard a Sada, grab the